Many of us are knowingly or unknowingly using statistics but are unaware about the fact. For example, in our day-to-day communication, we do use statements like I sleep for about 8 hours a day. I usually drive at 30 miles per hour. Or if I start early, then the chances that I'll pass in the exam are higher. These are nothing but statistical statements in nature. And from this, you can say that almost each and every arena of life generates the data. Data that can be mined for valuable patterns ranging from the predicting environmental changes and sales in upcoming months, or even determining the best target drugs for individual genetic profiles. Not only that, but the importance of statistics, data analysis or data science increases exponentially when we talk in the context of business, finance and economy. Insights gathered from the data drive all the decisions in almost every sector, be it private or governmental. Even marketing, which used to be mere advertisement area, has grown into digitalization, and by tracing past data, companies are being able to make informed and quantified decisions, all thanks to statistical market analysis. That being said, I would like to welcome all of you guys to Intellipaat's brand new comprehensive session on statistics for market analysis. According to our discussion till now, data is a key asset and an ability to churn it down makes you the dungeon master of quantified business decisions. With today's session, we are going to help you visualize how you can perform this analysis with a multitude of hands-on demos, Excel illustrations and simplified statistical jargon. Along with that, you'll also come across most commonly asked interview questions as well as interactive quizzes. So make sure you guys stay back until the end of this video and participate in quiz activities by putting your answers in the comment box below. Also, don't forget to enable subscribe button as well as the bell icon to never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel. First of all, we shall look at the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session by discussing statistical terms such as descriptive statistics, F-test, T-test, Z-test, ANOVA, correlation and covariance. After that, we'll learn what linear and logistic regression is all about, along with steps involved in logistic regression. After that, we'll cover logistic regression with Excel. Moving forward, we'll dive into market analysis, where we'll cover what is customer segmentation, RFM analysis, and steps involved in customer segmentation. Finally, we'll cover market basket analysis and use cases for the same. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without any further delay, let's get started with the session.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question what happened. This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning techs such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there is a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report that data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap. That's all about data analytics.
So everybody will have certain questions. Why are we actually going with respect to statistics? What is the need in sorts of marketing? How exactly we can use this? Everything will be discussed. Not to worry. Okay. So I'll just give you a brief about what exactly we'll be looking into. Okay. So we will be basically we will try to understand what exactly is statistics, how exactly it can be implemented. Before all that, we will try to understand what are the fields or what are the ways in which we can cover certain topics about statistics that can help us to bring some or the other insights with respect to which we can deploy it in our campaigns. Okay, so to start up with this, let's talk about what exactly is statistics. Okay, I'll just give an idea about statistics that are that can be used for referring what do you understand by statistics. So I'll be just using this to define what exactly is statistics. Statistics are simply the estimates that are based on the analysis of numerical data. To define the meaning of statistics, just a very, very raw understanding of statistics, that it is nothing but an estimates that are based on an analysis of numerical data. Okay, this is just an overview, let's say a brief of a raw understanding of what do you mean by statistical data. Why am I calling it as numerical data? Because generally, even the categorical data are anyways converted to some sort of a factor which represents numeric. Because we will never be able to perform any sorts of analogies with respect to categorical data. What we do is we convey that to some numbers and accordingly we validate that. Okay, this is a very raw understanding of statistics. Let's get in something with respect to which we can define statistics in a better way. So with respect to marketing, how can I define? Okay, with respect to marketing, how can I define? I'll write it as it is a process of collecting and also analyzing, okay, collecting and analyzing data to identify patterns, and trends. This is what we can define it with respect to marketing. Okay, and also to add on, we can also say that it can also be used. Yeah, so it is also used to implement business intelligence. What is this business intelligence? This is a way in which we try to adapt certain implementations or certain decision makings for us to implement in our. Okay, not only this, it is also used for reporting, analysis of business data, collection of business data, each and everything. Statistics will definitely be a part of it. Okay, now this is what all about statistics. Okay, this is all about raw information, or let's say a bit of technical answer with respect to what do you mean by statistics. But now the question is how statistics, how do we use statistics with respect to marketing, right? So to bring out any sorts of to bring out any sorts of insights, this is just a note, this is not any sorts of a proper way of defining it. Just to add a note, I'm telling that to bring any sorts of insights, or inference, both means the same. Yeah, or I will also add a point that useful inference. Okay, there are tons of inference that can be brought up with the help of the data, but always we generally use this useful information or inference that will bring such that it can be used in favor of the tactics and methods for implementing various things. Okay, so this is how we can use this statistical information, statistical data to bring certain implementation with respect to variety of things in our business case. What is statistics? How exactly it is used with respect to the marketing technologies? First, I'll write down as stock market, which is also, we have seen cricket status, very important, or let's say focused upon cricketing stats. What else? Every business case, weather forecasting, again a very important point with respect to a day-to-day implementation. Product pricing, where I have used the data which I have for implementation in our day-to-day life. Definitely the use of statistics is in front of us. We might be aware of it or we may not as well. So let's get to that. Targeting ads, advertising, statistical importance with respect to advertisement is very, very important. Okay, how people use the data, how people generally go for the product, what are the reviews, how exactly the feedback comes through, what is the number of ratings it gets, everything is referred with respect to some sorts of statistical data and being implemented. Okay, though we are not much aware of it, but yes, it is there. We generally opt for some insights with respect to how it has been consumed, and definitely it has been some or the other acquired. Yes. Okay. Which recommendation are we talking about? First thing, if at all I'm just surfing out with respect to any of the required things for me, as let's say I'm searching for some shoes, even if I go to some other application, even if I get into some social media, am I not getting the recommendation for the similar products? Yeah, how exactly that is used? That is again used with the help of the statistical data that is being recorded in the market. Yeah, and accordingly being developed such a way that it focuses us. Yeah, and also, can I also say that to understand the users traffic with respect to any sorts of, let's say, website, an application, I will get an insights, right? Overall, whenever I'm trying to understand where exactly, yes, search volume, with respect to the search volume, I'll also tell that as users traffic everywhere. Not only that, many of the companies use statistical information as the key most information through which they decide the campaigns, strategies, implementations, business intelligence, decision makings, and so on. So that is what we understand with respect to the use case of statistics in terms of marketing. So that's an idea that I would want you guys to have with respect to the implementation of statistics in marketing.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And your question is, what is digital marketing analysis? And your options are translation of customer behavior into business data, translation of computer data, translation of assembly language, or none of the above. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Okay, we will be discussing all these things. Okay, so first of all, let me tell you, most of the things might be new for you. Okay, most of the things might be new for you. Yeah, I'm not worrying that all of you will get all these things. No, I want all of you to understand how the flow of statistics actually is. Okay, most of the things are technical. T test, F test, Z test, all are certain assumptions of statistics. Okay, what are those? I will try my best to make sure that all of you gets that. Okay, but the idea is how exactly these are being used. That is what it is important with respect to the agenda. Okay, the first thing what we'll be discussing is descriptive statistics. Okay, then we will move ahead with something called as F test, then something called as T test, Z test. Then we'll go ahead and try to understand ANOVA, correlation, covariance. Most of you might have not seen this F test, T test, Z test, ANOVA, but some of you might have heard about descriptive statistics, correlation, as well as covariance. So that is what. So if you understand the core concepts of statistics, okay, then only you will be able to understand all this F test. All these are nothing but statistical measures. All these tests, all these are statistical tests. What for this is used, why exactly this is used, certain assumptions are accepted and certain assumptions are rejected. How the deployment of statistics is being done, that is what today's session actually is. Okay, these days we get a lot of statistics too for the same. That means exactly that is what I'm saying. Basic statistical representation, perfect, already summarize it up. Okay, so the proper answer, or let's say if I sum all the points which you have stated and if I give the answer, I will just state this as it is used to describe the summary of the data. Okay, now as told, it gives the summary of the data. Will that be used? Yes, definitely. It is used to describe or summarize the data in ways that are meaningful and useful for us. That is what descriptive statistics stands for. Okay, definitely it is generalized. Okay, it is generalized. We are just talking with respect to a particular concept. We have not gone into what exactly those concepts contain. We are just saying that it gives the summary of the data. Okay, definitely how exactly those descriptive statistics are divided, these are just divided into something called as central tendencies, as well as something called as measures of variability. So basically, central tendencies are nothing but mean, median, and mode. First of all, forget about mean, median, mode. What is the central tendency? What is this central tendency? With respect, what is this? Why do we call this as central tendency? Okay, let me idea of the entire again, metaphorically correct. So can I call this central tendency as a place where almost all the data points with respect to the data lies in that place, something called as central tendency, right? Something, some place or some some validatory points where most of, not every point, okay, not every point, understand this, most of the data points lies within that category called as central tendencies. That is what we call that as central tendencies. Could you please again? Definitely. Okay, so what we are discussing is, yes, you can call this a hotspot where majority data lies or a threshold. So a central tendency is where most of the data lies, or a place, or a, I can call it as a validatory state point with respect to which most of the majority of the threshold lies between that particular area called as central tendencies. That central tendency is divided into three categories called as mean, median, mode, which I hope everybody have heard of in some or the other place during the studies or in your day-to-day life, anywhere, I hope. Yeah. Okay, so these are the central tendencies, which are nothing but mean, median. Okay, we will talk about mean, median, mode while implementing also. Okay, and what is this measure of spread or measure of variability? Okay, like how we are talking about the central tendency where the more or less the majority of the data lies. Now this measure of spread also speaks about central tendencies in an indirect way. How it speaks about how exactly it is deviated from each other, how exactly it is far apart from individual data, how exactly it is spread. That is what this measure of spread actually all about. That is what this central tendency as well as measure of variability actually is with respect to descriptive statistics. Okay, so before implementing this, okay, let's also look into this, which is similar to this, okay, which also comprises of something with respect to the points which I'll be discussing. The next point is, okay, these are all steps how to implement it in our Excel sheet. I'll just go into the next point of discussion, which is histogram. What is that speciality about histogram that we are in reference to, with respect to which we have to discuss all this? Why only histogram? We have bar chart, we have pie chart, we have something called as, okay, two axis. Okay, what else? Even bar chart has two axis. Easy to understand, easy to understand. Okay, okay, let me answer why exactly. Yes, simple, Kandar, show trend. Okay, let me answer why histogram is sort of popular. So basically, the reason why it is popular It summarizes both discrete as well as continuous data that are measures on interval scale. What do I mean by this interval scale is, regardless, if at all I'm having a continuous set of data that has to be analyzed with respect to a chart that gives me the entire understanding about a particular data, then the best way will be histogram. Okay, that is the reason why it is highly used to demonstrate major features of the distribution of data. Interval of equal size, yes, also. Okay, both the points, histogram as well as my descriptive statistics. So that is the reason why histogram is used. Let it be for my continuous data or statistical discrete data. Histograms can be preferred for us to easily understand what exactly is going on in the entire data. Okay, again, the reason, what is the reason for me to have chart? Simple. Can any one answer at least? What is the simplest answer for having a chart? Always, if you give me an Excel sheet of 10,000 records, I will never be able to get any sorts of inference directly. Okay, through the help of a chart, not only histogram, any chart, through the help of a chart, the entire understanding, not specific to a particular condition, but yes, overall the summary of the entire data can be easily understood with the help of a chart. That is the reason these charts are an important aspect to understand what exactly is the distribution of data and where exactly the overall distribution lies. Okay, that is what the implementation of histogram is as well. Okay, now before moving into the next concept, let us try to go to our Excel sheet and try to understand this. So first thing, forget about this. Let me remove this, delete it. Also make sure that I'm having no margins. Okay, now I'm having a butt of data. Okay, see, do not focus on what exactly is the data. Just understand how exactly I'm using this to get some insights. Okay, the first thing what I want you all to understand is, in Excel, we are having something called as packages, tools, something like that. Okay, that is how we'll be able to get some additional insights with respect to all this statistical implementation. Okay, first of all, when you click on data, okay, on top right, you have something called as data analysis. Okay, I hope everybody is able to see this data analysis. Okay, first of all, most of you, if at all you guys are having Excel, this will not be there. Okay, this will surely not be there. Okay, how to get this? Let me quickly go through that as well. Okay, so what you have to do is click on file. Okay, click on more. Okay, click on options. Okay, click on options. Now just click on add-ins. Click on file. Click on more. Click on options. As soon as you do this, let me show you add-ins, and now click on this go. Just since this is checked, I'm able to get it in my ribbons. If I uncheck this and click on OK, see, this will go. I'm not having this. Okay, so how do I get this? File, more, options, click on this add-ins, click on go, and make sure you check this. As of now, this is what it is required. Click on OK, and as soon as you do this, you will get that package called as data analysis for you to implement all, not all, but most of the statistical implementation. Okay, now let's come back. Now, as we are talking with respect to descriptive statistics, let's see how exactly we can automatically implement each and everything for us to get the statistical information of the data what we have. Okay, so what I'll be doing is I'll click on data analysis. Okay, now there are many things, not one or two, many things I have, but as per as my need, I'll select any one of this. As per as this descriptive statistics, please understand, in the input range, the expected things that has to be put is the input what you give. So I'll just select this arrow and I will select the entire data. Okay, the data is still here. Okay, please note that you have also select the column names as well. Okay, we will handle that. How? I'll show you. As soon as you do that, let us be as columns, and please check this labels in first row. Why am I doing this? Because I have also selected the column names as well. Okay, now you can also give the output range in a new sheet as well, or you can go ahead and click on this output range in the same sheet as well. Now I'll keep this output range over here itself. Okay, by selecting this arrow, I'll click on here only and I'll select it back and I'll just write summary statistics and I'll click on OK. See, regardless of the amount of data, can you see for individual columns how fast, how accurate, and how precariously I'm getting all the outputs with respect to the mean, standard error, median, mode, everything. Okay. And yes, people ask me, sir, what is so big in this? I will definitely repeat, Rachita, not to worry. Click on more, click on options, click on add-ins. Okay. And click on go. And here you will see, if you're not able to find it over here, browse it and find it out. You will definitely get it. Okay, now, yeah, as per as that, okay, now people were asking me, what is so big deal about Excel? Why cannot we use any other means? Definitely you can use any means. You can go for any programming language, you can go for any sorts of visualization tools such as Power BI or anything. But the uniqueness about Excel is it gives you a simple use case. It does not ask you to do a huge amount of things. It is not worried about how exactly it has got. Actually, that is what we need. We are not curious about how exactly the implementation has taken place. We need results quickly as possible. And to also tell you, there is a person called as Mr. Excel. Okay, so he has made a use case where the amount 10 people work, the amount of work that 10 people used to do, he has summed up and created an Excel that was able to do it within 2 hours. The amount of work that 10 people used to do, he has summed up and made it down for 2 hours of work in Excel. So that powerful an Excel actually is. Okay, just an insight. Okay, so let's get back how exactly we have to get in the statistics. First, click on data analysis, click on descriptive statistics, click on OK. Simple. Then we have to specify what exactly is the input. Select this arrow and specify this. I'll specify the entire data with the column names as well. I'll come back, make sure that I have grouped with respect to the columns, and I'll specify the output range. Anywhere you can specify. If you want the output to be in a next sheet, that also is possible. But I'll keep it over here only. Come back, I'll click on summary statistics and I'll click on OK. I will get all the information that I need with respect to the descriptive statistics of the entire data that I have given. It contains variety of things. Let that be the other case. But yes, can we implement this? Yes. With the help of Excel, the answer is yes. Now, as we have already also seen something called as histogram, right? Let's try to do that as well. First, what I'll do is I'll copy this. Okay, I'll copy this and I will paste it somewhere around here. Okay, now I'll give something data. Okay, and I'll just jot it down something randomly 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, now to extend this, what I'll do is first I'll select the first 3 records and I'll just drag it down. Automatically I'll get the results automatically. Okay, now one question. So how are we going to use the statistical yeah, that is what just today we'll just focus on how exactly to extract statistical information. Use case you will know soon. Okay, how exactly this can be used you will know soon. Just hold on. Okay, so this is about extending. Okay, now what I want, why I did this is to show you the implementation of histogram. Okay, to show you the use case of histogram. Same thing, I'll click on data analysis, I'll select histogram and I'll click on OK. Okay, first thing I'll specify the input range. I'll just specify this thing with the data. Okay, next thing is something called as bin range. Okay, is something called as bin range. What exactly this bin range actually is? This bin range is with how exactly the bins should be segregated with each other in the chart. That is what it is discussing. So let me select the bin range as, okay, I'll come back, I'll select labels as well, I'll click on output range and I'll select where exactly I need. Let's say, yes, intervals. Okay, what intervals I'll show you in the chart. So I'll select this chart output and I'll click on OK. This is the output and I should have my chart here as well. So let me bring this chart. So this is that output. So what is bin range? Yes, sure. So can you see this 5, 10, 15 and all? This is the bin range. How is it different from normal chart? It is similar to how, let's say, basic pie chart or let's say bar chart. But for us to get an understanding of continuous value, also discrete value, also measure of length of data, also histogram is preferred. That is idea. Okay, and they see to show you a different implementation, what I'll do is I will okay, let me first change the bin range. I'll remove this bin range. Okay, I will keep this as 1, 1, 2, 3 and okay, sorry, 3, and let me extend this to this. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll create one more histogram. I'll select histogram, I'll select the input range, let this be the input range. I'll select the bin range as well, a new bin range, which is this. Okay, now I have selected the labels as well, output range as well, and now let me select the output range, which I'll let this be as somewhere around here, and let me click on OK. This is the output and this is my. So did you get an idea about histogram as well? What if there are intervals like 5, it's 15, 5, it's 5 to 10. You can do any source of interval. You just have to change the data bin range. Why is there 0 in output? That's just like a initial presentation, right? This point will always be 0, right? Regardless, it will always be 0. Not only that, everywhere. Here also it will be 0. Okay, so yeah, starting point. Any sorts of data that we have recorded, Priyanka, any sorts of data, whichever we have recorded, if at all we are trying to bring up some strategy we will always have to deploy some statistical implementations to it. It is a part of, it's not a part of descriptive stats. It is a part of data analysis. So in the next lecture, which is F test. Okay, so I'll not go into in depth because you guys will get confused. Okay, I'll just give you an idea with respect to which how exactly it can be used, you will get. Okay, so just before getting into F test, I'll explain you about hypothesis. And hypothesis is nothing but a statement that we need to prove. And hypothesis is nothing but a statement that we need to prove. Okay, now the question is, it can be anything, right? It can be anything. The sky is blue can be a hypothesis. The anything, the shape of a chair is a rectangle, that can also be an hypothesis. The frame looks clear, that can also be an hypothesis. Now the idea is, in this hypothesis we have something called as null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Very good, right? What is something called as, yes, correct, Samat. So we have, in this case of hypothesis, we have something called as null hypothesis as well as alternative hypothesis. Now the idea behind this null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis is simple. If at all we are able to nullify the statement, then we say that, or nullify the hypothesis, then we call that situation to be as null hypothesis. Okay, if at all we are able to nullify the fact of hypothesis, then we call that as null hypothesis. Okay, if you are not able to do that, then that is alternative hypothesis. Okay, so a null hypothesis is nothing but to reject the fact. If not able to reject it, then we call that as an alternative hypothesis. Okay, null hypothesis is h of number of different. No, okay, I didn't get that, Shilpa. Let me explain. Let me give you an example to understand this. So let's consider an hypothesis statement as the sky is blue. Now the fact is, if I prove that the sky is not blue, then this statement, whichever I'm trying to prove, the sky is not blue, the validatory point, let that be anything. If I'm able to prove that the sky is not blue, then that is my null hypothesis. That is my null hypothesis. If we are able to accept the fact that the sky is blue, then that is my alternative hypothesis. Okay, but what is this idea? Why do we have to assume? Why do we have to reject a commonly accepted fact? Okay, the reason this is termed as scientists. Let me give you the reason also. Okay, the reason to prove something is a very huge thing. Okay, let that be anything. Okay, the reasons to prove a particular fact has to be done in a huge manner. Even in today's scenario also, if I want to prove a certain fact, I need to have a validatory points like anything. I need to specify where, what, why, how, all these things to validate a particular point. Now the idea behind null hypothesis was, if I have even a single point to prove that the fact is not at all valid, then that is a proper validation with respect to which I can preserve a hypothesis. That is how this hypothesis testing, null hypothesis, alternate hypothesis came into existence, to prove or to disprove a commonly accepted fact, we call that as a null hypothesis. And if at all it is explained, if at all if it is accepted, we call that as a alternate hypothesis. Once again with a different example. Simple. Okay. So it is raining. This is also considered just a very, very vague example. It is raining. Okay. This is an hypothesis which I have established. Okay. Now, for me to prove that it is not raining, even if I have a single validatory proof, then I can consider that to be as a null hypothesis. Okay. I am not worried about to show whether it is raining, the amount of water, this, that. No, I am not at all caring about it. If I show you one proof that it is not raining, that is considered to be as null hypothesis. And the other can be considered to be as alternative hypothesis. True is alternative hypothesis and false is null hypothesis. But the assumption is not that simple. Okay. Because to prove null hypothesis, we generally deviate the naturally occurring cause. That is why it is called as hypothesis. Okay. I hope all this is interesting to all of you. Till now, we understood what is hypothesis, what is null hypothesis, what is alternative, fine. But what is F-test? What is F-test? So as I told you earlier, all these F-test, T-test, Z-test, all are something called as statistical tests. And especially F-test is a statistical test in which we are trying to identify, okay, we are trying to identify the model that best fits the population from which the data is sampled. Okay, we are trying to fit a particular model, whichever be that model. We are trying to analyze if at all if the test passes this particular model, then it might be good for the entire structure. Okay, in F-test, what exactly happens is, okay, to find out whether this is very general case, I'm trying to tell you that F-test is used in order to carry out the test for equality of the two populations. Okay, let me explain this in a better way, or let's say in an exemplar way. F-test, simple way. I'm not getting in that deep because it will take time as well as efforts. Okay, just giving you an outside way, because that is what it is needed for you also. Okay, we are not diving in deep to find out what is F, how it is different, how it can be implemented, everything. We are just trying out our best to understand in the briefest way manner. But yes, all of you should be able to understand. Consider this. F-test is nothing but a way in which we will try to check the equality of two populations. I hope this is better. This is a test in which we are comparing these two populations are equal or not. Okay. In other way, if I say that, if I want to figure out if two variables are dependent or not, then I generally use F-test as a statistical test to prove whether they are same or not. I hope everybody gets this point. Simplest way. We will implement this, Manish. Then I'll show you the example. Isn't it a deviation from the threshold, or can I say that is nothing but my one of the fact of this measure of variability, which is nothing but my descriptive statistics. Am I right? Yes. So here we are trying to understand whether we are not at all looking into the formula as well. Okay, just an idea is that we are comparing whether two populations are equal or not with respect to the variance. Yes. So before anything, let me show you some definition as well. So F-test in Excel is used to perform hypothesis testing to check whether the variance of two samples are equal or not. Okay, whether the variance of two samples are equal or not. Okay, now the implementation, so that you will get everything. Okay, so This is what the implementation is. But let's get into our Excel sheet and try to implement it. So F test. So how exactly we have to implement this? Let me remove this first. Many tests are there. Okay, we are just trying to cover the minimum test such that we will get an idea about the implementation of statistical understanding. All these tests are nothing but to test hypothesis testing. Z test, T test, F test, everything. Okay. Okay. Now let's try to implement it. So first thing what we do is we click on data. We click on data analysis. Now here we go for F test for two sample for variance. Okay. Now here it is asking for two inputs. The first one will be this. Yeah, this is my first input. The variable 2 will be my second input, the male data. And now I will skip the labels as this. Let the alpha be there. And I'll click on output range, specify output range, and I will. So this is a test that represents the two tests of the data. Okay, alpha is a critical value that we deploy with respect to which we say that whether this samples are equal or not. So now consider this. Okay, see, this is very important. Understand this. If the value is less than what value? This value. Okay, if this value is less than F critical value, then what do is we accept the null hypothesis. Sorry, we reject the null hypothesis, or in other ways, we accept the alternate hypothesis. What was that? What was that? Then we accept the fact that the variance for the two samples are equal. Data analysis, F test took the data, specified the alpha amount, and I got the result. Inference, everybody I want to follow. Okay, this is very important. Even it is there in the slide as well, which is this. We fail to reject the null hypothesis if the value of the F statistics is less than F critical 1. In this case, the value of F is greater than F critical 1, which means to say that we accept the alternate hypothesis and we reject the null hypothesis since it is greater than this. Okay, here it is F value is less than this, then only we fail to reject, meaning we are accepting. We fail to reject we are actually fail to reject the null hypothesis. That means to say that we are accepting the fact that the variance of two samples are equal. Since the value is less than F critical 1, we accept the hypothesis. Equal in what? If this is less than this, then we are accepting the hypothesis, which is nothing but alternate hypothesis. What is that alternate hypothesis? The meaning of the variance of the two samples are equal. And now let's come to the data as well. Even if you see the data, since the data continuity, more or less the variance will surely be equal. Equal in what? Where that condition came from? Automatically, these are tests. We accept variance is equal, but variance female is 86 and male is 50. See, I'll tell you one. This is the data with respect to this particular input. This is the amount of information with respect to this particular test, which is a mathematical calculation. That depends what? Actually, comprises of to whether to accept the hypothesis or to reject the hypothesis, accept the null hypothesis or to reject the null hypothesis, which in turn says to accept the alternate hypothesis. These are statistical tests. These data, these are just descriptive tests. So here we reject null or int, or we can also say that we accept alternate hypothesis. So these statistical tests are based on measuring hypothesis that has to be accepted or not. Yeah, variances with respect to descriptive statistics. These are statistical measures with respect to acceptance or reject the hypothesis from where that condition came from. This is the condition for not only this, I'll show you, not only this, even for t-test, there is a condition. On that basis only we have to accept or reject the hypothesis. This is the fact for every test of any data. If this condition is observed, then you have to accept or reject the hypothesis. It's not like I created this or not. This is the way in which we all have to follow. Okay. Once again, one last time, let me explain this. Implementation, everybody knows. If at all it is irrelevant for the business case, then you can go ahead. Okay. It has to be chosen with respect to a particular business case only. You can, but if at all we use that, then only it will be used. If at all this f test value, if at all, if it is less than f critical one, then we accept the alternate hypothesis. Simple, not getting into deep, because definitely you guys will get confused. Okay, keep this fact simple, which is also stated over here. The inference that we can get out of this is that the variances, okay, the variances for the two samples are equal. Okay. So let me quickly recap all the things what we have discussed. We have discussed descriptive hypothesis, histogram, as well as f test. F test are nothing but a statistical test that is used to get some similarities between the two data, okay, that are dependent to each other or not. Okay, how exactly it depends? It depends with respect to the variances. Every data, okay, this might be very simple. All the data which we will deploy for the statistical measure, all the data is collected only, then only we'll be able to deploy all these things. Okay, great. Yeah, so as per as that, we are proving that the variances for the two samples are equal. Let me show you once again how exactly this as the implementation. Not going to discuss it. Yes, I'll show you how to. So first thing, go to data, go to data analysis, go to f test. Already selected, select this data, select, make sure you have also selected the labels if you have selected the labels as well. Select this, click on okay. This is what you get.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So let's move ahead for the next type of statistical test. Okay, so an idea about t-test. Okay, in t-test only there are three types of t-test. Okay, so first thing we'll talk about t-test, then the other two sets. Okay, but I will not show you the implementation of other two, because the same thing only, but with certain assumptions we have. That's it. Okay, so similar to an F test, a t test is also a type of statistical test. Okay, much more specifically, if I want to tell, I'll call that as an inferential statistic test that is used to determine if there is a significant difference between the means of two groups. What was the state of variance, state of distinguished parameter for F test? It was variance, right? So in case of T test, we are talking in reference to the difference between the means. Okay, let me repeat. Okay, a T test is a type of inferential statistic used to determine whether there is a significant difference between the means of two groups. Okay, this is what it is. T-test is a hypothesis testing tool that measures if there is a significant difference between two groups. Now the question is, where do we use this? I know it is a statistical test or hypothesis testing test, but where exactly we use this? See, if at all we have already decided, or we have already done a particular testing, or we have already decided a particular decision to a particular process, if that decision, is it making any difference or not, there we use this t-test. So it is generally used in cases where we want to find out whether there is an effect on the population or not. Is a type of inferential test where, if at all we want to find out is there any difference between the means of two groups, we opt for t-test. And where exactly this is used? If at all there is if at all we are trying to figure out is there any change or is there any effect on the population of interest, then only we use this t-test. This is about t-test. Okay, now for us to understand t-test, I'll just give you an idea about two things. There is something called as p-value. But for me to discuss this t-test, there are two values that I want to discuss. First one is p-value. What is that p-value also called as? It is called as something called as probability value. If I want to define that, I will define it as the probability of obtaining the test results at least opposing the actual value observed. Okay, if I want to repeat it, I'll just write it down as it is the probability of obtaining the results opposing the actual results. This is my p-value. This is my p-value. Okay, what was the other value I told? It is called as critical value. It is called as critical value. What is this? This is just boundaries. These are nothing but boundaries of whether the acceptance of that test is observed or not. Simple. It is just the boundaries of the acceptance region.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question what happened. This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning texts such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there's a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report the data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap. That's all about data analytics.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Within which it will be accepted, if not rejected. I will repeat, not to worry. So as we are talking about two of the things that you need to know for you to understand t-test, first thing is p-value. What is this p-value? Probability value. What is this probability value is? It is nothing but the probability of obtaining the test results, okay, that are opposing the actual results. Okay, this is a measure for t-test. Okay, and what is this critical value? These are just boundaries for the region of acceptance. Simple as that. Boundaries of region of acceptance. Now, one more before implementing, I'll show you the idea, or let's say the thing that you have to know. let me take a notepad to specify this. So see, the p-value is the value that allows us to reject or accept the hypothesis, which in other words I can call it as to reject the null hypothesis or accept the null hypothesis. What is the condition? I'm writing the condition, okay, because to make you understand how exactly it is related. So if p-value is greater than the critical value specified in alpha. So I'll write alpha like this. Okay, I'll write it down as alpha. If it is greater than alpha, then we are accepting the null hypothesis. Yes, sure. Yes. Okay. If the p value is less than or equal to alpha, okay, is less than or equal to alpha, then we say that we are accepting the alternative hypothesis. Okay, now what is the something that little unclear is alpha. Okay, so I'll tell you the alpha. What is alpha? See, alpha is a value that specifies. Okay, I'll just write it down what is alpha also. Okay, because alpha is a critical value, but what is critical value? I'll also tell that. Alpha. Okay, so it is called as the critical value, specifies the boundary of acceptance. How that also will shape. Let's say it is called the critical value and it is generally equal to 0.05. What does this mean? That also I'll specify. Okay, it means that if we run the experiment, any experiment 100 times, 5% of times, 5% of the times we will be able to reject the null hypothesis. Let me explain this in an example. Okay, and 95%, what does this mean? So this means that, let's say if I consider an example, let's say the COVID vaccine, if the value of alpha with respect to COVID vaccine, if it is 0.05, that means to say that out of 100 patients, if 5 shows side effects, that's okay, we can accept that vaccine. If at all 100 patients are given that vaccines, if 5 people are getting some side effects, that's okay. That is the acceptance criteria which is specified by alpha. Okay, that is where we use to accept the hypothesis or not. Okay, this way I think it was way more clearer. If I write it down, it is better than how we explained it for F test. This is better, I guess. I'll write it down as T test. If the value is greater than alpha, then we reject the hypothesis. If the value is greater, we accept the null hypothesis. In other words, you can say that, Jai Krishna. Correct, perfectly correct. So I'll write it down. I think this way was better. Okay, so if you want to see, right, T test is no, okay. If I show you, then it is not only one. Okay, we have something called as paired 2 samples for mean. Okay, 2 samples for assuming equal variance, and we also have for unequal variances. Everywhere the same criteria is there. Only the difference is the assumption are different. I'll write it down that also so that it is clear for you. So in the first way, where paired two samples for mean. This is the first. Even when you see in this case, okay, we have all the tests. See, first when you see the data analysis, the first thing what you will see is t-test paired two samples for means. What does this mean? I'll write it down. What does this mean? I'll write it down. It is statistical procedure or method used to determine whether the mean difference, this is the criteria on which this is built, whether the mean difference between two sets of observations is 0. This is the criteria. This is the criteria on which it is built only. Okay, here what we will do, we will check the value of P for one-tailed and two-tailed. If it is less than the alpha, we will reject the null hypothesis. If it is less than or if it is less than alpha, if P value is 0. Is it accepted? See, P value is the value which we are setting, Manish. Okay, we are setting. It's that then if you're setting 0.06 as alpha, then that will be the measure of acceptance or represent. Sorry, alpha is 0.05. If the p value is 0.06, which is less than 0.05, so this is greater than 0.05, it will, yes, accept the null hypothesis. You are contradicting null hypothesis, which can be considered as alternative hypothesis, right? If I'm saying not true and state of being not true, they are not same, right? Okay, you will see, you don't worry, I'll show you. So let me show you how exactly it is implemented. First thing, I will click on data analysis. I'll select t-test and I'll specify the value range. Data analysis, then input range, I'll specify the first input range. Next, I'll specify the value range for male. And now I click on capable and I'll keep this difference as 0, which is the threshold value. And I'll specify the out range as, I'll specify it somewhere around here. And I will click on OK. So this is the output. Everybody, this focus on this output. Okay, I'll cut this and I'll paste it over here. This is the output. Now please note that. Please note that. Now we are checking. See, p value for one tail and two tail is less than 0.05 overall. So what do we do that in that case? We will reject the null hypothesis. In other terms, we will accept the alternate hypothesis. This is the idea what you need. So what do? I'll click on data analysis, select on this. I'll just specify the new output range. Let's just be that here. This is the output. Simple. Okay, so this is the criteria on which it is being tested. And now even in t-test, we don't have only for this. Okay, we also have something called as for, we have two assumptions for equal variances as well as for unequal variances. Implementation is also same and the logic behind is also same. I'll just tell you what are the differences. Okay, I'll write it down over here. For equal, okay, for two sample assuming equal variances, for equal variances, what is the idea is it performs the same t-test only, but it performs the t-test sample paid to sample test, making sure whether the null hypothesis is being accepted. How? Here we will check. Here we are assuming the variances to be equal and performing the criteria for acceptance is the same. Criteria for acceptance and rejection is no change at all, which is nothing but to make sure if at all the p-value for one tail and two tail, if at all if it is less than alpha, we reject the null hypothesis. Okay, now we are talking about something called as z-test. As similar to f-test, t-test, z-test is also a statistical test where we are talking whether the two population means are different. Okay, I'll repeat let me write it down, because always it is better for so write it down. Z-test. Z-test. It is a statistical test to determine whether two populations mean are different. Please understand this. Two population mean are different, and also there is another condition. Two population means are different when the variances are known. This is the criteria for me to build up for a z-test. It is same as t-test. Okay, where to deploy for hypothesis testing for a larger population. It is similar to t-test only, but it is used in terms of to find out for a larger data set. Abhay, consider that if at all two situations are right and the two tail value is pretty much near to that, right? So we accepted that. If at all it was something around 1.59, yeah, we get values like, then we consider that to be as not same. Okay, I hope you have got it. Negligible, more or less. Okay, that is the reason why we assumed it to be as an alternative hypothesis. Yeah, if at all there is a precision rate, it is definitely not 0.55 is not equal to 0.5, but yes, with respect to the overall distribution of the data, it can be negligible. Like how we round up certain data to certain integer values. Okay, and yeah, as I was talking about z-test, it is also similar to t-test, but it is used in terms of larger population. Okay, now before moving ahead to the next topic, let's implement quickly Z test. Yeah, how exactly we used to do the Z test is, please note this. For us to implement Z test, we need certain values. Okay, one sample Z test. How did I get this is with the help of this formula. Z dot test. Okay, with the help of this. So how do I do that? Equal to, remove this. So equal to, I'll write Z dot test equal to Z dot test. I will specify for female. Okay, I have to specify one more argument, comma, the variance of this. I will specify it as, specifying the first parameter as this, comma, the mean value. Here it is 166. I'll also write it as 166, and I'll get the value somewhere around that. Is it not Z test used when the population is more than 30? It has no value for it comparatively whenever the t-test value will dysfunction sometimes with respect to the amount of data. If at all, if it is not giving us an accurate results, we go for that. Okay, that is how we take this as a difference between it. So this is how we do this. Did we calculate var1 and var2? Yes. How did we calculate this? We have a function called as var, and we specified this. Okay, and now how to build this particular test? Same thing, go to data analysis. Okay, and if I want to specify this, equal to z dot test, specify this, comma, the mean of this. This is how. But since I wanted to not know, I have given the mean as 165 over here. You will get a decimal point of values, and here 170, which will give you something around like this. Can opt for anything, but you have to choose within a given range, which you will know. And now same measure. Okay, so the first input range is this, second input range is this, hypothesis will keep this as 0, we'll give 86 over here, and here 54. Have we included the labels? I don't think so. Output range, we will give it over here, let's say here. So we got the results for that as well. Okay, so this is how I find out. Criteria same here also. P1 test value and both are less than 0.05. So we are same how exactly we're doing for t-test. We'll accept the alternate hypothesis. Okay, so here we come to an end with respect to the test. Okay, till here is where we were talking about tests only. Okay, and finally we also have another topic called as ANOVA, simple topic, not that difficult. So it is just, since it is just it stands for analysis of variance. We'll try to figure out the significant difference between two or more categorical groups. Okay, on what basis? On the basis of differences between the means. Okay, that is what we'll do. Okay, so now the question is, I'll write down that also. ANOVA. I'll write down analysis of variance. Whenever you want to test a particular hypothesis, whenever you would use ANOVA, okay, you will use this ANOVA to help us understand, or to help us understand how your different group respond with the null hypothesis with respect to the means, whether the difference of groups are equal or not. Let me write it down. It is a test. It is a test used to determine if there is a statistical significance. See, in ANOVA, where we are talking in reference to the difference between the variance. So significant difference between two or more groups. What is the difference between what difference are we talking about? The answer is by testing for difference of means using the variance. Statistical difference is normal difference only with respect to the statistical data. If at all there are any changes in the mean, that can be considered as statistical difference. If at all there is any change in the variance, that can be considered as statistical difference. If at all there is any change in the mode, covariance, correlation, all these are statistical difference. Okay. So even in this case, we have something called as one way. In ANOVA, only in ANOVA, we have something called as one way and two way. Now the question is, what is this one way and two way? Okay, a one way will have only one independent group, one independent, same thing, but it will have only one independent group. But here it will have two independent group. Okay, a two-way ANOVA test is used to check the main effect of each independent variable and to see if there is any interaction between them. Okay, that is what a two-way ANOVA is. In this two-way also, we have something called as with replication and without replication. Okay, with replication, as the name suggests, we will check regardless if the replication is there or not. But in case of without replication, we will remove all the replication. Please come again. Sure. Analysis of variance is a way in which we are trying to figure out the statistical difference between two or more groups by testing on basis of means using the variance. This is also a test only. This is nothing but a test that is built on the basis of variance. In that we have two methods, one way and two way. One way will have only one independent group, two way will have two independent group. Even in two-way independent group, we have something called as with replication and without replication. Okay, so let's go into the implementation now. Okay, now we have many things. Okay, but we will only look into the ANOVA as of now. We will select data analysis. We will click on ANOVA, single factor, the first ANOVA, in which I will select the entire data to be as the input, select group by columns, also labels, alpha value, let it be 0.05, and now I'll select the output range. I'll keep this as output range and I will click on OK. Can you see the output of ANOVA. These are the parameters on the basis of which we will get the significant features. Okay, see, we are having this count, sum, average, mean. All these are different values that we got with the help of this. Okay, this is the degree of freedom. This is F test value, P value, F critical value. All these are the parameters on basis of which your hypothesis will be accepted or rejected. Okay, now the question is, on what basis? Yeah, on what basis we accept? These are just calculations. Okay, the calculations of a particular value. Okay, based on the use case, where we will try to accept it or reject it. This is about ANOVA. I hope everybody were able to understand the implementation of ANOVA as well. Now, the last two things. Okay, I will not go to the PPT as well. It's a very, very simple topic. First, we'll discuss correlation. After that, we will discuss covariance. Okay, two things also we'll discuss. Yes, perfect. Relation, connection, all these are represents correlation. So I will write it down as it is a mutual relationship. It is a mutual relationship or connection between two or more variables. This is what correlation is. Now, why do we need to understand correlation? See, if at all we are trying to build any source of relationship, then we need to have this correlationality between variables. Okay, that is what correlation actually all about is. What is covariance then? Is this the same thing? Is covariance also same as correlation? Okay, I'll write it down. See, same meaning with different, same meaning but same thing with different meaning. It is correct in a way, but I'll just change the way in which it is stated. It indicates the relationship of two variables. Okay, it indicates the relationship of two variables whenever one changes. Now the question is, what does this mean? It is not even a sentence. The answer, let me explain this. So whenever, many of you have got, if at all one variable changes, what is the change it is appearing in the other variable? That is the covariance that we are talking about. Okay, let's say if an increase in variable results in the increase in the other, what can I say? Can I say that they are having a positive covariance? And similar to that, if I say that if at all increase in one is making the other decrease, what can I say? Can I say negative covariance? Yes. One is affected by other. To an extent, how much? That indicates covariance. To what extent the variance is observed? That is what, covariance is all about. Okay, directly or indirectly proportional. Perfect. Let's quickly implement this as well. Correlation, simple. What I do is I'll go to data analysis, but one variable is affected by the change in value, the other correlation is there. Yes, that is correlationality. There we are talking about the mutual relationship between. Okay, here we are talking about the change in one. How much will it change in the other? Okay, that is the reason I told a very thin line of difference. But yes, we have difference. Here we are talking about correlation. I'll just give the entire data, which is this Next thing, I'll group it by, also include this output range, specify this. This is what. See, all these columns, age, salary, year. And why is this 111 related over like this? Age and age will be 100% related. Salary and salary will definitely be the same. Year experience will be definitely same. That is it. Now with this output, I can say that salary and age are having a correlationality of 0.30. Years and age 0.49. Years and salary this. So this is how I get correlationality. Similar to this, I have covariance. Same way implementation, data analysis, covariance, specify the input range, and I'll specify the data. Click on this, group by columns, enable output range, specify anything, click on OK. So this is the covariance. And can you see this negative? I told you, right? What is this negative? Negatively covariance. Yeah. So this is all about covariance as well. See, it's a random data. Definitely, there is some sorts of negative covariance between group C and group A. This as well as this. That is the reason. The mathematical implementation, literally nobody has any idea. All these are done mathematically. And yes, this is a random data. Just to show you the implementation, I did this.
As I earlier told you that we are going to do linear regression in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we will be knowing what is linear regression. There are two words, linear and regression. So both I will be making you pretty much clear to you all, and also I will be telling you the application of linear regression in your digital marketing, because I know you do ad marketing, you do website visiting, the customers visiting your website, you have an eye on it. Okay, the chatbots they use, they give their information on their. So I know that you people are the one, are I can say you are the one who are the backbone of a company which is related to sales, or which is very much dependent on sales. So you guys need to know very clearly that what is linear regression, how you can apply it in your job so that you can make it more productive. Okay, and now the second thing what we'll be doing is that, obviously, what are the steps involved in regression? So what are some steps, what are some procedures, what are some processes that we will be involving in the whole process? Okay, but see, as I have already told you that we will be working on some data. Okay, we will be having some data, and that data must be collected from your company only, from your enterprise only, and that data will be past data. Okay, it can be 5-year-old, it can be 10-year-old, it can be 1-year-old, it can be 2-year-old, but that there should be a data on which you will pre-process. Okay, pre-processing is a very, that one guy was saying that it was not clear to you all. So that is what is data pre-processing, that is exploratory data analysis. Because based on your analysis, based on your EDA, based on your statistical analysis, you will be building your model. Because as I can tell you that exploratory data analysis is the heart of machine learning. Whether it is any algorithm of machine learning, whether it is linear regression, whether it is logistic regression, whether it is decision tree, but the heart, or you can say the most important thing in the process, or you can say in the life cycle of machine learning, is this data pre-processing, or you can say EDA. Because we get pretty much sure about our data, means we get the useful insights from our data by this process only. Okay, and then after what we do, we just apply that model and we just get the accuracy of our model. But see, this accuracy is the buzzword, is the very buzzword. Okay, so you need to make your model more accurate and more accurate. Means accuracy should be very good. To make that, this data pre-processing needs to be done very carefully, guys. Okay, so data pre-processing is a step, or you can say is a very wide process in the whole life cycle of machine learning, in which the data analysts, what they do, they analyze the data, they remove the outliers, they remove the impurities, they remove the NaL values from the data, they remove the duplicate values from the data, so that data should be clear and clean to be applied in any ML model. Okay, so in pre-processing, what they do is, see, if someone is there or a team of a data gatherer are there, they are gathering data from last 2 years, okay, from the website, like how many customers are visiting on the daily basis. So let's suppose your website is capturing the customer's email, the customer's mobile number, the customer's address and all. Oh, okay, some basic credentials of the customer. Now what will happen, they will obviously make an Excel sheet of that, okay, with the columns and with the records of those customers. So what can happen is that a single customer can visit the website in a day twice, thrice, or in a month twice, thrice, or in a year twice, thrice. So that will do what? And yes, when they are visiting, there must be some fields which are not mandatory to fill, like they are not filling the mobile number, they are not filling the email, they are not signing in. So what will happen, there will be some values which will not be available in that records. Only few value customer will enter and he will use the resources. So in that case, what will happen, the data duplicacy will happen. How the data duplicacy will happen, like same customer, if he is visiting the website frequently, then his records are getting stored in that Excel file or in that database recursively it is stored there. So what will happen, the data duplicacy will be there. And if let's suppose the customer is entering his details, okay, and now he has missed or skipped some part, because they don't tend to fill those records on the website, they just need their task to be accomplished, whatever they have the task, or for what they have visited that website. If that is accomplished, then why do they do some extra task? That is the obvious thing. Okay, so that, and this results in what, data unavailability, or you can say not available values in the data set. So this NA values, this not available values, are the very big impurity, or you can say are the enemy, you can say are the enemy of any ML model, because this totally affects the model accuracy, because accuracy depends on the clarity of the data set, and they will make the data set into tits and bits. Okay, so to remove those things, to make the data set clear, we will be doing data pre-processing, and I will be taking this data pre-processing. Okay, I guess everyone who have joined the session are aware of Excel, how to use Excel, at least basics of Excel, because you guys are from digital marketing, so you might be using it daily, or I can say hourly you can using, or somebody will be using at each 30 minutes, they will be using frequently. So that is the thing you will be pretty much aware of. That is why we have been designed this course to make you understand. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So first of all, I hope this doesn't have any assignment related to these mathematical topics. So now the very basic question, what is linear regression? As I earlier told you that it is a supervised learning approach. Okay, I can give you a very good example, and a very example which is related to you from your daily life. Because let's suppose if we are in our childhood, so we don't know what is fire. Okay, let us take example of fire. We don't know what is example of fire. What is fire? So how do we know that fire? Somebody will tell us that this is fire. This is dangerous for us. If you will go there, you will get burnt. Okay. But then also in our childhood, we are so naughty that no, this will not harm us. And we tend to touch something that is hot, or the fiery thing, and we get burnt. Okay. After getting burnt, what we do? We don't do the same task again. So what is that? That is what is called supervised learning. You have been supervised that this may harm you, and you have also practically used it, and you have got burnt, and now you have got to know that yes, this is fire and this is dangerous for me. So I guess everyone got it, what is supervised learning. So you guys must be relating it to the sales. Okay, so let's suppose there is a company XYZ. Okay, and the data analyst of that company has gathered data of sales. Okay, so they have make a Excel sheet. In that Excel sheet they have data of profit, discount given. Let's suppose if it is a garment and organization, so let's suppose number of garments produced in that year and the revenue in that year. And now the fourth and that the fifth variable is your that sales. So you have the sales. Okay, so the main task is that company should sell it maximum. Okay, so now the sales will be dependent on what? Profit. Okay, discount given, number of customers buying it. Okay, and in that customer also there will be the categories of customer. Some will buy affordable, some will buy the cheaper one, some will buy the bigger this expensive one, some will buy the branded one. Okay, so these are something which will be giving to our model. So we will be giving some data to the model to get trained on it. So that is what is supervised learning. And now after giving this data, the machine learning or this linear regression will give you an example. It will give you an result that this will be the sales. Will be. I'm saying that it will be giving you a will be means a prediction. So that is the word we will be using very frequently in this session, and that is what? That is prediction. So these all ML models are responsible for making predictions. So linear regression will be making which type of prediction? Numerical predictions. Okay guys, the linear regression will be making numerical prediction, or you can say some continuous prediction. Continuous means it should be in the range of 0 to 9 or the combination of those numbers. Okay, so as written in the slide also, linear regression is a supervised learning approach that uses regression predictive analysis by showing relationship between independent and dependent variable. So the example which I gave, can anyone tell me which is the dependent variable? So we have two types of variables on which we have to plot. So the answer to relationship should be between 0 to 9. No, not 0 to 9. My motive to say that 0 to 9 is that combination of this combination made by this 0 to 9, like 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and combination of those, like it can be 78, it can be 98, it can be 99, means the combination of numbers between that 0 to 9. Okay, so that is what is called continuous. So yeah, now we are going to discuss what are dependent and independent variables. Okay, so as I gave you the example of sales, let's suppose, so sales we have to predict. So whatever we have to predict will be our dependent variable. Okay, so whatever we are going to make prediction about it, that will be our what? That will be our dependent variable. Okay, just let me repeat the example once again. See, we have to predict sales. And it is based on what? Profit given. Okay, discount given to the CX or the customer, and number of customer buying the product, and categories of customers. So what will be your target variable? Because you are targeting sales only. Your main motive is to increase sales, so that that enterprise should gain a worldwide exposure. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So see here, this is the petal length, and this petal and sepal are the part of leaves. Okay, independent. I'm just letting you know. Okay, so petal and sepal are the part of leaves. Okay, so we have found out the relation between them, how they are related to each other, and we got that length of sepal in the x-axis and the length of petal in the y-axis, and we have plotted the scatter plot. And this line is showing what? This line is showing the regularized result of all these dots. so that no point should go away from the line, and so that no point should come very close to the line. Okay, so this line is called what? This line is called the best fit line, and this best fit line is the main motive in this linear regression, to find this best fit line. So the best fit line will so what I mean by this best fit line is this: no point should go away from it, and no point should also come to it. If the point will go if the point will be very far from this line, so that will result in underfitting of model. Then our model is not guessing it correct, or the accuracy of model is not correct. And if all the point will come on this line, they will, if they coincide on this line, then that will be the case of overfitting. Because we all know that we are making prediction, and we are never going to make a prediction 100%. Okay, we are not going to make a prediction perfect, because we are not God. Okay, so God mode will not be activated in us. So if we will be having 100% accuracy, then there is no need of God. We will be seeing our future by predicting this linear regression based upon our number of hour we are working, number of CX number of customer we are handling, and all we will be giving in the linear regression model. And we will be letting know that how much profit we are going to earn this month, how much revenue we are going to have this month. So that is why there are certain limitations. Okay, that is what I meant to make you understand. So this best fit line is the line which is plotted between those scattered point to find the regularized, okay, to find the regularized point. And yeah, so let me explain this independent and dependent variable once more. So let's suppose I have a data set of weather, okay, of weather forecasting. Okay, and the weather forecaster or the scientist wants to predict will it rain or not tomorrow. Okay, see, if the dots are very much far away from this line, then that will result in underfitting is that the accuracy is very low. And when the dot will be very much close to the line or on the line, then that will be be resulting in overfitting. So both the cases we have to tackle. We cannot have both the cases in our this ML models. Okay, that will be the our first and foremost, you can say, first and foremost thing to consider when we are doing the linear regression. So yeah, I was going to discuss a very good example. Okay, a very fine example, and that is something related to weather forecasting. Okay, so let's suppose there is a team of these scientists. Okay, and they are going to predict whether it will rain or not, tomorrow. And they will how they are going to predict that they are going to see what the past data. Okay, the past data of rain, or you can say something related to weather. So when I was working, let me give you example of some independent data. So what is the dependent over here? That it will rain or not means rain column is your dependent one, and it will be dependent on what? It will be dependent on humidity, it will be dependent on wind direction, it will be dependent on wind speed, it will be dependent on temperature on that day or before that day. So these four are what? These four are the independent variables on which your dependent variable is depending upon. And what is that? That is, will it rain or not tomorrow? I guess now I have made it very clear to you all. And the concept of linear regression, dependent variable, independent variable, supervised learning, steps involved in linear regression. So now these are the 4 steps. Okay, these are the 4 steps. So dependent variable is what? That is what you are going to predict. Let's suppose you are working in the digital marketing team, and you have the data of the customer interaction on your website. Okay, the customer is interacting with your website, and you have the data. And now you have to predict that whether this customer will buy this project, you can say this course or not, or this product or not. So that is what is called your dependent variable. Okay, So predict whether whatever you are going to predict is the dependent one, and it will be dependent on what. Let's suppose if you have a if you are using, or you can say if you have a phone accessories warehouse, you are owning, and now a customer is there and he is searching for the phones equipments, and now he wants to buy it. Okay, so what are the things he will see in it? It will see the storage, the battery backup and all. So these are some independent variable on which the price of phone he will decide that how much I will give you. Okay, that is what is independent variable. Okay, so x-axis is not dependent, y-axis will be dependent, and x-axis will be independent. So the very first thing in any machine learning model, or if it is linear logistic anything, the very first thing is collection of data. And collection of data is also, you can say, an important part of, or an important part of that life cycle of machine learning. Okay, so there will be some guys or a team of data gatherer in a organization. They will be collecting the data. Okay, and now the collection of data is very important. Why? Because data is the one which is the our biggest weapon. Okay, that is what is responsible for the predictions. Okay, after that, if we have collected the data, EDA, so what will we do? We will be doing that EDA only. We will be doing that data pre-processing on the data set. Okay, so that is what is very important. I already told you that data pre-processing is the heart of ML models, so you will be using that, and we will be also doing this. Okay, so after this slide I will make you understand what is this data pre-processing, what is this exploratory data analysis. Okay, and all the statistics related to that. After that, as I earlier told you, that we have two variables, independent and dependent. So independent variables are also called what? They are also called feature. So now let's suppose we have a data set and it has 20 columns, but in that all 20 columns, only some columns will be related to our problem statement. Let's suppose I want to predict sales, then only profit, or you can say discount, or the number of customer buying that, or the range of customer they are buying that is important for me, not the ID of product, not the product ID is not of any use to me. There will be many columns that will be not of use. So that is, this process is called, why this process is called feature selection is that because we have to find out those features on which your ML model, or you can say, or your that target variable, or that your dependent variable will depend upon. Okay, so the another name for your independent variable is feature, and another name for your dependent variable is target. And after that, when we have a clean data, when we have x and y, okay, we have x and y, then we will be building the linear regression model to predict outcomes. Okay, and building linear regression model in Excel is very easy. Okay, guys. Okay, so now comes the data pre-processing part. See, I already told you that these are some 4 or 5 pointers which we have to make it count, because see, data pre-processing is the part only which will be the whole, or you can say 100% responsible for your accuracy. So first of all, I already told you that null value or the not available value, the value is not there in the data set, that is to be taken care of, that is the need to be tackled. Okay, so null value is what? If during the data gathering process the data gatherer missed some values, or let's suppose some values were missing. Okay, so these are some null values, so you have to find out those null values. Okay, and you have to remove it from the data set, otherwise this null value is going to affect your model very much, means they will make you cry, because null values are like the enemy from your for your accuracy. And after that, you will be doing some descriptive statistics, or you can say some descriptive statistical analysis. What comes in descriptive statistics is not not the hard one. It is like mean, you will be calculating median, mode. Null value are some missing values. Let's suppose in the process of data gathering, if the data gatherer missed some values, or let's suppose customer has not provided some values during filling any form or during filling your sign-in form. Okay, so that is what is null value or the missing values, you can say. So descriptive statistics will be letting you know the average of all the columns. Okay, and the mean is what is that average of every column. Median you will be getting means the half, means that 50 percentile, that median is the half of the data set, or you can say how we impute. See, that is not the part of yours. Okay, the yours part is what you have to predict only. That will be done by the data analyst in your company or your enterprise. Okay, I will be telling you how it's done, but that is not something related to you. You just know that, yeah, this is the data preprocessing part, this is null value, and how we will be removing it. So descriptive statistics will be telling you mean, median, mode, and these three are called what? These three are called central measure of central tendency. So they will be telling us about the centralization of the data set, whatever you have, whether they are centralized or not. And now after that they will be giving you measure of variance also. Measure of variance will tell you how many values are there, okay, or how much percentage of value are there which are like you can say varied, which are getting varied from the mean value. The variance from the mean value they will be showing you this descriptive statistics. And there are two terms in the descriptive statistics, which is that standard deviation and the variance. Okay, so standard deviation and variance both will be showing you what, that how many values are there which are being differentiated or which are more away from the your mean value, from your average value of the data set. And after that, to get some relationship, to get some insight from the data set, we use visualization. So there are many visualization tool, where many, like the very basic one is the line graph or line plot. The second one is your bar plot. Third is your histogram, scatter plot, box plot, violin plot, whisker plot. So and each have their own significance and use. Okay, because that is why there are many and much and more visualization tools, or you can say graphs, because they all have their uses, certain uses. Okay, so visualization is why it is important, is that because we will be having what, we will be having text data, and text data we can only stand, means that data analyst will be understanding. The audience will not understand, the digital marketing team will not understand that what is this, what is you are saying this 15.5 it. So what should I make it? What should I get it? So they will be showing it through the data visualization. And what they will show you this, like see here, we had 15.8 crore revenue in 2015. We had 16.8 crore revenue in 2016. So they will not tell you anything. They will only show you the visualization, and you will be able to impute, or I can say you will be able to inference. You will get the inference from that only, just by seeing the graphs. So that is why this visualization part is very much emphasis in this process, because that is going to make you much and understand about your data, make you understand about your data set very clearly. Okay, after that you will check that I already told you that feature selection. So that feature selection is done by this correlation. Okay, there is a term called correlation. I guess this is the correlation term you might have known in that EDA part. So correlation is what? Correlation will tell you the relationship between your independent and dependent variable, and the value of correlation is between -1 to 1. Okay, so there might be some columns which will be negatively correlated, so they will be having value in negative, minus, and there will be some variable where there will be some variable which will be having no correlation, so their correlation will be 0. And yes, there is also the possibility that yes, there will be some columns on which you will get correlation as 1 also. Is correlation not a part of descriptive statistics as variance and estimate? No, correlation is not a part of that. Correlation is a part of feature extraction, or you can say feature selection. Okay, when you go ahead of that statistics and you select features for your model, that this will be our features and this will be our target variable. This is something the part of, yes. Okay, Simran. So correlation, I already told you that this ranges from negative -1 to +1. Okay, so if the correlation is minus, then it is called negatively correlated. If the correlation is 0, perfectly 0, equals to 0, then it will be said it is of no correlation. And if the correlation is in positive, more than 0 and less than 1, so it will be positively correlated. So you will never get correlation +1, but you can get it -1 and minus and 0. Okay, because never you are going to get something which is 100% correlated to something. Now let me give you an example. When I was learning linear regression, the very basic and the first model which I built on that dataset was a CGPA dataset, because see that I have given that question to predict the CGPA of a student or percentage of a student he will gain based on the number of hour he is studying. So yes, you can also agree with me that yes, this number of hour is going to correlate, and it is going to correlate very much, because ultimately, yeah, if he is not learning, if he is not studying, then how he will get marks, then how he will get a percentage. So I was given a data set in which I had the number of hour the student is learning or studying, and his CGPA was there. So I had to make a linear regression model so that I can predict whether a person is learning 6 hours, so how much marks he will get. If a person is studying 6 hour a day or a 4 hour a day, then how much marks he will get. Okay, so this is what is called correlation. Okay, clear? Very good. What about Abhay Singh? Did you got the correlation concept of correlation, or everyone, because everyone I guess have been the part of that paste something? Okay, I already told you that data classification or data gathering is the part which is to be taken care of very, you can say, very precisely. Okay, so this is the very first aspect, or you can say the very first thing which we have to do, that is data classification. So there are two types of data, qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative data refers to information that is related to about any feature or information that can be described. Let's suppose if there is a data of weights of employees, then you can explain it like this. Let's suppose the person between 50 to 60 kg of weight are this much. The person who are in the range of 40 to 50 kg are this much. So this is what is qualitative data. And quantitative data is numerical. It is used to define information that can be counted. Okay, counted. Let's suppose I have the data of the, let's suppose the distance of all these stars. Okay, in the sky, all the distances of a star I have. So that is what is quantitative. As the name only suggests you that quantity is there. Quantity means it will be having some numerics or numerical data inside it. So yeah. So I'm not going to come, or I'm not going to give you a deeper insight of this slide. I'm just making it like so that you cannot have any problem in understanding linear regression. So I made you understand what is qualitative and that. So I guess I should start from where that should be the proper. Just wait, that I will tell you. Yeah, this one. This is the one which you should know. So statistical analysis that can be applied on the data. Okay, so I was talking about this descriptive statistics. Okay, so what is this descriptive statistics? It is the statistics which is responsible for organizing your data, for summarizing your data, for simplifying your data, and presentation of data. Because when yeah, this is something which describes your data. This descriptive statistics will help you understand the data, that what is the average value of the data, what is the most frequent term which is occurring again and again, that mode. Okay, so something, it will be giving you the insight of the data. You will be able to understand what the data is saying. what the data set is all about. That is why its name is descriptive statistics. Okay. Then after you have found your data, you have understood your data, you have got it perfectly in your mind, or you have done statistical analysis. Okay. Then you will make some inferences. Then you will make some predictions. Then you will make some assumptions. And that is what is in inferential statistics. That is all about generalizing what you have learned from samples to population. Population is a big thing. Let's suppose I'm giving you example of census data. Okay, there is a, so that is what is called population, and I have the population data set of a city. So that is what a sample for that whole population. So in which we do hypothesis testing. We do some assumptions and we test it. Like the assumption we did is correct or not, and that is something related to hypothesis testing. Okay. And if our hypothesis testing is correct, means hypothesis or the assumptions which we made was correct, means our inferential statistics analysis was correct, then we move ahead to predictive analysis. Then we model that. Then we model that using that ML, machine learning. Okay. Then we find out those relationships among all the features and predict for unseen data. Means till now what I have done, till now what we have done is we have predicted based on your past data. And now if we found that yes, this inference, this assumption was correct, then what we'll do is we will be predicting based on that certain features. For that, for what? For an unseen data, for a random data we will be predicting. Okay. That is what is statistical analysis that can be applied on the data. See, I'm not going to go in the detail of that. I'm just going to give you a brief overview because I have to complete linear regression also. So I guess I will be making it clear to you all because it will be going in deep. Now comes covariance. Covariance is what? Covariance refers to the joint variability of two variables. Covariance is something like, let's suppose I can give you example of very good example of covariance. That is number of distance traveled and the fuel consumed. Let's suppose you are driving a car and now you are overspeeding. So what will happen? You will cover maximum distance. But at the meantime, what will happen? What will happen? Your petrol is also getting consumed at the fast rate. And that is what covariance is. It refers to the joint variability of two variables. Means how they are, yeah, how they are varying with those, with how the two variables, or how we can say how the two variables are varying with them. That is what is covariance. And it calculates the degree to which the data deviates from mean. Okay, you have calculated the mean and now you are finding out the deviation from mean. That is what the covariance will tell you. So now let me move ahead. And yes, this was the thing I was making you understand, this correlation. And that is the one thing which is very important. And I guess I made it very clear to you all. Now, yeah, this will help you. So yeah, measure of association or correlation. So I already told you that there is a positive correlation, there is a negative correlation, and there is a zero correlation. Okay. So positive correlation, the range of positive correlation will be from 0. It should be greater than 0 and less than 1. Because you will never get correlation 1. And no correlation is something which will be in the 0.14, 0.99, 0.98, anything. And negative correlation will be having this minus sign. Just by seeing this minus sign, you will see that. And if it is a graph, then you can see this graph and you can see this linearly, like, or you can say an increasing line. Okay, a uniform line is there. So that is what is positive correlation. You can see it is this is deaccelerating, this is coming down. Now this is no correlation. So proportionality is, there is two type of proportionality: direct proportional and indirect proportional. Let's suppose I'm giving example. See, number of marks will be directly proportional upon number of hour you are studying. That is what is direct proportional, directly proportional. Okay, got it? And number of marks you are getting is indirectly proportional to what? Let's suppose playing. The less hour you will play, the more marks you will get. Okay, and the more number of hour you are studying, and the more number of marks you will get. So that is what is direct proportional and indirectly proportional. Okay, so that was the this correlation. This is some formula and all. Not going into the deep. Now linear regression in Excel, how it will look like in Excel, how we will be doing it in Excel. Okay, guys. Data preparation we will be doing first, means whatever the data we have, we will be importing it into the Excel in the form of that rows and column. This is the very first and the foremost task, because that is also important, because if you are importing the data set in the wrong column, in the wrong rows, then it will affect the accuracy. See, the most important thing in any machine learning model is the accuracy. That is the thing, or you can say that is the most important objective or outcome. Let's suppose if a child or if a student is studying, then what is his objective? The main objective, the central object. And after that, what we'll be doing is, after data preparation, we will be doing scatter plot with regression line to get an estimate. Just I also shared with you that there was petal length and sepal length, and I had some scattered point on that plots, and I had found the regression line to get an estimate, because estimate is important, because that line gives us a regularized result of whole scattered points, and that is also called the estimate. It is pretty much clear. Okay, the second step. The third step is linear regression using the data analysis add-on. Okay, so I will be showing you there is an add-on. If I guess everyone of you don't have that Microsoft Office, the premium one. So we will be installing, there is an add-on. Okay, just like the Chrome has the references, or you can say add-ons. So we'll be installing a simple add-on by which we will be doing this linear regression today. Okay, this is the third step. And after applying linear regression, I am telling you guys, your mind will get blocked, because you will get such a hard summary statistics words like ANOVA, FStat, TStat, all these things. So your mind will get blocked at that point. You will think of, oh my god, sir was saying that linear regression is so easy, we will be getting results, we will be getting predictions, and now what? These are some point one values. What should I infer from these points? So then that time I will help you to know those things. Okay, that is why I'm telling you in the very start only, that don't get hesitated by seeing those stats. So for that summary statistics, what we will be getting is, we will be evaluating it with me. Okay, you will be evaluating it with me, and I request you all, just please have a notes of those statistics. So I'm moving to the next slide. So see, this is our data, and this is how our data will look like. Let's suppose it is a data of ads classification. Okay, because you might be seeing those ads in YouTube, Instagram, Google ads, and yes, if you're interested in those ads, you will also opening it. I guess everyone opens, or not, ads, not all ads, but yes, in which you will be interested, you will be opening it. Yes, I'm pretty much sure. Like girls will be opening those cosmetics and all, boys will be opening the shoes, the shirts, and phone ads are coming. Okay, so yeah, everyone is opening those things. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone opens those ads. And why those ad comes, do you know? Yeah, transplant summer Senoi. I'm just going in it. I'm just asking you all, why this ad comes in your phone or any electronic device. Remarketing our activity and come on the basis of our search engine queries. So that is what is called search engine optimization. Recommendation engines. There are recommendation engines like this. Flipkart and Amazon use these e-commerce websites, and I guess nowadays everyone uses. Yeah, if you have a website of a car only, and you are searching for that car again and again, and you are not opening that website also, that car website also, you are opening some other website, then also that car ad will come on your that website. That is what is called ad engineering, or you can say ad marketing. Yeah, to be precise, this ad marketing has taken, means I don't say I can't say a word for that. Yeah, means this ad marketing has changed the today's world of marketing. Okay, and that is what something related to digital marketing, very much related to digital marketing. This is our data. Okay, so we have this 84, and these all are some number of customers interacting on the daily basis. Okay, on YouTube ads, on Instagram ads, on Google ads. Okay, and from that the company is predicting that these many number of subscriber will subscribe their channel, or subscribe their product, or subscribe their services. Okay, in thousands. Let's suppose if on YouTube they have 84, yeah, this 84 7.2 is the number of people interacting on their YouTube shorts, I guess, or some ads they will be having, or on Instagram they will be having some ads. So it is in point because they have taken the mean value of all. Yeah, just that is why I'm telling you, they have given a precise value, they have given a very accurate, they have tend to give the accurate value. That is why it is in decimals. So because we cannot count it in numerics in integer, that is why it is in decimal. So these are number of customer interaction, or you can say the people interaction on their social sites, social engineering sites. That is also called social engineering, social engineering. And based on this ads, the number of subscriber in thousands we will be predicting, or that company is predicting. Okay, and this is the problem statement for today, guys. Okay, A, B and C column should be also in thousands, right? So the problem statement will be for today will be is we have to predict subscriber, we have to predict what subscribers based on the interactions of customer on the social media platforms of like YouTube, Instagram and Google. Okay, so the regression line gives what this regression line gives, this gives an estimate of distribution of data with respect to the residuals. What is this residuals? Residuals are some errors, because I already told you that the model will not going to give you 100% accuracy. Some percentage there will be some error, there will be some residuals. That is what is residual or loss. Okay, so the regression line will give you that estimate only. So this dotted line, this linear line you can see between these scattered points, this is the regression line, or you can say this is the best fit line, which is summarizing, which is the summarizing all the points which are on the line, which are from the line, or which are just below, just there only. Okay, so a scatter plot with regression line is to get an estimate. I guess that is pretty much clear to you all. So now subscribers in thousands, let's suppose we have, and we have the linear line there. So the same thing is there also, which I already told you. So this is the way how we will be doing that regression. I will be showing you that practically also, but let us see once theoretically or from the side. So linear regression we will be using to do the data analysis. Means in the data analysis part we will be having an add-on. Okay, and there will be an option of linear regression, and that we will select in the Excel, and we will just give the X value to it, and just we will be giving the Y value to it, and it will plot a scatter plot. We can also check the correlation to get the clear idea on how strongly the dependent and the independent variable are correlated. So you can see here it is showing that only. This graph, this YouTube, Instagram, Google Ads subscriber, it is showing you that correlation only. Okay, so how much it is correlated with this subscribers? So all are in 0. Okay, so because we are taking the correlation of single variable, let's suppose YouTube with subscriber, Instagram with subscriber, Google Ad with subscriber. What if when we add these three and then we compare these three columns with subscriber column, then they will be high. See, what will happen is when we will combine this YouTube, Instagram and Google, your correlation matrix, or this is a correlation matrix. Okay, so that will improve that correlation score will improve. So someone was asking that correlation is equals to 1 is not possible. Yeah, so here you can see that 1 1 1 1 is there. So it is for what? YouTube with YouTube. Okay, YouTube with YouTube, the same variable will have the correlation 1. Yeah, with a different variable. YouTube with Instagram, YouTube with Google ad, YouTube with subscriber. See, YouTube with subscriber we have 0.8. It means it is very much 0.8. So YouTube is the one which is highly correlated with subscriber. Then Instagram, see, Instagram with Instagram here also, this is 1. Instagram with Google ads we have 0.36, 0.3. It is positively correlated, not more. Yeah, it is a matrix. It is also called correlation matrix. So Instagram with subscriber, you can say it is 0.66. That's also great. See, anytime if the correlation score is greater than 0.5, then that is called highly correlated, highly positively correlated. Okay, everyone, please note it. If the range, or I will tell you in that Excel also, that if the range of your correlation is greater than 0.5 and less than 1, then that is what is called highly correlation, highly correlated. Okay, but in the case of Google ads, you can see it is just 0.17. So Google ad is something which is not serving at the fullest. Okay, so in data analysis, like this only, you will be getting an option of regression. We will be selecting that regression, and it will ask some values, some parameters, and we will be giving that, and we will be applying that regression. See, like this, a page will open like this, a dialog box will open. You will give your Y range, you will give your X range, you will include labels. I will just let you know. Okay, in that only. Linear regression, yeah, it is something which we'll be doing in practical. So this is the information, or you can say this is the data on which we will be working today. So these 4 columns, 3 are independent, and we have only 100 records. Okay, 100 records we have. So we will be implementing the linear regression on this only. Okay, now there is an option of extensions. Did you see that? So click on that extension option, everyone. Click on the extension option. Okay, after clicking it, you have to go on add-ons. After going on add-ons, okay, you have to go into the extensions, add-ons, and then click on get add-ons. A window will open, just it will take some time. Yeah, I'm here only, Simran. And just go on this first website. Okay, here you will get a 3 horizontal bars is there. 3 horizontal bars are there. You just have to go in the sheets. See, I opened the spreadsheet, and the extension tab is not non-clickable. Just wait. Abhay. See, once again I'm telling you, you have to go in the file, okay, and then just you have to go and open. For opening, you have to go on upload. Just wait, Kandarp. Then you have to give this file, linear regression one, and it will show it like that. Like then you have to do open with Google Sheets. Tools should be there. Why the extension is not showing? File. Okay, you clicked on the link and copied the file to my drive. Now I could see extensions. So everyone do that. But it was opening for me. When I got the file from Intellipaat, it was opening. So you have to go on the new tab, write Google Docs, then go in that. There you will get 3 horizontal bars. You have to select Google Sheet, open and upload this file, whatever I have given you. Now what you have to do, just go on the extensions, click on extensions. You will get an option of add-ons, then get add-ons. After that, you just see my screen once, then you will do it. Now till here, you have to reach. What you have to search here is that XL Miner. Just write Excel Miner. You will get a Excel Miner tool pack. You just have to open it. So there will be 2, logic sheet and Excel Miner analysis tool pack. So you can see here download option. You just have to click here. But see, I have already installed it, so it is showing me uninstall, because I have already installed it. Okay, so you will get a install option here. You just have to install it. Okay, you will see here Excel Miner analysis tool pack added in your extensions. Now you have to do a start. So it will take some time and it will start and it will look like this. You can see my screen. It was XL minor. You have to write XL minor. You will get. It is written over here also on my screen. You can see Excel minor analysis tool pack. Now you have to select what we have to do. We have to do linear regression. Now, as I told you that Y is what? The prediction which you are going to make. Okay. It is the prediction which you are going to make. So what you have to do is that just click on this, because subscriber is the one which we have to make prediction. So copy this column, subscriber column we have to copy. So here you can see, here we have the name box. Just copy that and paste here. Okay. After Y range, we have X range. X range means the features on which it will. So we saw that in that collinear matrix, that YouTube has the highest collinearities. So let's plot it with YouTube only, not with all three. I will plot with all three also. Now I'm going to give you the this example for only YouTube. Let's see how the plots is there. Okay, I will be giving example of all the three, but let's see with YouTube alone, because it has 88% collinearity. 0.88 it was. So this is your range. So we have to give this range here. See, what are labels? Labels are this: YouTube, Instagram, Google Ads, and subscribers. So we have included that. So we have to put a click on there. So constant is 0. I will tell you what is this. Output range you have to get, means where you want the output. Let's suppose I want the output here in this. So this is F4. I want to give here F4. It is there. I want residuals. I want the residual plot also. I want the standardized residuals. I want line split plot. I want normal probability plot, and just click on OK. It will take some time. It will do some this. See, now you have the output. Now you can see the output over here. Okay. So this is the way to do linear regression with Excel. Okay. I guess I made it clear to everyone till here. This is the range you will give in X. In X, this is the range you will give, guys. Okay. After that, we have to tick on every this tick bar, and just you have to press OK. Okay. I guess I made it very clear to everyone. So now labels we've included. Constant is 0. Residuals, residual plot I want line field plot, I want normal probability plot. Just do okay. Output range I have not given. Let me give it here, so that. So let's start with the very first summary what it has given us. That is regression statistics. So this is called multiple R. What is this multiple R? So multiple R tells us, everyone write it. Okay. Please be ready with your notes. Everyone write it. What is this multiple R? You can see that this is 0.99, and that means 99%. So multiple R is, let me also write so that you can go with that flow only. So multiple R is, it tells goodness of fit, means how good your model is, how good the accuracy is, how good it has fitted with the data, whatever you have given. The data set is very good, and the goodness of fit is 99%. You will never get 100%. So it is 99.1777962%. So multiple R is what? Multiple R tells what the goodness of fit, means that best fit line is going through. Goodness of fit is telling you about that line, about that best fit line. It is fitting with all the scattered plot. How many percentage? It is 99%. Okay. So I guess multiple R I have cleared. Now the second one is R square. Now the second one is R square. So R square tells us that how much variation of dependent variable is explained by independent variable, means how much your dependent variable is varying with the independent variable. So that is 98%. So that is very good. Okay. That should be like approximately this 95 to 100. So that is that is meant to be good one. That is meant to be good one. So yeah, R square is something which gives the variation, or you can say how much your dependent variable. Let's suppose your that subscriber column is varying, or how much it is varying with your independent variables that are Instagram and all. Okay, so that variation should be more, so that they are dependent, means that independent is very much dependent on independent. That is what R square shows. So now adjusted R square means, as the name only suggests to you, adjusted means it will be more modified, it will be more good than R square. So yeah, it is a modified version of R square, which tells you that those predictors are not significant in regression model. Means it will tell you what? It will tell you how many predictors are there which are not playing any vital role in your prediction. That is what I meant. So adjusted R square will tell you, adjusted R square will what tell you? It will tell you that how many predictors are there which are not accountable, which are not important in this regression model. Or I can say it in a simple word, that it shows whether adding an additional predictor will improve your model or not. Let's suppose there is a predictor, because in the data set there will be some predictors which will be of extreme value. They are called outliers. So they don't play any role in prediction. So whether removing them or whether adding some more predictors will improve your model or not, it tells us that. So that is 98%. So your model has very less number of outliers. Okay, you don't have to remove them. Then comes the standard error. Okay, are you guys making a note of it? Am I made it clear too that multiple R square and adjusted R square? Okay, so multiple R is something called accuracy of your model. Okay, R square is what? R square tells that how much your independent variables are dependent on your dependent variable. Okay, just wait. R square will tell you that how much your independent variables are being dependent on your dependent variable, or in a simple language, I can tell you how it tells you how much your features are dependent on your target variable. The target is subscribers, and features are YouTube, Instagram, and Google Ads. So how much they are related, or how much they are dependent on that. Maria John, I am explaining with the current example only, that we have features as Google Ads, Instagram, and YouTube's. So how they are being dependent on the subscriber means it is ultimately dependent on that, because number of people interacting on Google Ads, interacting on Instagram, interacting on that YouTube will result in adding the subscribers. So that is what is R square is telling. It is just telling you the dependency. R square is telling you the dependency. So what will adjusted R square do? Because I already told you that whether you are studying for 24 hours, you will never get 100 out of 100, because no one is perfect. Okay. Yes. So now comes the adjusted R square. Adjusted R square is something, the modified version of R square. So adjusted R square will what do? It will add some additional predictors inside the features. So adjusted R square will modify. What it will modify? Modify those predictors which are not playing any role in prediction. What if I had taken the feature as something else with 0.9? How will I know how I take the right ones? So it is something telling 90%. So 90% you are correct, but 10% you have done mistake.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Now adjusted R square is something modified version of R square. What it tells is how many number of predictors are good and how many number of predictors are not good. So it gives you an idea of how many number of predictors are good, means your features are good. So 98% features are good, only less than 2% features are not playing a significant role in accuracy of the model. So what it will do, if we will be doing the model tuning, okay, model tuning is what? Model tuning is making your model more accurate, the accuracy, making your accuracy more precise. So for that, what we'll do, this adjusted R square will add some more predictors to your dataset so that the accuracy should go up. But here no need to do that because we have already got 99%. Okay. So now we have this next one is a standard error. As it is already saying that is an error. So error is what? Error is calculated with a formula, and it is a very easy formula, that is actual minus predicted. What is that? Actual minus predicted. Let's suppose I can give you a example. Let's suppose in this only, your model is saying that if the number of subscriber on Google, if the number of visitors on Google is 10, if the number of customer on YouTube is 40, if the number of customer on YouTube is 40, means 90 total, and the chance of subscribing it is, let's suppose, 90%. Okay, so what is happening is here that 10% are the errors. Okay, so let me tell you that, yeah, I will let you know. This is what is this one by one. One by one is here. See, all for all 100 values we have. Okay, for all value we have. Okay, guys. So standard error is something which will be giving you your actual minus predicted value. Means what was your actual value and what is your predicted value. Okay, so standard error is only 2%, only 2.4%. Okay, so only 2.4% values are like they are not predicted correctly. Means there is a difference, there is a big difference between actual value and the predicted value. Okay, that is what is standard error, and that is quite simply understandable. I guess I made it clear what is the error. We have given this prediction 9.8, but in the very first you can see the prediction was what? Let me remove this first. It is 12.6, but we have, our prediction is what? Our prediction is what? You can see here, our prediction is 9.8. So now what is this residual? This residual is also, that is what I told you, that is standard error. So actual value was 12 point something and your predicted value is 9.8. So that is the error. This is the error. Okay. Now I guess I made it clear from the example only. So, and this is 100 observations. So that is what it is showing. Okay. Now come to ANOVA. ANOVA is one thing which you need to understand. So for ANOVA, I have a, see, the analysis of variance is called the ANOVA, and it is for a simple linear regression. So you, whenever you will get the matrix of ANOVA, it will show it like this. DF is this, SS is this, MS, F, and P. This F is abstract and P is the P value. MS is the mean square, SS is the standard, I guess, sum of square, and DF is the degree of freedom. So let me understand you what are these, what they tells, how to read this. So degree of freedom in the regression line is the number of predictors used. Predictors. Okay. So total predictor we have used is 39 here, but there we have used how many? 300 predictors. 100 from Google, 100 from YouTube, and 100 from Insta. Now let's move to the next one. That is SS, sum of squares. So the F static asks whether the regression is statistically significant or not. As a quick approximation, the F should be greater than 4, suggests that the slope is not 0. So F statistics, you don't have to go into that deep, okay, because that is not the concern for you guys as of now, because it will tell you that whether your regression is significant or not. It is statistically significant or not. It is because these are some metrics on which you will decide that whether you should accept this model or not. Only this decision you have to make based on these metrics or based on this statistical informations. So as I have already shown you that the F value should be greater than 4, then only we should be, if it is greater than 4, then it suggests that the slope is not 0. So it should be greater than 4. Okay. and here we have. Now the p-value. P-value is something which comes in your that hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing in which when we make an assumption, when I already told you that in inferential statistics, we make inferences. Everyone knows that? Inferential statistics? Yes. So there what we make, I didn't get SS. I didn't explain it. So how we will get it? Just wait. If the p-value is provided, it should be used as a formal test of significance. So p-value is always taken as 5%, only 5%, because when we do assumption, then we are 95% confident that what our assumption is correct, and we take a value that is what p-value, and that is 5%, and that is what is called level of significance. Okay, so that 5% plays a big role in accepting or rejecting your assumption. If the p-value is less than 5%, then you will reject that, and if it is greater than 5%, you will accept that assumption. Okay guys, that is what p-value shows. SS is sum of square. Sum of square, you can say the error which you get, okay, in the regression plot, the error which you get, or you can say the residuals what you get, it is the sum of the squares of that. That is why you are finding that that is in the big range, 3382, 9.8 and 563.2, and then the total is there. That is the square and sum of that. Accept the model means based on this certain statistics, whatever is here, we will be making a decision that we should accept it or not. But we can see here the accuracy is 99%, so we should have to accept it. That is what I'm saying. It is just a basic thing. So now let's see this last one. This is the main and the important one. Okay, so you have to understand it very carefully. So p-value, and I have already make you understand. So what we are going to understand here is coefficients. The equation of line is like this: y is equals to, let's suppose I'm giving example of 3x plus 4. Yeah, mx plus c is there, but I'm giving an example over here. And coefficient is taken by your ML, that algorithm takes implicitly. You don't have to give any value to it. Okay. So the question may be arising in your mind that we have not given any coefficient, how it is taken. So the ML model, that this linear regression takes it implicitly. Internally it does. Okay. Standard error, I already told you that this is the actual minus predicted value. So now it is for every column. The above one was for whole 3 columns. Now it is for every column, that this is the error, this is the error. So maximum error is in Instagram. Okay. So now what is t-stat? T-stat is something called it tells us if the it tells us like greater the t-value, if it is greater than, if it is greater means if it is big, the t-value, if it is big, then greater is the confidence we have in coefficient as a predictor, and low t-value are indicator of low reliability of predictive power of coefficients. So as we have seen that YouTube was one who was a biggest who has the maximum correlation. That is why you can see the t-stat values maximum for YouTube, then for Instagram, then for Google Ads. You can see it very clearly. And what t-stat value shows us? The confidence, the reliability of predictors. Okay, so YouTube is the biggest predictor, then Instagram, then Google Ads. This is what is shown by your t-stat. Okay, values in YouTube, 100 values in Instagram, and 100 value in Google Ads. So 100 plus 100 plus 100 means what? 300 na. So DF is the number of predictors you have. Sum of square is the value that we have, and we are adding them, and we have a sum of that, square and squared sum. Now this p-value is what? P-value is something I already told you that it is used for hypothesis testing when we are making assumptions. So we take some level of significance to reject or to accept our assumptions or decisions. T-stat was nothing. So T-stat tells you, the value of T-stat tells you which of the feature is the best predictor. So you can see the highest T-stat values of YouTube. So it is the best predictor. Then Instagram, then Google Ads. It is very easy to understand. Lower 95% and upper 95% tells you the, just let me tell you. So lower 95% tells you that 5% it is confidence that the prediction is wrong. Lower 95%. What it tells you? That it is 5% confident. It is 5% confident that the predictions is wrong. But you can see very less percentage it is. So predictions we are making is correct. And upper 95% is just the vice versa of that. And what it tells, it tells that it is 95% confident that whatever the prediction we are making is correct. So lower tells you that 5% it is confident that the predictions are wrong, and upper 95% tells that the predictions are correct. So ANOVA is the test. Okay, let me repeat ANOVA once again. ANOVA is the analysis of variance. Variance means how much your value is varying. Okay, and it is the main and the important one for accepting or rejecting your model. Okay, that is what ANOVA tells. There is no problem in that. You just have to understand this coefficient. The standard error is very important. T-stat is important to understand. Okay, because that is what is going to tell you about the predictors. This multiple R, the accuracy is important. R square is important. Adjusted R square is important. Standard error is important. Okay, guys. Now, what are the residuals? Residual is also called, what is the basis for rejection? If your accuracy is less than 80%, okay, then you have to just reject it. So now for each observation, we have the residuals here. And as I told you that residuals are what? Are the error, are the points which are telling that what is the difference between your predicted value and that actual value in the data set. Okay. So this is quite easy to understand and read. So you can see this column, residuals. Here is 2. It is -1, means your prediction is more than your actual. So let's suppose here your prediction is 27.57, and in the data set what it was in the second column, let's see it is 25. So prediction is more than that. So that is the error. So that error is very less as compared to that. Okay, guys. So this is quite easy to understand and quite easy to read. Okay. So it has shown for each and every row for till 100. So now let's go with some graphs. This is not important. 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 This is the important one. Okay. This is the linear regression line. You can see. You can see the scatterness of point, and we have a regularized. So it is telling you, see, when my cursor is going on a certain one, then it is telling you about that. The predictions are there, and there is a linear line which is regularizing. Means you can say also that this is going with the average of all points. You can also say that in a simple term. Okay. So this is what I meant to make, and I meant to make you understand. So a standard error residual output is the same. No, standard error was for each column, for all the 3 column, and residual is for the single value of that column. So yeah, this is the plot which was our final objective to make and to make you understand. So if the value is in between, then that is what our prediction is correct. So, and now comes the question, how this is applicable in your field in digital marketing. So, and I guess the output and the dataset also answers this question. And you can say you have to make predictions based on the past results upon number of, let's suppose if you are working in an edtech, just like Intellipaat. Okay, just like Intellipaat. So they need to know like how many number of people who are just like, see, what happens here, let me tell you first. They have a website, okay, they have Instagram channel, they have YouTube channel, okay. So the number of people interact there, okay, they have also the free videos on YouTube. So people see that, people comment on that, people like that video, people subscribe the channel also, okay. So based on that, they find the data of those peoples, okay, and they allot those data to their sales team, okay. And sales team, what they do, they just connect with the person, okay, the specific person, over the call, okay. And nowadays WhatsApp marketing is on, I can say, boom, so they also connect on WhatsApp. So they ask, means you interacted with this thing, are you interested in this course, are you interested in buying this course and all, okay. So after talking, they get to know about that person. So now this is a something which is based on human, there is a human intervention is this process. To make it digital, this machine learning comes in the picture. So now this data will not be given to the sales team, this data will be given to which team? Digital marketing team. And now based on the customer interaction, based on each and everything, they will deploy or they will apply this ML model on those data, and they will tell the higher officials that yes, these are some customers which can buy our course, okay. So I guess I have made it clear the objective of this course, of this learning this linear regression.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is linear regression? And your options are prediction of dependent variable value, prediction of churn value, prediction of independent variable value, or none of the above. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So now what is logistic regression? The final and the foremost question, what is logistic regression, which is coming in your mind. So you can read it on the slide also. This is something called bookish, and you can see also a child wearing his spectacles, reading the book, as of he is very concentrated, like you all guys must be concentrated during your childhood. So what is logistic regression? It is a predictive analytics technique. So what is predictive? We are going to do some prediction over here. So, and how we do the prediction? We do prediction based on the analysis. Any analysis we do, then we make the prediction, okay. Then we predict the probability of an event in classification problem. Yes, the word comes here, classification. So logistic regression is called a classification algorithm also, because now we are going to classify that this event will occur or not. That is why it is called a classification problem. What is classification algorithm? What is classification problem? So classification problem is something which is related to supervised learning, okay. But in that we classify that this thing will occur or not, this particular thing will occur or not. That is what we have to classify in this problem statement. As the name only suggests, classification, so we have to classify. So when we studied the probability, let's suppose in, I guess in sixth standard, for the first time we studied probability, then the very first question which our teacher or our sir madam will have explained was what? Tail will come or not, or whether this particular thing will come or not on that. Yeah. And after that, I guess after doing first and second exercises, then they will move on to dice, that we have a dice, let's suppose we will get an even number, odd number, then cards. And then they have given a lot more thing like Bayes theorem and all. Now, so probability is something predicting that whether this event will occur or not out of all the favorable outcomes. So this outcome will occur or not out of all the overall outcomes. So let's suppose the head will occur or not, then there are two possibility. Head can also come, tail can also come. But if you are finding that probability of coming head, then that is something called 1 upon 2, because there are two possibilities and you finding that one will occur or not. So the probability is half, 0.5 or 50%. Okay, yes, we can't get one because we are not God. We cannot predict. We are not superpowers. So that is what is the limitation. So that is why we are today here to read logistic regression to find the probability of something that will occur or not. So see, and I am saying you that please guys, you guys are from digital marketing team. So you should be much and more concerned about the result and accuracy of model, not behind the statistics, because you guys are not the one who should be concerned about that. There is a dedicated team for that in your company or in your enterprise or in your organization who will be working on analysis and data science and all things. So your task is just to how to apply your data set or how to apply that knowledge in your field, how to apply the model accuracy or the model value to your field to get the maximum productivity. That is the one and the foremost concern for you all guys. Okay, so if you are not able to understand that this why this statistics is there, why this value is there, why that value is there, no need to worry about that. Okay, if you are fine understanding it, then it also fine. If you're not finding it understand, just understand in a very layman language. Okay, because ultimately it is not going to help you in making your thing productive, making your learning productive or making something productive. Okay, so now let's move to next process. So yeah, as of earlier also I told you that we will be working with data. So from where this data comes? This data comes from the data collection. So there is also some team, or you can say support team or chat team of any organization. The work of them is to collect the data from employees also, or you can say from users also, the customers also. They have to collect the data. And this is a very vital process because if they are collecting the data is the biggest weapon, or you can say without data you cannot do ML. What you will do it to get trained. As I earlier gave you the example of a boy putting his hand in fire to check, yes, if he will but if he will get burned or not. That is the same example over here. If the boy is not going to check that this fire is going to harm him or not, then how he will get to know that yes, this is something dangerous for him, means the fire is dangerous for him. So yeah, when collecting, then the collectors, or you can say the people who are concerned about collecting data, they should be very aware of that. Okay, now comes the heart of machine learning, or you can say heart of this supervised learning, that is called data pre-processing. Data pre-processing. What happens in data pre-processing is that while collecting the data, there is something called missing values, duplicate values, or you can say some fixed values or some variable values. So we need to tackle those things to make our model accurate, because the accuracy of our model depends upon the data, and data should be very cleaned. And to find the data clean, or to make the data clean, we have to do a very important process that is called data pre-processing. That is called data pre-processing. And what happens in during data pre-processing is that the cleaning takes place, the removing the outliers takes place, removing the, you can say, the NA not available values in the data set. It happens because if the data set will having the NaN values, then it will find the mean median mode on that basis only. Yes, these were the same steps we used. See, in every, whether it is linear regression, logistic regression, decision tree, random forest, you have to do collection of data, you have to do feature engineering, you have to do data pre-processing, you have to do feature selection. Then only you can build any machine learning model to predict outcome. Okay, in case of supervised learning, because in supervised learning, machine is getting learned by what? By data set, whatever you are giving to him. So that data set should be complete, correct, and concise. Okay, complete, correct, and concise, so that no of the outliers and none of the future circumstances happens. To remove those things, we do this. Now comes the feature selection. Feature selection is also the important part of this machine learning or in logistic regression, because it helps us know about all the columns in the data set. Because see, what you will do is just plot a that correlation plot, and you will find out that which column is highly related with the target column. See, target variable is that which for which we are going to predict. Let's suppose if you want to predict that it will rain tomorrow or not, then that column, rain tomorrow column, will be your dependent variable, or you can say target variable. There are two names for it. And let's suppose your rain depends on what? Humidity of the day, temperature of the day, and wind speed of the day, and wind direction of the day. Let's suppose these four. Yeah, dependent variable is the target variable. Yeah. So these four values are what? Independent variable, which are dependent on dependent variable. And these four independent variable are also called what? Features. Because these are the feature on which your ML model is working upon, or you can say is on. Now the fourth and the last step after doing all the prerequisite, or you can say all the required thing, you will be building the logistic regression model, and that will be predicting the outcomes. So feature selection is something called feature extraction also from the dataset, because see, your dataset will be having many columns, or you can say many attributes, but your result, your prediction might be based on some of those columns. So you have to find only that some of those columns on which your prediction will affect, or by which your prediction will affect. That is what is called feature selection. You will be selecting only the relevant features, only the important features on which your model is going to affect. The model of accuracy is going to be affected. I will be discussing that in detail also, giving you example, a very basic example for that also. Data pre-processing. So the very first thing we will be doing in data pre-processing is null value imputation. As I earlier told you that null value is what? When let's suppose there is a data gathering team. Okay, there is a data gathering team in any organization, and there are, let's suppose, a group of 10 people. They are going to each department of that company. Let's suppose one is going to sales, one is going to HR, one is going to technical team, one is going to procurement, one is going to marketing, one is going to digital marketing, one is going to, let's suppose, the VCs and all, means that CEOs and all, to take their data. And now let's suppose some employees not able to give some data, their credentials they are not able to give, or let's suppose he is absent. Okay, so what will happen? There will come a null value. Means if the gatherer will not get a value, then he will just write their null or NA. So these value are the biggest enemy of accuracy. The accuracy of this logistic regression model will get affected by those null values. Okay, so that is what is the main concern of the data pre-processing, to make your model most accurate, or you can say more accurate. Okay, so first of all, the very first thing data pre-processing does is to find all those null values and remove those null values. Let's suppose if your data set is 10,000, or let's suppose 1,000, and it has 900 null values, then you will, if you will remove all those 900 values, then what your model will give you the accuracy, and how will your model get trained upon it? There are two conditions when we encounter the null value. This null value calculation or null value removal is something very important. Okay, so you need to be very attentive during handling these null values, and there are two conditions, or you can say two cases, to handle the null values. Let me give you both. Let's suppose you have 10,000 rows in a data set. You have 10,000 rows, and now you got to know that there are 200 null values. How much? 200 null values. Then you will simply remove them. What you will do? You will simply remove them, because 10,000 and 200 is not comparable. Means that is a very small quantity regarding that 10,000. Okay, so you will simply remove that. Okay, just 2% only. And if that percentage increase and get it to 10%, let's suppose there are 10,000 values and 2,000 are null values, then that is the matter of concern. Or let's suppose if it is a 10% also, then that is also the matter of concern. If it is less than 10%, then we can tolerate, we can ignore. But if it is 10% or more than that, then we cannot, because our model accuracy is severely going to be affected. So in that case, what we do is we do the measure of central tendency, and that is what? So in that case, the remaining data, let's suppose that 8,000 data means you have 10,000 and 2,000 are null, but you have 10,000 data. So what you will do? You will find mean or median. Yeah, mean or median of those 10,000 data. Mean or median of. I will also tell you where we will be using mode. So when you have the numeric values, when we have numeric value, means that duplicate that NA values are numerics that are missing. No, 9,800 not 8,000. Let's suppose you have a 10,000 rows data set. Okay, and now you found that 200 in those 10,000, 200 are null values and 9,800 records are pure and correct. So what will happen? You will just simply drop those 200 values. But if that case changes with like this, like now 2,000 are null values and 8,000 is the perfect value or the values are fine. Now in this case, you can't ignore those 2,000. You cannot drop those 2,000 records, because that is severely going to affect your model's accuracy. So in this case, how to fill those NA values is we will be filling it by the measure of central tendency, and that is what is called mean median mode. But if it is a numerical value that are missing, those NA values or null value are numerical value, then you will be filling it by the mean or median of those 2,000 values, those 8,000 values. Okay, you will calculate the mean or median of those 8,000 value, and then just simply fill it with all those 2,000 value. Okay, you just replace the null value and just paste the mean of those 8,000 value. And let's suppose if that column is of string type or object type. Okay, let's suppose if it is a this gender column. Okay, and male and female is given, but some of the guys, they didn't give their gender, so that will be null value. And now gender will be given on the basis of what? Let's suppose on the mode value. Mode is what? Most frequently occurring observation. So that will be given on the basis of mode. So mode will be used in case of string records. But if it is numeric, then just use mean or median. It depends on you, because both value is same. Because as the name only suggests, descriptive statistics, then it will be giving you whole description of the data set. Means what is the mean value, what is the median, what is the mode, what is the range, what is the interquartile range, what is your this standard deviation, what is variance and all, and how much is the data spread about. Yeah, that is what descriptive statistics tells, and that is a basic one that every analyst wants to know about the data. So it will be giving you the basics of basic statistical analysis of the data it will be giving you, and that will be helping you in finding some insights. Okay, after that what will happen? We will be not doing that. Your analyst team does that for you all guys. So what they does after descriptive statistics, they do the visualization of relationship between various features. So how to know that which feature is affecting the target is to find with this visualization thing. Okay, let's suppose I gave you the example of rain only. Okay, let's suppose I want to see how much humidity is affecting the rain. Let's suppose I want to see whether it is affecting positively or negatively. Then we will be plotting a bar plot. We will be seeing that if the humidity was 40 degrees Celsius, or let's suppose 30 degrees Celsius, or the temperature was 30 degrees Celsius, then it has rained. Or the temperature was, if the temperature was in the range of 10 to 20 degrees Celsius to 25 degrees Celsius, then it doesn't rain. If the temperature goes up, the rain also comes, means the raining occurs. So that is what we know by the visualization. So here our target was what? Will it rain or not? And features are what? Features are your temperature, humidity and all. that speed of wind and wind direction. Okay, wind direction, the weather forecasters measure it at every 3 hours. So you will be seeing the data set. There will be wind speed at 3 p.m., wind speed at 6 p.m., wind speed at 9 p.m. Because they think, or there is a scientific thing, that wind speed or wind direction changes after each 3 hours. And now it is changing, I guess. Now comes the fourth and the last part of data pre-processing, that is called to find the correlation. After doing the visualization, now you found that this feature is affecting your target, means this variable is affecting your dependent variable, means this independent variable is dependent on your independent variable. Then you will check the correlation. Okay, and correlation is the biggest, or you can say the most important thing to find out how much it is related, how much they are related, how much it is affecting, how much percentage it is affecting your target variable. Okay, so I told you yesterday also that correlation is between -1 to 1. Okay, because there are 3 to 4 correlation metrics. Like if it is in negative, then this is called that is called negatively correlated. If it is 0 point something, then it is called zero correlation. And if it is positive in after greater than 0 and less than 1, then it is called positively correlated. And I have also given you something like this. Let me give you today also, because some new guys are there. See, first of all, what I have said you that it ranges from -1 to +1. After that, what happens? If the range of correlation is between -1 to 0, then it is called negatively correlated. And if it is 0 or is 0, then we get so no correlation. No correlation, or we can say then that is called zero correlation. And if it is greater than 0, or let's suppose, yeah, greater than 0 and greater than 0 and less than 1, then that is called positive correlation. And if it is between 0.5 to 1, then that is called highly correlated. Let's suppose if you are going to buy grocery, buy your vehicles, then ultimately your petrol consumption is going to be there. So that is what something called positive correlation. There are many examples of negative correlation. Something ahead of your industry, something more than that of your industry. Now, how we will be doing linear regression in Excel? So I guess this picture is pretty much in your mind. Excel minor analysis tool pack. What we do, if you are increasing the interest rate, then customer interaction is getting low, because by increasing one entity, if your second entity is decreasing, that is what is called that negative correlation, or that is also called that covariance, because it is varying. So first of all, we will be installing the Excel Miner add-on in our Excel or Google Sheet. We will be doing it in Google Sheets, so it will be installed in Google Sheets. Then we will be finding that Excel Miner add-on from extension tab in the Google Sheet. Everyone knows that we will be finding Excel Miner add-on from the extensions tab. It will be there. After installing, it will get added there. So see, this is something you will find when you will open that Excel Miner Analysis tool pack. It will be having logistic regression field in it. You just have to click on it, giving the dependent variables and the target variables in this Y range, and in X range the vice versa means independent, and or you can guess the features we will be giving in X range. So we have the labels also, so we will be clicking on labels. Constant is 0. When we are making certain assumptions, then we are 95% confident that whatever we are making, that whatever our assumption is fine or is correct. And only 5% is the level of significance, or you can say level of determination, that we have to determine. If that level of determination is more than 5%, then certainly what we will do, we will just reject our assumption. We will be rejecting our hypothesis. That is why we take confidence level 95%. Okay, and in output range we will be giving an Excel that field range, field value in which we want the output. So yeah, this is something you will find out when we will apply that that logistic regression. That is something called summary statistics. So yeah, I guess now everything will be going above your head. So now let me introduce the dataset also to you all. The dataset is all about loan classification. Let's suppose it is a dataset of a fintech company, and what is the problem statement is that we have income of applicant, we have co-applicant income, means let's suppose if there are two people working in that family. If there is a family, he wants loan. Okay, and now we will be doing a survey with that family. We will be finding out that what is the income of the applicant, what is the co-applicant income, and what is the loan amount they want. Okay, then based on these three records, or based on these three data, we will be predicting that whether we should grant him loan or not. Okay, the problem statement is that whether we should grant him loan or not, because loan is something, if you are taking it, or if the company is giving the loan, then they also want the payback also. So if the person who is taking the loan is not able to pay back, if he is not capable of paying back, then why a bank will give him the loan? That is the main concern. So that is what every company needs to check, that whether the person whom I am giving the loan, okay, whether he will pay back or not. Then the statistics is showing coefficient, standard error, p value. So this all thing we also got it in that linear regression also, and I already told you all these things. What are these? Just like checking a credit score. Then after that we will be evaluating the summary statistics, that we should accept this model or not, we should accept this result or not, we should accept this logistic regression or not, means we should accept this prediction or not, because every time the prediction is not going to be correct. So based on these statistical analysis, I will be letting you know that how much value is feasible to take it or not. Okay, and after that you will decide that whether to take this or not. So till now we have learned that what is logistic regression and how to implement it, and now we are going to implement it in this live class only. Okay, so that will give you a much and more, or I can say like very much about whatever I have taught you theoretically. So now we are going to do a practical on that, because practical is something which our mind doesn't forget easily. So that is why this dedicated session is here. Okay, and I am here. Why? If the data set is with you, if all the data set is with you, you have all the features also, you have the means you have the dependent, independent both, and you just have to build a model based on that. Okay, so let me explain you the data set once. So it is applicant income, it is co-applicant income, and it is loan amount they want. And this is what is saying the loan status, whether the loan will get approved or not. Okay, and that we have to predict based on the given data. So now how we will be predicting? We just, if we have a model of loan prediction, then in that model what we will be entering, we will be entering the applicant income, co-applicant income, and loan amount, and simply it will show you 0 or 1. Yes, your loan will get approved, or no, your loan will get not approved. Means there is a certain barrier, like that credit score. Okay, there is some in that barrier, or there is certain range that you have to cross that range to, or some eligibility to get eligible for a loan. So now comes the implementation part. So the very first thing, you have to click on this extensions. Okay, extension menu is there. So yeah, you can see the extensions here. As already we have installed it, so it is showing here Excel minor analysis toolpack. Okay, just start it. It will take some time, it will start. It started. Okay. So there are many options, but we have to do what? We have to do logistic regression. Just go in this extensions. If you guys can see here, there is an Excel minor analysis toolpack visible. If you have installed, and if you have not installed, then you have to click on this add-ons, and then just go to this get add-ons. When you will click get add-ons, okay, just wait. When you will get this get add-ons, you have to write here Excel minor, it will come here. You have to open this. See, I have installed already, so you have to install it from here. Here it is an option of installing it. Just click on that, it will get installed. See, already I have installed, so it is showing uninstall because I have already installed it. After installing, it will get added here. Okay, so you have to just go on there and start it. So okay, it will start like this. Like this, a menu will appear on the right hand side of your screen. In that, you have to select simply the logistic regression one because we have to perform today logistic regression. So now we have to give the values of y range. It is this much, so you just come here and just give 2 clicks. It will get entered automatically. You need not to write anything. And then this is our, oh my god, I gave wrong y range, I guess. This will be our y range now. So you have to copy that label also. Label means, by label I mean it, just let me tell you. See, this applicant income you have also to give in this range. That is why it is written here labels. So just click on labels, click on constant is 0. Output range, for getting the output, let's suppose I want output here, so just give here output range, it will take. I'm giving example for all the person who are from BCom, MBA and all. So let's suppose you are working in the marketing team, okay, and you need to do some predictions based on some data. Let's suppose you want to make a prediction that the revenue for this month will be 90,000 or not, or let's suppose 90 lakhs or not. The revenue for this month will be 90 lakhs or not. Then you will be giving those data in a machine learning model, in a logistic regression model, and that model will give you, yes, that model will ask you to give your values, and after giving those values, you will find out this yes or no, whether the company will reach the revenue 90 lakhs or not, whether yes or no. That is what logistic regression gives you. It tells you the probability of any event occurring. So just click on OK, and like this we get some values. Now this we get some values. You just have to go in the extensions, Excel minor toolpack, start. Okay, it has started. Now you have to select this one, logistic regression. Got it? Just click on it. Okay, after that it is asking for y range, and I earlier told you that what is y range. Y range is something which we are going to predict. So what we are going to predict? We are going to predict loan status. So y range is from where? From this row to the very last row till 100. This much it is. Okay, so after that just come here and give a double click. You will get the range like this. Just give a double click here in this box. Okay, now x range is what? X range is what we are going to make prediction upon, is the features on which the prediction is decided on after which the prediction is based. So just come here, one click, double click, and you will get x is independent, okay, and y is the dependent. So now we have included the labels. What are the labels? Labels are this: applicant income, co-applicant income, loan amount, and loan status.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Constant is 0, you have to click. Confidence level 95%. So what does this mean? Confidence level 95% is that we are 95% confident that whatever prediction, okay, whatever the prediction we are going to make is, we are 95% confident about it, and only 5% we are not confident, because we are not the superpower to be 100% confident on anything. Okay, so that 5% is going to play a major role in selecting or rejecting your assumption. Because if that 5% value increases, then you have to reject whatever assumptions you have made. Okay, let's suppose there is a production company, and they have made an assumption that we produce 40 units of products every day. Okay, so now what is the assumptions of them? They have assumed, or they have given assumption that they produce 40 units of products per day. And now let's suppose we have a data of that company of 1 year, and now after analyzing that data, we got that no, the mean of whole production is coming 39.8. So that assumption has got wrong. So that is what is confidence level. Now you have to give a output range. So output range is something where you want the output. So let's suppose I want here in F5, then just double click, you will get, just click on OK, you will get the result. So now let's start with something called statistics or summary output. And yes, let me tell you once again, guys, this is not something related to you all. Okay, this is something just to know whether to accept this model or not. Okay, so please don't indulge in the detailed or what. Okay, whatever I will tell you, this summary output is something which is going to tell you the accuracy of your model, how much accurate your model is. Don't get into the detailed of it, because it will make you something, your mind get fishy. Okay, your mind get confused that what are these values. I will make you understand in a very conceptual way. I will not go into those mathematical thing. Okay, so that you can understand it. So the very first thing it is showing is chi-square. It is pronounced as chi-square. Chi means chi-square. So this chi-square is something which tells you about the accuracy of your model. Okay, so 95% is the accuracy, 94% is the accuracy. Okay guys, chi-square is something called the accuracy of your model. So now let me show you a graph. Suppose this is the graph. This is your x-axis, this is your y-axis. Okay, because you people work with graphs, so we will be very easily finding out. So these are some points. Let me make the graph once again. So, and we have this best fit line over here, and there are some data points. Okay, so see, chi-square is something called your this whole accuracy of the model. And what is this residual? That is why I have plotted this graph, to let you know what is residual. Okay, so residual, it is showing 43. 43 is what? The distance between this point, between these all points and this best fit line. It has taken a mean value, a average value of the distance of all the points between the points and this regression line. Residual is the mean distance of all points, of all 100 points, of all 99 points, because we have 99 observations. So all 99 points, the mean of outliers, yeah, you can say the mean of distance of points between point and the line. You cannot say that these are outliers. Outlier will be lying something here. Let me show. They are the extreme value. They will be very much far from the scattered value. When you will get a scatter plot, then you will see a scatterness of point, or you can say a accumulation of point at a single place, and you will see a point that will be lying very far from those points. So these are some extreme values. These are called outliers, and these are the values which we have to remove, because they are the one who are responsible for increasing this value. Okay, so that is the main agenda. So this residual is that only. That is why I plotted this graph. My drawing is very bad here. Okay, now comes the number of iterations, and that is, I'm going to give you an example for this. Let's suppose you are going to a very strange place, or you are going to a place where you are going for the very first time. So let's suppose you are going to Amritsar. Okay, I'm giving example of Amritsar, and you are going to Amritsar, that golden temple you are going. Okay, so when you visited the very first time, you might be having that Google map and all. Let's suppose next year you also went there. Let's suppose now also you are not pretty sure about the ways and the path, so now you also use that Google map. Then again you went for the third year, then fourth year, then fifth year. Then let's suppose after fifth year when you went, then you don't want anything. Then you don't want any help from Google map, or from auto wala, rickshaw wala, or from any person to reach there. That is what is called number of iterations. So in this ML also we have number of iterations, number of iterations, how much time the model, that algorithm will see that data, will get trained from this data. So in this we have given it 8. Not we have given it, this is something means this is something which model takes by itself. Okay, we don't give it. Okay, so after increasing the number of iterations, your accuracy will increase. I told you na that if you are going to a place many a times, then you will be very aware of that place. That is what is happening here also. The number of iteration is going to affect your model accuracy, because if your model is getting trained on the same data again and again and again, then what will happen? It will get very used to it. It will find all information about it. Let's suppose I can give example of a story, or a chapter. If you are reading it, for the first time, then you might get a bit of it. Second time you also can get more thing about it, and after each step you will find out, like, yes, after every iteration, or after every repetition, you are finding something extra, that what you didn't find in the last step. That is what is called number of iteration, because that will result in what? Overfitting. That will result in a graph like this. We can't afford a overfitting. Like all point will be on this line only. On this line we will start getting the point. At each iteration, this chi-square value will be different. It gets updated at each iteration. We have equation like this: y equals to equation of line. Let's suppose 3x plus 4. So what is the coefficient in this equation? 3. So this coefficient is also taken by which? By what? By the algorithm itself. So what coefficient it has taken? You can see here. For applicant income, it has taken this. For co-applicant income, it is in minus, and for loan amount, you can see this is. So these are some coefficients which it is taking to plot a line. Now comes a standard error. That is the most important thing. I had to make a prediction that whether, based on some certain features were there, his blood pressure and insulins taken and all, I have to predict that whether this person will be diabetic or not. Means based on his health situations, I had to predict that whether this person is diabetic or not. So in that I predicted, and my model was, I guess, 87% accurate. Okay, and I found that there were some values which my model has predicted false. like let's suppose the data set was saying that based on these features, the patient will be diabetic. But my model was saying no. But my model was saying that no, this person will be not diabetic. So that is what is called error. Standard error. Okay. So the actual prediction was what? The person will be diabetic. But my prediction, what my model, that model prediction is what? That he will be not diabetic. This one was the first error. And second error was what? My model said that this person based on these features will not be a diabetic person. But the actual prediction was what? He will be a diabetic. Okay, the vice versa happens. If this p-value is greater than 0.5, then you will be rejecting the model. But it is 0.43 for applicant income, 0.15 for co-applicant income, and 0.07 for loan amount. So p-value tells us what? The level of significance, level of confidence. So we are pretty much confident that we have to accept this model. Okay. And this is also, you can say, the p-value is also plays a big role in this number of iterations. Okay. P-value, I said now that it should not be greater than 5%. So 0.43 means what? It is 4.3%. Okay. What is this 0.15? This is telling this is 1.5%. Because it is in decimal, so I'm making it into percentage, so I'm just removing that decimal. Okay, so p-value says that if the prediction p-value is more than 5%, then your assumption is wrong, your hypothesis is wrong. But what if the p-value is less than 5%, then the prediction is fine, it's correct. Okay, then you have to accept the model. So now comes the odd ratio. Odd ratio tells, do you guys do betting? Then that will make pretty clear about odd. In betting, what happens, like when the cricket, like let's suppose you're betting on a cricket match, okay, and let's suppose there is two teams, yeah, in IPL and all, there is two teams. Let's suppose we have Mumbai Indian and we have KKR. Okay, and at the start of match, what happens, the odd of winning, let's suppose if you want to place money on Mumbai Indian, then the odd of that was 0.8. Okay, how much? 0.8. And KKR was 1.2, let's suppose. Then after winning the bet, how much money you will get? Let's suppose, okay, this is a very good question. I am placing 1,000 rupees on Mumbai Indian. Okay, I want to bet 1,000 rupees on Mumbai Indian. Then how much money you will win? Let's suppose Mumbai Indian wins that match. Yeah, 800 means how much you can withdraw? You can withdraw 1,800, 1,000 yours and 800 winnings. And what in the case of KKR? If KKR wins, then 1,200. Yeah. So that is what is odd ratio here. Okay. Odd ratio tells like which of these features are playing the major role in prediction. Okay. That is what is given over here, odd ratio. So you can say the most important is the loan amount, and the least majority or least important variable is this one, co-applicant income. You can also think of a real life scenario that applicant income should be considered more, because applicant income means he is taking the loan, so he should be considered more, because his income should be considered more, because he is going to ultimately pay the loan. And this lower 95%, upper 95%, I already told you. And lower 95% I already told you, and upper 95 I already told you. So lower 95% tells that 5% confident that prediction is wrong. So we are 99% confident. So lower 95% tells that you are 5% confident, only 5% confident that whatever prediction you are making is wrong. So we are 99.96% confident that whatever prediction we are making is correct, not wrong. Okay, so please understand it. And upper 95% is like 95, you are 95% confident that prediction is correct. So we are 100% confident that we are whatever the accuracy we are getting is correct, and whatever the model is performing is correct. So this model is going to be ultimately accepted. P-value which we are getting in this stats is letting you know that it is helping you determine whether the relationship means whether whatever the relationship you are getting between all the three columns and that loan amount, that loan you have to give it to or not. It is giving you whether the relationship that you observe in your this sample should be is it fine or not. The linear regression, this p-value, it is showing that only. P-value is showing what? P-value is showing the relationship. Is it fine or not? In percentage, you can say 50%, because if it is less than 0.5, it is statistically significant. If it is higher than 0.5, it indicates your hypothesis is true, means whatever your that 5% was true. That is what is called is not statistically significant. Okay. If your p-value is less than 0.5, then it is fine. And also we are getting here less than that only. You can see. So p-value is something which tells you about the goodness of the fit of your relationship between that you are dependent and independent. Okay, that is what it is showing. So it is showing that applicant income has the highest relation. Now spam can be defined, it can be defined as something which is unwanted or unwanted messages that are mainly sent electronically. When I say electronically, means it is sent through the internet. Okay, so it is something which is unwanted, that we don't want, or we are not so much supposed to see those mails in our inboxes. Okay, so they are delivered without having been requested by the recipient. Obviously, if it is unwanted, then it should came by its own. We don't have wanted that, we didn't have subscribed for that, but then also we are getting those mails. So those mails are something which are called spam. And what is those spam mails? To be precise, it is email marketing. It is a very you can say a very used term or a very used thing in today's era of marketing, because if the person or the people who are doing marketing business, they do this thing because they want the customer interaction, the customer segmentation, the customer exposure to their things. So what they need some marketing techniques, and you guys also need this thing. Okay, whether let's see, if you have a website of a, let's suppose, e-commerce website you have. Okay, let's suppose, let me give a just like Meesho. I guess everyone knows Meesho. So what Meesho does, or what Flipkart does, let's suppose you buy something, okay, and you get mails accordingly. That accordingly means what you have buyed, okay, related to those things. Let's suppose you have buyed a phone, a cell phone. So now they will give you suggestions like you should buy a phone case, you should buy this cover, so you should buy these and all, means everything they will give you in the mail. That is what is called email marketing. But we don't want those things. If I need something to be bought with the phone, I should have bought that at that time only. So there are various types of spam. Okay, so we have email spam, we have spam on social networks also. Yes, we have spams on our social networks also. You can see, like there is an ID of Salman Khan, so there will be many ample of IDs of Salman Khan made by many people. So what are those? Those are spams. They are spamming on the name of a very well-known actor. They all are doing what? They all are doing marketing. They all are using name of a well-known personality to take subscribers, followers, and all. Okay, they want to get benefited from someone else. That is what is called spam. That is unwanted thing. So what they do is, these affect, okay, those affected can turn to designated point of contact and seek help. Okay, what will happen is during spamming, let's suppose you find a mail, because nowadays, when let's suppose I'm giving example of myself only. When I open my email or Gmail, as I am from the data science background, so I receive a lot of emails from the edtech companies or edtech corporates to be trained as a data scientist. This is the way, this is not the way. The data science average salary is this and all, and that Quora one. So that Quora always give the suggestions in the mail. There is a website called TechGig. They also give so many suggestions in the mail. So what all they are doing? They are doing email marketing only. It's a part of their marketing and business. So spamming is only that. So how you will define or how you will find which email is spam and which email is spam or not? So today I have a very good data which our team means which our team has collected it from their systems. So that data I have, it's a real-time data. We will be applying machine learning or this logistic regression on that to find out on which type of words, because see, in emails what we have text, isn't it? In email what we have, the most important thing is the text, because text is everywhere in the email. There might be 2 to 3 photos, pics, but the text is, text image is there, but text is something which describes. Okay, so based on certain texts, based on some textual information, we will be finding out, yes, if this text is in the mail, if this text analytics we will be doing. So not text analytics we will be doing, we will be just finding out which text are there which are common in all spam emails. Okay, and if it is there in some email, then we will simply declare that mail as spam. So I was telling you how to find which mail is spam and which is not. So there are certain mails, there are certain words which gets repeated in spam mails. Okay, so based on those words, if those words are there in a mail, okay, or the combination of those words are there in the mail, then we'll simply decide whether this mail is what, whether this mail is whether this mail is spam or not. If it is not, if those words are not there in that mail, that simply that mail is not spam, otherwise it's a spam mail. Okay, and so digital marketing team is the one who is responsible for these things. Today it is limited to email only, but this email spam detection is not limited to email only, means if I can say globally. So it is not only limited to email detection or email spam detection. There are various spam are what, they're just like virus. They are just like virus, we don't want it. Yes, so it is not limited to only email. It is something which has been spreaded worldwidely. Okay, it everywhere you can find some spammers spamming. Okay, means they will be claiming this thing but they don't have. That is what is called spamming. Okay, so digital marketing team are the one who is very much responsible for these things. Okay, yes, example of those word might be sales. So let's start with the detection of spam. So spam has many characteristics by which it can be recognized. Okay, and such indicators in an email should it's just like a caution to you, a caution to you. Okay, a warning to you. In order to protect against spam damage or spam message, you should have some conspicuous features in emails that should be caused not to open any attachments, because that is why we are told that don't open any attachment. Okay, don't open any link. Okay, so these are some things which or the links it has. Okay, they will say like you have won 50,000 rupees and click on this link to get credited in your account, and you will click on that and that 50,000 will be deducted from your account. It will not come in your account. Okay, so these mail would be having salutation. First of all, it will be having some salutations. Like what? Most email does not contain a salutation. Okay, phrases such as this, dear customer, dear sir, are used because the sender does not have full names of the recipients. Okay, because sender do not know who you are. He doesn't know what is your name. So that is why they use dear customer or dear sir. But if it is from a legitimate source, if it is from a verified source, then they must know your name. Because see, spamming is done on the call also. You might be receiving calls from any bank, like they will say, I am the manager of this bank. Your account has been credited by 50,000 rupees, but you have to pay 5,000 rupees to me so that I can make credit to you. 5 lakh loan approved. So these all are what? These all are something called spam only. Okay. So professional companies, on the other hand, have the full names of customer, which I told you, and also address them with it. Because, like, let's suppose if it is your bank only, they will never send you the mail with dear sir and dear customer. They will send your name, dear Hitesh, dear Manish, dear Abhay, dear Jay Krishnan, like this. Okay, because they know that some companies are there which spam on these things only. Yes, because at a time they send this mail to many people, multiple people at a time. So how they can use names of everyone? That is a very tedious task for them, nah? Because ultimately we are not a customer of them, so they will not give that salutation and that name in that salutation. And also they don't know. The main thing is this. Okay, so therefore this lack of a salutation is often sufficient. Means this, if there is a lack of salutation or there is a lack of name in your salutation, is often sufficient as an indication of a spam mail. Okay, it is a very good indicator of a spam mail. So now content. Okay, the content of spam messages is often written in bad English. Many a times you will see that it will be written in very bad English, or they will be grammatically incorrect. If they know my mail, then they surely know my name, as my email is the same as my name. But sometimes it doesn't happen with everyone, nah. They go globally. You are not the one they say they send the mail. They send mail to thousands of people at a time. So how will they do this? That is why they find a average thing. What should they do to everyone? Okay, so there should be some grammatically incorrect translations. There will be, okay, and it will be written in a very bad English. Okay, because it is generated with an online tool. Like, let's suppose we have nowadays, so we have the good online tools like Grammarly and Quillbot. So they provide us a very good English. Okay, so what will happen nowadays? The English is fine in those mails. So yes, they differ very much from real company communication. But when you will see now, when you will read that, you will see that yes, this is something very different from any legitimate company. So respectable companies whose first language is not English, but write their message to English speaking customers in good English. They write means if the company is good, it's not the fake one, then they will write the email in such a way that the English would be fine and understandable by anyone. Okay. Yes. That is what I told about too. So now let's see some key terms in the mails that will define that it is a key term. So practically during the beginning period of spam, terms of a vulgar nature were often used. You can see some vulgar or some, you can say, some toxic things in the mails, in the spam mails. Okay. The so these are some key terms to find out whether it is spam or not. And yes, the most important thing is what? Attachments. Okay, spam, if it is spam, then it should be in your consideration that you have subscribed for emails from that website, but you are getting emails from that website without subscription, without your will. I to be precise, without your will you are getting, then it's a spam. It is unwanted. You don't want it. So I was telling you about attachments in the mail. So spam email attachments are dangerous. You should know this. They are very dangerous. If you're downloading it in your file, in your system, they must, or means 90% chance is there that they must contain some viruses, some backdoors which will be trojans, which will be opening the door for the entry of what? Of the hackers or the crackers, which will be entering in your system, stealing your data, and then using those data only for your personal, let's suppose, personal loss. It could be a loss of property, it could be a loss of money, it could be loss of life as well, because nowadays it is on the very peak. The cyber crimes, you guys must be aware of that. So nowadays such emails are intended to cause damage to the recipient. If there is an attachment and inside an spam mail, then it is intended to cause damage to the recipient. Okay. An attachment opened by the recipient can contain malicious programs, which I told you earlier also. Okay. So any attachment which is opened by the recipient can contain, but I'm not sure, but it can contain malicious programs. So that is why every time we get.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question, what happened? This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning techs such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there's a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report that data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap. That's all about data analytics.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
We get a confirmation or we get a caution from the banks or from some secure websites that do not open any unknown attachment, any links. Okay, because that may cause that may cause security offenses or security breaches on your system. So files such as .pif, .exe, .xls, mainly this .exe, this executable files, this .exe files, you should not open it. .xls, .ppt and .docs are started with a single click because they are the file which you just download it and with a single click they start functioning. So if an attachment is opened, the malicious program is immediately executed. Even they also contain, yes, I've given here some only some examples. So the purpose of these are what these contain some malware, and it is to spy. It is something called, it is used to spy on users and get their passwords. Okay, so that is what the main intention is there when the people is doing a spamming. Okay, so now comes email body. How the email body will look like of a spam mail. Okay, one feature of spam is that they have a whole HTML body. So I'm not going into the deep of that, but it will look like very attractive. This means that extremely large font or font color can be used. Means whether when you receive any email, you will always find that text color is black. Often, everyone receives the mail in the form of black letters only, So yes, when there is a spam mail, then they will make it look very attractive that you should open it. You will, means your mind will say, yeah, let's open it. It is looking interactive. Or they will be having some eye-catching comments written on the mail, like this something is like this. You get iPhone 14 at ₹1. So everyone will open it. Red color font, big bold font size, isn't it, guys? If it is written iPhone 14 at the rate ₹1, so what you guys will do? Everyone will start opening it, and they will also, and yes, give or you will be giving your KYC also. And what they will do, they also have something like sharing it, like share with 5% and then you will get this thing free. In the lockdown phase, what I saw, was free recharges. You have, this is the link, you have to send it to the 5%, okay, or 3 WhatsApp groups, then you will get this 199 recharge free of Jio and all. What are these? These are spams. You guys must have seen this in your journey or in your life. In this lockdown phase also, you have seen. So yeah, that is what I was trying to make you understand, that these are some spams. So the email body, I was telling you that it would be a very good content will be there. Yes. So the next thing which defines the mail as a spam is sender and reply address. Sender and reply address. You should see that. If the sender is a company employee, the sender's mail address should be checked, because they are often cryptic sections with ending such as, means their mail ID will be ending with what? @AOL.com, AOL.com, hotmail.com. So okay, so it can also happen that your friend must have been victim of attacks and their email addresses are used as senders. Let's suppose if your friend is there, okay, and his email ID is got hacked or he is got spammed. So now what they will do, what the hackers will do, they will not send you mail from different email ID. They will send the mail from, okay, you will get a mail from your friend's email ID and you will open it. And you will be like very much pretty sure that this is my friend email, so there should be nothing. So we will open that. You will open the link. You will pay 5,000 rupees and your 5,000 will go in vain. That is what happened. That's what happening. Yes, how to check that is that see the extension. If it is your friend's email ID, then it must be having @gmail.com. But only just seeing the first name, you should not be very pretty sure. Okay, because it must be having AOL.com or hotmail.com. Okay. So attachment or links from known senders should therefore not be opened. Okay. From known senders also you should be very sure that to open it or not. And if there is even a fraction of doubt, if there is a fraction of doubt in your mind coming, then related to the authenticity of the content, you just go, yes, you you just go and means authenticate it. What you will do, you will just call him that sir, my bill is cleared, but they will say no. But they will say no, these are some overstanding dues, means these dues are from very far days, you have not cleared. I'm giving you this link, you just go on this link, open and pay it. And if the people is not aware of that, if there is nothing awareness in his mind, what they will do, they will just go and pay, and they will get spammed. So in the field of digital marketing, you should be very well aware of these things, and how you can use this email spamming for your benefit. So how you will be using this email marketing or spam emails for benefit of yourself, or for the benefit of organization in which you are working. What is happening behind us is a very big network is there of these hackers, that is called black world, or what it is called, it is called black world only, no? Okay, so what they have all your data. If your friend is hacked, then they will have all each and every information of your data. So it is a very wide network of hackers and crackers. They all have your all legitimate information. Okay, and they will be sending mail from your friend's email, and that someone will not be knowing that he is hacked, but he is he is hacked. Okay, so sender and reply address, I guess I'm clear. Now links. So spam messages usually contain at least one link. They will have a link. If this is clicked on, it shows that sender that the recipient address is still active. Means if you will click if you'll click on that mail or on that link which is in the mail, then then at that instant, what a message will go from your system to the sender system, means the person who is spamming, he will get to know that yeah, you have opened the link. So he will directly contact you, not everyone, because he has sent this mail to thousands of people. But out of 1,000, only 100 or let's suppose 200 people will open the link. Because the greed is there, greed is there. Everyone is greedy. So they will open the link and they will get a call from spammers. And what spammers will do? Will do their job, will their task. And if someone is got or caught in that, then they will be spammed. Okay. That is something very much dependent on machine learning. How do emails, means that Gmail, the very professional one or the very used one is the Gmail. So how does Gmail classify whether this mail is spam or not? They also have these things in their algorithm. They also see these things whether it is in the mail or not. Okay. So based on those, this Gmail decides whether to put it in spam or not. Okay. So you have to make it, this is not spam, this is something urgent for me. Or also you may be receiving something in your inbox, but it is spam. So you have to do report spam and unsubscribe. So you will be not receiving the mail from that sources. So now let me continue with this email spam. So the very first, at times genuine emails are sent to the spam. So the very first spam or email spam is unsolicited bulk email. This is the most popular type of email spam. These are the emails which are sent to as many participants as possible. And what that messages contain? These messages contain advertising. Okay, but yeah, can also consist of hate, inciting, and missionizing content. They also have some bad things, or you can say malicious things, or you can say something very bad according to the society, that is not to be in the society. Okay, some very you can say very malicious elements will be there in those mails. So that are come inside this category, unsolicited bulk email. So these all mails comes under this category. The second category is unsolicited commercial email. These emails consist of commercial content, okay, because the name is also commercial. So these emails are these email consist commercial content, which is sometimes sent to individual participant, because it is sometimes, so when it is commercial, okay, so they don't send it to everyone, and it is sent to the individual recipient only. Let's suppose somebody is very much means interested in betting, okay, I'm giving an example of my friend. He was very much interested in betting, he do betting in IPL and all, okay. So what happened to him one day, he received an email, or let's suppose it might be happening with you all guys also. When it is a World Cup or an IPL, you might be receiving SMSs or emails that register on this website, on this betting website, and get 500% return exchange and 24-hour withdrawals and all, okay. So that happened to him and he got spammed. He deposited 5,000 rupees for betting, okay, and what happened that the deposit amount didn't came in his account. Okay, and after that what he did, he reported it to the consumer forum, but nothing happened and his 5,000 rupees he lost. That is something happening in the commercial emails. Okay, so from my side this is all which I have to give you all the brief insight. Okay, so now I'm going to start the implementation or the practical thing. So this is something which was done, a survey in 2014, when this technology was not so much developed. Then also see how many how much the people were spamming on those days. You can see per week it is. So that is also, yeah, this is a very old data, but I wanted to show you. So just see this, and you can see it is in the percentage. And this is also something called email trafficking. Okay, they are just putting emails in your inbox. Okay, and yes, so this is what is spam versus ham. Spam is unwanted. See, I told you na that they will be having some good fonts, not like this. You can easily see which one is spam and which one is ham. So target variables are those variables which we are going to predict, or which is the most important one, because that is what is our objective, to know whether the email is spam or not. And if we have the target variable in our data set, if we have the target variable in our data set, then which type of machine learning it is? It is supervised machine learning. Why it is supervised? Because we know the input also, we know the output also. We just have to train a model. So that by giving some random data, we can find out whether it is spam or not. So supervised machine learning is something when we have the target also and the independent also. Means what we are going to predict, we also have, means you can say we have the question also and we have the answer also. And then what we do, we train a model based on the questions and the answers, so that if we have some different question in the future, so we should find out the answer based on that model, on that learning of that model, whatever the model has learned. That is what is supervised machine learning. Supervised is something like this only. And now see, if there is this is a very real-time data set. Okay, so if the mail is having this txt inside it, call inside it, free inside it, claim inside it, mobile. See, if you are knowing the question also and the answer also, but in the future you will need to know some answers based on different question. So for knowing those answers of those questions, you will build a model. Let's suppose you have a data set, you have a past data set of weather. Okay, and based on that, you are predicting whether it will rain or not. In this sheet, I have data. Which type of data? It is a spam mail data. Okay, so this is something which is collected by this, how they collect this data. They collected this data based on the emails they have received. If you are predicting a ML model, or if you're building a machine learning model on the weather data set, and now you want prediction of sales, then how it will give you? It will give you only that relevant. No, can, get, you, love, home. These words, if these words are there, it is a very basic one. Okay, this coded. Okay, so how many times the email has these words? Free was 2 times, then 1 times. Means it is the number of frequency. So these are the words on which we are deciding whether this mail will be spam or not. You can see if there is a call, free, mobile, these words are there, then we are saying yes, this email is what? It's a spam email, because 0 means it is not spam, 1 means it's spam. You should be very well knowing this thing. If the 0 means what? 0 means not spam, 1 means spam. Everyone be aware of this thing. Okay, so 0 means not spam and 1 means spam. So we have very less spam mails as compared to the non-spams. We are reading this data based on the terms, based on these words. If these words are inside, number 2 means the frequency. How many times this word is inside the mail? Means free comes 2 times in a mail. It is a real-time data which has been collected from the mails. Like if a mail has call, free, mobile, so if there is even a single one in any of the other columns, then that will be counted as spam. Yes, according to this data set. I'm very clear about that. According to this data set, if there is even a single one in any of the other columns, yeah. 2 is the number of time that word is coming, that text is coming inside a mail. 1 in this column, spam column, if it is 0, see in the spam there is no 2. You can see any 2 is there in this spam column? I guess no. There is no spam, no 2 in spam. Spam, it is telling whether the email is spam or not. So 0 means what? It is not a spam. Yes, it is Boolean, yes or no. So 0 means no. Okay, and 1 means yes, it is a spam. So you all have to open sheets. I'm opening a blank one. So now what I have to do is I have to just copy it, because I've not created, because I wanted to do it with you all guys. So now it's copied. After copying, we have to open a new sheet. So now comes email spam detection. You might be seeing here an extension menu. Extension menu is there. Just open it. See, I have this tool. Okay, but you have to go on here, add-ons, get add-ons. After that, you have to just search here XL Miner, and you will get this XL Miner Analysis Tool Pack. And what you all have to do, just have to install. But it is already installed my system, so it is showing uninstall. So now after installing, you will be seeing here the installed XL Miner Analysis Tool Pack. So what you have to do, you just have to simply start it. It will start like this. Like this, a pop-up menu will come, XL Miner Analysis Tool Pack. And after that, we have to go in logistic regression. And now comes the Y and X. So everyone knows what is Y. Y is spam. So let's copy it. So now you have to give here the range of Y. What is our Y? Y is the value which we are going to predict. And X is the value on which the prediction is lying on, or on which the prediction is dependent. So X range is here. Okay. So labels we have, output range. Let's suppose I want output here. Okay. How to put the range? Avadhi, you can see the recordings. Okay. It's very easy. Just you have to go here. Let's suppose this is our y. So you have to just copy it, not copy it, just come here, and after come here, just give a double click here, you will get the range like this. It's very easy. And now we get this. This is the output. This is the output we wanted. I'm getting a different output number. So what was the process which I did was,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
so this is our y. Okay, this is our y, and y ranges from where? From this spam to what? To this last column, to this last row, 50. So this is our y range which I have given here. Okay, and x range is what? Rest of all the columns leaving spam. So till k. So rest all the columns are what? Are features. And that we have to give in x range. Given, you have to click on labels, you have to click on confidence level 95%, and then you have to give a output range. Let's suppose I'm giving, this time I'm giving output range here. So just click on this any random cell and just click here. See, this is our output range where I need the output. Just click on OK. You will get the values. And now let me make you understand what is this value and what is the importance and significance of these values. Okay. So this is the chi-square. Chi-square is a very important, or you can say the very important report which we get, or it is a very important summary which we get after using this logistic regression. Okay, and what is the value of chi-square is 28.31. Okay, so what is the value, means what is chi-square? What is the use of chi-square? What it is telling? This question might be coming in your mind. So this tells, then it tells the size of error, or you can say the size of difference between the expected value and the actual value. Okay, between the expected value and the actual value. Let's suppose, based on some data, let's suppose there is a sales data set. Okay, and your model was saying that if the profit we have given 10%, if we have produced 10 units, and if we have sold 8 units, then the sale must be of 50,000 rupees. Okay, your data set is saying this. Based on some certain features, you are saying that your sales should be 50,000. But now after you are predicting the model, now your model is saying no, it will be having a sale of 40,000. So what is the difference between those two values? So the actual value was 40,000, but the predicted value is 40,000. So what is the difference between them? It's 10,000. So that is what is chi-square. The next one is the residual deviance, and I will request everyone to not go into the detail part of these things, because these are some statistical analysis, and you guys should be means you should be like just knowing what are these values and how and why they are used, not going into the mathematical part, how they are being calculated. Okay, you just know what are they, what is the significance of them, and where to use, and what to infer from these things, what to understand. Okay, so the second thing is residual deviance. It is residual deviance, and its range is from 0 to infinity. Its range is from 0 to infinity. Okay, so the best value of residual deviance is 0. So the best value for residual deviance is 0. If it is 0, then it is an ideal state or ideal stage which you will never find out. Okay, so what is this residual deviance is telling over here? It is saying that it is 11.88. So it is telling that in your model it is telling the number of predictors or the number of parameters which are not performing well, which are not, you can say, which is not performing well, or you can say which is not participating in the model accuracy. Okay, these are some, or this residual deviance is something which is telling about how many number of predictors are there, which are not at all participating in increasing the accuracy of model. Okay, that is called residual deviance. So now the third one is number of iterations. Number of iteration is somewhat which is taken by the ML algorithm, this logistic regression algorithm by itself. We don't give any value to the number of iterations. And I gave you a very good example of number of iteration, how to understand it. So you are visiting a place for the very first time, so you will know very few things. You will be going with through the Google Maps or through asking anyone in your path. Now second time when you are going, then you might be knowing that path a little bit. Third time you will get to know more about it. Fourth time you will get more to know about it. And after a time it will happen like you will be knowing each shops in that street, or you will be knowing each turns in that street. Now you are well aware of that path. So what is that? That is the number of iterations. That is the number of times you are visiting that place. Yes, number of times that algorithm is going through the data. Yes, this is the number of iteration. So number of iteration, number of time the algorithm is going through the data increases the accuracy, because when you are going to a place first time, then you might be knowing very few about that. When you have visited that time 10 times or 20 times, then what will happen? You will be well aware of that path, and that is the same thing which is happening with the logistic regression here. The number of iteration is 19, so 19 times it is going into the data set. So it is something which is taken by the ML algorithm by itself. We don't interfere in these things. Okay, so it takes according to it, and it tends to find the best fit in that data, so that accuracy should not get affected. And this is observation. So we have 49 observation. You can see 50 we have, and one is label. This is label, spam text call this. So we have 49 observations. Residual deviance is something which is not participating in the prediction. Okay, when you're predicting something and they are not at all participating, they are not at all giving their best, this is called residual deviance. So inside this 49 observations, there might be some observations which are not participating in the accuracy or not participating in decision making. So these are called residual deviance. This equation of line y equals to mx plus c, it is 4. Okay, and 6 is the constant, and y is the prediction. So that is what we are doing here. Okay, so you guys know what is x? X is these values which we gave, like text, call, offer, those all were what? Our x. So we have a equation of line inside it, and what happens? We have to give a coefficient. We have to give a coefficient to our x value, and that coefficient is taken by the algorithm itself, and that is what is told here. For intercept it is taking -4, for text it is taking 42, for call it is taking 1.05, for free it is taking -17. So it could be anything. It is totally depend. That's why I told you that don't go inside it, because it is something which is done by the ML algorithm. Okay, so this is standard error. Yes, now comes the chi-square. So chi-square is what? It is the overall error, or you can say it is the overall size of error. But now we are finding out the error in each column. So you might be finding a very big error also, very small error also, big error also, small error also. So these are some errors which is telling the difference between actual value and the predicted value, which I told you. So the standard error is some which is calculated for particular column. I square is something this is calculated for the whole sample. or for the whole population, for the whole data. Okay. And what is p-value? P-value is something which we take in consideration when we are making a prediction. Okay. So let's suppose, as I earlier told you, that we are not superpower. We are not God, that our prediction will be always true. Okay. So we make, or we have a consideration in our mind that we are 95%. Okay. So every time when we are making a prediction, so we are 95% confident about that reason, about that assumption. What is p-value? P-value is called the level of determination. So p-value is called the level of determination, because I told you that when we are making a prediction, then we tend to keep that, yeah, we are 95% sure that this value will be correct, but yeah, 5% there is something which we are not confident. Okay, so that is why it is called level of determination. We are determining that, yeah, so 5% we are not confident that that this decision is perfect, or this decision is correct or not. So this is what p-value tells us. So p-value is 5%. Okay, it is 5%. So if the p-value is greater than 5%, then what will happen? Then that is something telling that this call is not a good predictor. Okay, see, u is telling that see, it is less than 0. It is less than 5% now. So u is not playing a vital role or a big role in the prediction, because it is less than 5%. This can is also not playing a big role. You can see these two variables or these two columns are not playing a big role in the prediction, isn't it? So text, call, free, claim, mobile, and get, love, and home, these are some variables. These are some features which are playing a vital role. What is p-value? P-value is telling just which value is the significant one, or which value is the important one, or which is playing the bigger role. Because what we find here is for the whole population. Now we are finding out here for each column. Okay, this is a detailed, you can say detailed calculation which we have found over here. 28% is it is the measure of error between the, or you can say the difference between your actual value and the predicted value. Odd ratio is a value which should be means let me tell you about which odd value is a good odd value. If it is 1 or more than 1, then it is a good value. Okay, but sometimes you will get the odd ratio much and more. So that is a result of data not clear, because this data is a very small data. It is only having 49 data. So yes, that is what I'm telling here. Odd ratio is something which tells you the number of predictors. Okay, if it is greater than 1, then it is telling you that this predictor is a good predictor. Okay, it is playing a big role or a vital role. Okay, that is all for the odd ratio. And see, this lower 95% and upper 95% is not playing a big role in today's this project. So that's why I'm not explaining this, because it's not, see, because we're getting 0 0 and infinity, so it will create doubt in your mind. That's why I'm not telling this, because, and this is not going to help you also. If p-value is clear to you all, that's all for you all. P-value is the important one. So standard error is the error which we find out for each column respectively. I'm saying. Okay. So for text, see, the standard error is very, very big. For call, it is less. The data, you can say the shortening of data, or we have just a 49 data only. That is why it is happening. Because ML algorithm are something which is used on big data, used on, let's suppose, large data sets. That's why it's happening. So standard error is something, the difference between actual value and the predicted value of each column. We are just going to do a customer segmentation analysis based on the dataset what I have. Okay, so first of all, what is customer segmentation? That I will be telling you. What is, how we can do that clustering, how we can make those clusters of our, you can say, established customers, or you can say some prolonged customers, or you can say some long lasting customers. So how you will be finding them? Those analysis we will be doing, and those all comes under customer segmentation. So it is just targeting and positioning in order to understand our this direct marketing activities, what we do. Okay, so we'll try to know what is the buyer's persona. Okay, what are the problems they are facing, so remove them. Okay, what is the segmentation, how we are going to do that segmentation, that clustering. Okay, their past purchasing behavior, that is the most important thing what we are going to analyze, because everything or every prediction what we are going to do is already dependent on what, the past data, or the customer's past purchasing behavior, isn't it? Project on customer segmentation, or you can say a market basket analysis project we are going to do. What we do in the market basket analysis is that we analyze the market, we analyze our customers, and out of all customer we find out those clusters of customer who are most trustworthy, or who are most prolonging customer for any enterprise, so that those customers should not go anywhere or should not go in any other company. Okay, they should not go in the alternative companies. According to similarity, according to his past purchasing behavior, we are going to segment, and that is ultimately going to change the profit, change the sales, or increase the profit, increase the sales of the company. Because if there is a trustworthy customer and we are giving our 100%, I'm fine, Abhay. So those customers are not going to leave our company. We have to make such assumption, or you can say make some such policies, so that they should not leave the company. And how we are going to do that, how we are going to do the customer segmentation, there is a very much, or you can say very important or very well known analysis which we do, that is called RMF analysis: recency, frequency, monetary. And these three terms are the terms which basically decides whether the customer is a trustworthy one, whether the customer is a regular customer, or you can say a one-time customer, or we can say not coming again and again. Means we get to know the frequency of his buying, we get to know how much money he has spent on buying the thing or for that company, we get to know how recently he has purchased something from our enterprise. So these three terms, or you can say these three key points are there, which are going to decide whether the customer is a trustworthy or not. And that is what we are going to segment. We are going to segment those customer whose recency value, whose monetary value, and whose frequency value is maximum, because those are the customer who needs a care, who needs a proper care. Yes, we are going to rank the customer on the basis of this recency, frequency, and monetary. Recency is what? How recently the customer has purchased something. Okay, the last date of purchasing something from that enterprise. What is frequency? Frequency is, let's suppose, in an interval of time. Okay, in an interval of in a duration of time, how many times he has bought something. That is frequency, and that is very. What is this monetary? As the name only says, monetary means money. So how much money or how much monetary values he has given to that customer? Yes, the transaction. Monetary is the amount of money he has invested, or amount of money he has invested to buy a certain product from the company. So are you guys able to see my screen? We are going to do customer segmentation in Microsoft Excel. Not in Microsoft Excel, because Microsoft Excel sometime might be people not having the product key or the legitimate Microsoft. So we will be using it in Google Sheets, Google Slides. Okay, in Google Excel sheet. Okay. So the agenda. What is customer segmentation first of all? What is RFM analysis? And what are the steps involved in customer segmentation? Okay, so let's start with what is customer segmentation. Customer segmentation is the analysis where we segment the customer based on their purchasing behavior. What we do? We just see the purchasing behavior of the customer and segment them on the basis of their past purchasing behavior. Okay, so if you want to segment your previous buyer out from new buyers, simply you will be what? You guys will do what? You will be engaging different set of people based on the relationship. Okay, to so that is what is called segmentation. We can do this customer segmentation on the basis of purchase is one. Okay, we can do it on the basis of you can say his demographic condition. Okay, his age, his gender, his all personal details. On the basis of that also we can do, yeah, lifestyle. That is what each enterprise sees. So what is customer segmentation? Customer segmentation is a practice of dividing. It is a practice of dividing a company's customer into groups. Okay, into groups that reflect similarity among customers in each group. Okay, on the basis of some similarities, we make a group, or you can say we make a cluster. And the goal, what is the goal? Goal of cementing or segmenting clusters is to decide how to relate to customer in each segment in order to maximize the value of each customer to the business. Because you might be getting many segments. You might be getting a segment in which all the people who are buying are the most good one, or you can say they buy in a huge amount and they buy very frequently. And you might be getting those clusters or those segments of customer who might be not buying frequently, might be buying once in a week, or let's suppose not once in a week, once in a month, or once in a quarter, or once in a semester. So that is what each segment needs to be studied upon. Each segment needs to be studied so that every segment needs a proper care and attention by the marketing team of any enterprise, so that they can maximize the value of each customer. Because ultimately, when you're going to maximize the profit, when you want to maximize the profit, you have to maximize the value of each customer. You have to show the customer that what is the value of those customer for that business, for that enterprise. Okay, by giving some offers, by giving them discount, by giving them rewards, by giving them coupons. So that is why in foreign you can see the person who buys most, or the person who is most recent buyer or most frequent buyer, what do they what did they do? They just offer them cashbacks, or you can say coupons, like this Amazon and all. Okay, these coupons and all they gave to what, for what? To encourage them, to enhance the value of them, because they are saying that if you are trustworthy for the company, then the company also trusts you. That is what is the most important thing which every company does. So now what is customer segmentation analysis? How we are going to analyze? Okay, how we are going to analyze? So it is the process, because analysis is always a process. And in this process, we are going to discover insights that define a specific segment of customer. On the basis of those insights, let's suppose his purchasing behavior, his demographic conditions, his gender, his lifestyle, or let's suppose his budget. So marketers and brand, whatever the marketers are there today in the market, or the brands which are in today's market, what do they leverage this process to determine what campaigns, what offers, or what products to leverage when commuting with the specific segments. So specific segments need specific care and attention by the brands and the marketers in today's world. So they need to analyze all the segments very carefully, so that they can give proper and appropriate, you can say, the attention to each segment, because ultimately each segment is going to affect the business of any marketer or brand. So for example, if there is a retail brand looking to determine how to reactivate lapsed customer means the customer who are not coming to buy, or who, let's suppose they have left or they have gone with any alternative. So to create a segment of customer who purchased in the past and haven't purchased or borrowed or browsed the e-commerce store in the past 30 days, it might then analyze that segment to understand what type of product this customer have purchased in the past. Let's suppose I want to see the lapsed customer. Lapsed customer means the customer who is not buying nowadays, or the frequency of purchasing is very low. So what will do, what the retail company is going to do, they are going to determine that those customer who haven't purchased or browsed their e-commerce store in the past 30 days, that will give them a clear idea that these are some customers who have not browsed or who have not came or who have not interacted to our e-commerce store also, and also our retail store also. So now this is a segmentation process. In this segment, which type of customer are there? Lapsed customer. So now using this information, the marketing team, what will they will do? They can determine the best campaign or the best offer in order to create to in order to reactivate this lapsed customer. Let's suppose sending them a good offer, like you buy this thing. Let's suppose buy 1000, do a shopping of 1000 and get 20% off. Okay, so you guys very much know about these things. This thing also happened to you when you visit a mall. Okay, then what they do, they will ask your contact number, isn't it? They ask na, and when they ask, what happens, you might start getting the SMS notifications, like if this sale is going on. Like in Big Bazaar, what happens every Saturday or every Sunday, they give the offers. Okay, so those things, yeah, update on sales is coming. So these are what called the marketing techniques in nowadays. The digital marketing, that is what is called digital marketing, SMS marketing, email marketing. Okay, so that is the way how do they want to reactivate the lapsed customer, the customer who is not very much frequent on their stores. So to make them a frequent customer, a recent customer, they do these things. So now after doing this analysis, they will be finding out the alternatives or the solutions to regain those lapsed customers. Okay, similarly, free shipping in case of Zomato, or you can say also, like after 12 in the midnight, some restaurants are there, they give 50% discount on their products also. So these all are what? These are marketing tricks or techniques. So similarly, a company can use customer segmentation, this analysis, to determine the value of certain segments. By analyzing what? A segment predicted future value, average order value, loyalty tier distribution, and more. There are many options. Okay, many options to do that, to this customer segmentation analysis. So to determine the value of certain segments, they can do it by the predicting the future value, average order value, and loyalty tier distribution, and more. Okay, so nowadays you can see, now if I am in Intellipaat, what happens is that if any learner, or let's suppose if any customer interacts to their website, okay, they get a lead, and they get some information about that customer or that people who is just browsing their website. So what do? They just find out the credentials and informations, or let's suppose contact, and they just pass it to their marketing team or their sales team, and then sales team interacts with the person and asks him whether which course he is looking for. Okay, because if a customer is going on Intellipaat website, on any edtech website, then ultimately he is looking for any course. So now let's see what are the why the customer segmentation is important. So customer segmentation has the potential, it is a great potential to allow marketers to address each customer in the most effective way. It is also the most effective way to allow marketer to address each customer. So using the large amount of data available on customers, okay, and potential customers, a customer segmentation analysis, this analysis allows the marketers to identify what? The discrete group of customer with a high degree of accuracy based on their demographic behavior, based on their demographic locations, behavior, and other indicators are there. Okay, so based on this data today, because it is a data world, so based on this data only they can do that. I was telling you the importance. Okay, so importance was what? So it allows the marketers to identify those those discrete groups of customer which is having the high degree of accuracy, or you can say or you can also think of the vice versa. Let's suppose if we are going to the potential customer, then we have to go to the weak customer also, who are not buying or who are not frequent. So since what is the ultimate goal of any marketing team or any marketer? Ultimately the marketer's goal is to usually to maximize the value or maximize the revenue or profit from each customer. So it is critical, it is very important to know in advance how many particular marketing action will influence the customer. that is pretty much ensured. So ideally such action centric, so customer segmentation will not focus on the short term value of marketing action. It is not related to the short term planning or short term goal. It is a very long term goal, because marketing is done for the long term only. So but rather the long term customer's lifetime value, that is called CLV, impact that such a marketing action will have. So customer segmentation will not focus on the short term value of marketing, that is STV. It is very much important for the customer's lifetime value. Thus it is very necessary to group or segment customer according to their CLV. What is CLV? Customer lifetime value. CLV is just a very easy thing, that is a customer lifetime value. So it is going to impact, because customer is the one who will be buying it through his entire life. So we have to go ahead. CLV is the, you can say, the value of the customer life for a whole lifetime. So that is why it is very necessary to group or segment the people according to the CLV, the customer lifetime value, because customer is ultimately going to buy something in his whole lifetime. So if a customer is there who is very much, you can say, very much faithful, very much satisfied, so your company or your enterprise is ultimately going to be benefited by him only. Now I'm going to discuss in detail about what is this CLV focused customer segmentation. So now, of course, it is always easier to make assumptions and use gut feelings to define rules. Means whether what is the gut feeling in any individual is, they define or they take the decision on based on their gut feelings to define rules. But it will define, or which will segment customer into logical grouping, like customer who came from a particular source. So it is always easier to make assumption and use gut feelings to define rules, which will segment customer into logical groupings. That is what customer who came from a particular sales source, who live in a particular location, or who bought a particular product or service. However, this high level categorization, what we are doing, will lead to desired result. So this grouping or these segments, we do it by ourselves only. We do it manually, isn't it? Based on our gut feelings. Let's suppose we are grouping the people based on their from where they came. Let's suppose if they are a online buyer, or let's suppose a retail buyer, or let's suppose where he live, what is his particular location, or what type of services or product he is buying. Okay, so these high level categorization will ultimately going to lead to the desired result, because that is what we are we are very much concerned. Okay, so it is obvious that some customer will spend more than others during their relationship with the company, isn't it? Every customer will spend more than others. Let's suppose it depends upon his monetary value. The best customer will spend a lot for many years. It does not tells that if a customer is spending, let's suppose 10,000 in 1 week, or if a customer is there who is spending 2,000 and he is buying every day, then which customer is the most effective one or most efficient one? The second one only, na, because he is for a long time. He is what? He is very much consistent. So every marketer, every brand wants what? Every brand, that consistent customer they want. Okay. They don't only go behind the monetary value, they also go behind the recency or the frequency, you can say. So good customer will, who is the good customer? Good customer is the customer which is going to spend modestly over a long period of time, or will spend a lot over a short period of time. Both, you can see. So good customer are like, they are going to spend modestly over a long period of time, or will spend a lot over a short period of time also. Both are the good customer. And others won't spend too much or won't stay around too long. And some customer might be there who will not spend too much, or who will not also stick for too long. That is what is called CLV focused. So we have to focus on not only on monetary value, we have to focus on the span of the customer also, how much he is. Yes. So we have to find out those good customers and then work upon those good customer. And if there are bad customers or average customer, then also those segments also will be forming. We will be forming, and those segments will be worked upon by the marketing team. They will be giving them some subscriptions, some free goods, okay, let's suppose some services, some great services, so that they can they cannot go ahead, or they cannot leave that company. Okay, so the right approach to segmentation analysis is to segment customers into groups based on prediction regarding their total future value to the company. Because if a customer is there, he is buying at a very good rate, or let's suppose he is buying very frequently, but he is not spending too much, then also it is good. If a customer is there who is spending too much money but is not coming frequently, so these are all are the parameters in which we will be grouping, or we will be segmenting the customers. Okay, because that is ultimately going to decide what? These all are going to decide the total future value to the company. Okay, these all are going to decide what? Their future value to the company, with the goal of addressing each group in the way most likely to maximize the future lifetime or value. So the marketer or the brand looks what? They look to maximize the future also, okay, the lifetime also, and value also, because these three are, let's suppose, two parameters affects more. Next thing, that is what is approaches to segment customer. Now what is the approach when we are going to segment them? Now we have studied what is customer segmentation, why it is important, and what are some points on which we will be segmenting them. Now comes the approach. So once you decide the best category, now you have to decide, now you have decided that these are some segments or categories in which we are going to segment our customer. So once you decide the best categories and attribute to base your customer segments on, you must decide what approach you will use to create those segments. That is the most important thing, because when you have the clear mindset in your mind, but how you will implement that, what is the approach you are going to decide, or what is the approach you are going to design or deploy or not. Okay, the two most common approaches to segmenting the customers are rule-based segmentation and cluster-based segmentation. So rule-based segmentation is what? That is what we are going to do. That is RMF analysis, recency, monetary frequency. Okay, RMF. So rule-based segmentation focuses on setting thresholds to determine what segment a customer should be a part of. It is all about determining which segment should the customer belong to. So the approach segments customer based on the set of rules. There are some set of rules like recency, frequency, and monetary, which I earlier told to you. So these are some set of rules on which we will be segmenting the customer. So in rule-based segmentation, what we have certain rules on which we segment the customers. Okay, it makes it easier to watch trends by looking at how many customers you have in each group. It is difficult to add new attributes, but if you want to add some new attribute, like we will be having 3 attributes: recency, monetary, and frequency. But if you are going to add some new attribute, then it is very difficult. So the rule-based segmentation approach requires a lot of work to keep segments updated if the customer's behavior change, because these values, this recency, this frequency, and monetary value will be keep on changing. Okay, it might get increasing, it will be increasing na, like customer is interacting with the organization again and again, so it will be increasing. One more important thing is there which I want to discuss with you all, that is customer segmentation and machine learning. How machine learning is going to affect customer segmentation. So there is an additional approach to customer segmentation, that is leveraging the machine learning algorithms to discover new segments. Okay, these ML algorithms, that is the most important one, is this k-means clustering. There is an algorithm called k-means clustering, hierarchical clustering. So these are some algorithms which are used to segment the customer. So different to marketer design segmentation model. It is very different to what the marketer has designed for himself, but this is something which is very much related to machine learning. So what we have discussed above, it is very much different to that. So machine learning customer segmentation allows what? It allows advanced algorithm to surface insights and groupings. Then we are not going to do the groupings based on the data. The machine learning model will, it is unsupervised machine learning. Okay, so we will only give the data to the algorithm. It will automatically create the segments or the clusters of customers based on the similarity and the dissimilarity. So if we have a customer, if we have the machine learning model, then what it will do? Let's suppose we have many data. Okay, many data inside this cluster. We have many data inside it. So what it will do? The machine learning model will make small cluster of, or it will group the customers into small segments. Okay, based on what? Based on the similarity and dissimilarity, based on their purchasing behavior, based on their location, based on their gender, based on their budget and all. So some attributes they will be, the machine learning will be taking, the model, the algorithm will be taking by its own. So that is totally different from what we have discussed till now. Okay, so just I wanted to give you the idea that we can do this. So marketer that create a feedback loop between the segmentation model and campaign result will have ever improving customer segments. In these cases, the machine learning model will not be able to redefine its segment of, because see, if we have a data and on the basis of that data, you are going to define the segments, then clustering, or let's suppose this machine learning is not going to help you, because manually we can change the number of segments, we can change the number of attributes on which we are deciding. RFM analysis. So these are the three metrics, or you can say these are the three parameters on which we are going to decide, or on which we are going to segment the customers. So now let's see what is the steps involved in customer segmentation. The first and the very important thing, we are going to deal with data. Ultimately, we have to deal with the data. So we have to pre-process. Second step is get the information such as date of last purchase, sales, number of purchases. That is what we are very much concerned about. Then calculate the recency, frequency, and monetary value for each customer. Calculate the recency, frequency, and monetary value for each customer. And then the last and the not least, segment the various customers on various RMF scores. So we will be getting an RMF score on the scale of 1 to 10. Okay. And the last but not the least is segment the customers based on various RMF scores. So we'll be getting an RMF score on the scale of 1 to 10, and based on those scores, we will be segmenting the customers and we'll be taking the decision, and we'll be planning the course of action. So pre-processing the raw data. So this is the information we will be getting. Customer name, max of order date means how recently he has ordered, how much he has ordered, count is there, and sum of, that is what is called monetary. Okay, so these all are what? These all are records. So these all are what? Values. But based on these values, we will be calculating RMF scores like this. I said you that it will be on the scale of 1 to 10. So this is the way how we will be calculating the recency, frequency, and monetary, and I will guide you what are the some formulas on which we will be doing that in Excel. Okay. And the last step, that is to segment the customer based on various RMF scores. So you can see we will be applying some filtering, and based on that filtering, we'll be deciding which segment of customers are the most reliable one, are the most satisfied one, or which, you can say, which category of customers are there which are who is not happy, who is not satisfied. So all those segments are ultimately going to, or we have to, or the marketer have to plan a course of action so that they can improve the marketing and the brand value. So we have 3 columns: order number, sales, and order date. Yes, customer name is also there. Okay, customer name, order number, sales, and order date. So based on customer number, you can see we have a different customer. It is a retail asset, so they are buying in retail. The next step is that we will be creating a pivot table. Okay, so insert pivot table. Everyone can see here there is insert option. Click on there, you will get a pivot table option. It will come like this. So insert to new sheet. So now we have to add rows, and that is customer name. Add customer name you have to do. Let me do it once again for you. Add in row, add customer name. It's very easy, guys. Just go in insert option, then click on pivot table. Okay. You have to add rows. When you will click on add, you will get all the columns. So we have to add customer name. Now you can see all the customer name will come here. Now we have to add values. So now you have to click on values, add, and the first one will be order date. Okay. So it is just right max. So we have to calculate what? We have to calculate the max. You will get the many option here. Variance, standard deviation, product, mean, median. So you have to click on max. So max of order date, it will look like this. Just to know the maximum date means how much he has ordered, because it is the data of 2005. So we have found out what? We have found out the max of order date. Now we are going to find out the count of order. How much? The frequency, you know, na? Count of order number we are going to find out. So the new value we are going to add is what? Add a new value. And what is that? Order number. So what is that order number? We have to find out the count. So count of order. You can see here. Count of order number. You just have to add order number as a value and just summarize by count. Now we are going to do sum of sales. Sum of sales. Now add what? Add sales and just find out the sum. It is already sum. So sum of sales is there. Now we have max of order date, count of order, sum of sales. So now let's copy this all data. Okay. Not this grand total. We wanted only these 41 columns. And just create a new sheet here from this plus button. You can see my screen. Okay. Just paste it here. Okay. Let's rename this sheet as initial analysis. Okay, fine. So now we are going to find out the days passed since last purchase. We are going to found what? Where is plus sign? Here is plus sign. You can see my cursor. So now we have to add a new column, and the new column name is days passed since last purchase. Days passed since last purchase. B1. And to find out that, we have to take a date. From that date, we have to find out now how many days has passed. So that date, because you can see it is a data set of 2004 and 5. Okay. So I'm taking that date as this 15 February 2006. I'm taking a date as of now. I'm taking it 15 February 2006, because if I will take it today 2022, then it will be a very big difference between days passed since last purchase. Okay, so days passed since last purchase will be finding out from this column, order date. We have to find out the difference, or you can say its current date. If you are working with a real-time data set, then you will be using the current date. Because let's suppose you have to find the difference now, that how many days has been passed since last purchase. So let's suppose today is what I'm taking B2 minus what? B2 minus this. B2 is what? 17 August 2004 minus 15 February 2006, and now 547 days has been passed. You can see 517 days has passed. So now what you have to do, just come on this point, okay, and just drag it till last. And now you can see. Now you can see for every customer we have find out how many days has been passed since last purchase. This is the thing how you have to find it. Okay, guys. So this formula is important. You need to remember it. In the very first row, here where my cursor is, or where my value is, here in this row, Now let's find out the RMF value. Okay, guys. So for RMF recency, so recency, frequency, monetary. Recency, frequency, monetary. For recency, I'm going to give you the formula, and the formula is this. And for that also, just double click or just drag it. See, we have got the recency score also. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So for frequency also, the formula will be same, only the values of this column will be changed. .exe for exclusive. We are taking out exclusively, like when there is a range of 0 to 10, then 0 and 10 are excluded, or let's suppose 0 is excluded, so it is taking 0 to 11. I guess it should be D. So you guys can see now the monetary value is also there. Okay, so what is this recency score telling, frequency score is telling, and monetary score is telling? So now let me tell you one thing very clearly, that if the recency value is 10, that is the best one, because recency value is between the range of 0 to 10. Okay, it is a rank, it is ranking the customers. So if a customer's recency rank is 10, 9, 8, so that is telling what? That a customer is very much frequent because he has bought something recently. So recency is what? Which recency is good on the scale of 10? 10, 9, 8. That is telling that the recent value is less. Okay, as compared with 15 February 2006. These formulas are not, I will not say that 100% these formulas are very important to you, but the values are very much important to you, this value which you are getting. So that is why I am emphasizing most or more on these values. And I explained the formula also, but ultimately the values are going to benefit you in your field. Okay, so formula are the thing that you can get it from anywhere else, but the values is the thing which is most important for you, Jay. I guess recency is the score which is telling the recent buyed something. Okay, so you need to know that recency score, if it is 10, 9, 8, then it is good. If it is lower than that, then it is bad. But in the case of, let me show you, in the case of frequency and monetary, when it is 0, that is fine, means it should be 0, 1 and 2. We are just converting into percent rank. We are ranking in the form of percentage, and exe is exclusive. You know, exclusive and inclusive. When you are writing 1 to 10 inclusive, then 1 is included and 10 is also included. When you are writing exclusive, then 1 is also excluded and 10 is also excluded. It is not the highest number 10. If you see, if I will remove this 10 now, you will find it in decimal. This 5 will show you as 0.5, 2 will show as 0.2, 7 will show 0.7, and if I am multiplying it by 10, then the decimal point gets shifted to the right place. Okay, we are excluding the last and the first value because that is 0 and 11. So for frequency and monetary, this 0, 1 and 2 value are the best one, or you can say are the good values, because they are showing that these customers are the most frequent one. Okay, and monetary value also. If it is 0, 1, 2, then it is very good. That is all assumption from these three values. So now let's filter out our most consistent customers. See, in frequency and monetary, rank 0 is good. In recency, rank 10 is good. Please be clear about that. For recency, rank 10 is good. For frequency and monetary, rank 0 is best. Frequency and monetary 0, recency is 10. 10, 0, 0. So now let's filter out these values. So in recency, as I told you that, which value is good? 10, 9, 8. So now let's do that for 10, 9, 8 values. You can see. So 8, 9, 10 I have applied on recency. So I have got these all values. 6 is clear. That is why it is. So all the 8, 9, 10 value, what is shortcut for filter in sheets? This is, you can see here. Now let's apply a filter on frequency, and frequency I said you that what? 0. I guess only 0, 7 and 9 is there. Yeah. Okay. So only 0 values are there. No 1 and 2 values there. So you will get only 0. In monetary, we don't have any 0 value, I guess. So 2, 3 is best. So these three customers are the most important for the enterprise. Not most important, but yeah, most productive, you can say. Most satisfied, you can say. So these are the you can say the findings from our today's project. We find out those three customers who are most important, or you can say who are most reliable or faithful customer.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is customer segmentation? And your options are process by which you divide customers based on certain behaviors, process by which you calculate customer churn, process by which you divide customer based on religion, or none of the above. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Technique which is known as market basket analysis. We are going to go through with the theory, and then we are going to spend a good amount of time doing hands-on, right? So I'm assuming basket analysis is something that would have been covered with you guys, right? I think theoretical part is covered. Any specific way in which you guys have been taught? So the agenda that I have in plan is that we will start with the theory, we will complete the theory, we will go through the business use cases, the basically the usage, where and all we are using this particular technique, what is the need, we will go through the maths behind how we are, what are the different ways through which we approach this particular problem, and then we will be moving on with the hands-on on Python, right? So topic at hand is market basket analysis, right? So that's the agenda, and that's the plan which I have. If you look at almost all the techniques that you would have studied in data science, almost all the techniques we are trying to extract trends, we are trying to extract patterns and all, right? We are trying to understand customer behavior. So here as well, market basket analysis, as the name suggests, right? Basket is what? A basket is something that if let's say that you as a customer go to, let's say, Big Bazaar, right? So now when you when you go to Big Bazaar, you will probably take a trolley or something, and that will comprise your basket, right? Now in your trolley, you are going to put down many items, many products that you will be requiring for a day-to-day need, right? So you might go and buy bread, you might go and buy egg, milk, and lots of n number of rest of products, right? Now the analysis of such baskets, right? So if my customers are coming to my store, right, if my customers are buying and different products, then are there any particular relationships that I'm able to see which might help in improving my customer experience, right? So what if I see that each and every time when my customer is buying milk, my customer is, let's say, probably also buying bread, right? Now, in order to make the customer experience better, what if I place milk and bread very close to each other, right? So that my customer doesn't have to travel from point A to point B in order to collect milk and bread. That in turn will basically save customers time. That in turn will make the customer shopping experience better, right? So market basket analysis, again, trying to understand what are the needs of the customer by studying the basket or by studying the purchases that the customers have done, in what order, what are the products that are being bought together, what are the products that are not being brought together, so that you can leverage that knowledge, you can leverage that information in order to maybe spike up your sales, in order to maybe make the customer experience better, right? It can be, the factor can be anything that you want to improvise. At the end of the day, you are trying to study your customer's basket, right? By studying your customer's basket, you can actually arrive at many different conclusions, which might help you in increasing your business or increasing your sales. Okay, so that is what actually market basket analysis means, right? So we will get into the details of it as well. Association rule mining, right? Now, association rule mining is basically a technique which comes under the wing of market basket analysis, right? So let me go back to this first of all. Let's start with market basket analysis first, and then we will jump onto the techniques that come within, right? Now, what are the uses for market basket analysis, first of all, right? Now, as I said, the uses, first of all, what is analysis of a customer's basket? As I told you, that the products that that the different customers are buying, right? Now, let's say customer one walks into my store and that customer buys, let's say, beer, and with beer, let's say that customer is also buying, let's say, snacks, right? Now, again, I see that there is another customer who is coming into my store. Now, that customer also, let's say that customer buys vodka, and with vodka, that customer is buying the same set of snacks, maybe. Now, all this behavior, we are trying to understand over here, we are trying to understand what is the behavior or what are the general preferences of my customers, right? So that I would be able to plan my store layout accordingly, right? So that I can maybe promote some products, right? So that I can maybe bundle some products together, right? So at the end of the day, but what are the uses? So now coming to the uses, right? So first and most important use of market basket analysis is the layout planning. Market basket analysis can help us in planning the layout, right? First of all, what do we mean by layout planning? If you would have noticed, when you go to all these superstores and all, there is a particular sequence of things, right? When you will walk in, probably you are not going to find freezed products, or you are not going to find fresh products at the entrance of the store. Probably you are going to find those when you are going out of the store, right? Why is that? Because probably if, let's say, you have taken out an ice cream or something while you enter the store, and then let's say that you are spending 30-40 minutes in the store, what it will do is that by the time that you come out of the store, your ice cream would have melted, right? Now, so there is a certain placement of products that you would have observed in the different superstores that you have, right? Now, this market basket analysis is something that helps us in that layout planning, right? So what do we mean by layout planning? Exactly, right? So basically, how do I need to place my products in order to increase sales? How do I need to place my products in order to make sure that my customer is able to properly see those products which are selling faster or which are selling in more numbers as compared to products which probably don't sell as much, right? Now, that is what layout planning is. Okay. Second use is promotion and cross selling, right? Selling of unrelated products, not exactly, but to a certain extent, yes, right? So cross selling is basically, yeah. So like if you look at this, right? So now your milk and your eggs, or your milk and butter, or your bread and butter are basically two products that you can usually try to cross sell, right? If someone is buying bread, then there is a high chance that particular person might buy butter or might buy, let's say, eggs, right? Or let's say if someone is purchasing an electronic device, right, then probably there is a high chance that that particular person might also buy batteries, right? Now let's say if you are buying a mobile phone, then there is a high chance that you are going to buy, let's say, a mobile cover, right, or a screen guard, right? So basically cross selling is that if you are buying a particular product, then what are the associated products, right? So not unrelated, but yes, products which are basically, which might have a higher probability to being sold when you are buying product A, right? So now let's say if I tell you that my customer comes into the store and my customer buys chicken, right, let's say raw chicken, then what is the next best thing that you can predict that this customer will buy? Complementary products, Jackson. Yes, exactly. It can be masala, it can be, let's say, onion, right? It can be, let's say, curd, maybe, right? So cross selling is basically placement of trying to sell a product on the basis of a sales of some other product, right? But for that we need to identify what are the products which can be sold together, right? How do I identify the combinations of products which might be sold together? And that is what you do through market basket analysis. So that is your second use case. Third use case is bundling of products. Again, this again goes back to the second point, which is cross selling. Now there can be two ways: either you can cross sell different products together, or you can maybe create bundles of products, right? So let's say that you create a bundle that if you buy a mobile phone, you will get this uh, phone cover, and you are going to get this phone card for free, right? Or you have created a combined cost of all these products which you can sell together. Now that you will only be able to, this bundling you will only be able to do once when you know what are the products that are there that are actually selling together, right? And that is achieved through market basket analysis. Okay. And the fourth one is product recommendation, right? So in online retail, if you look at, let's say, the websites of these retailers, right, there you can use market basket analysis for product recommendations, because online you don't have an aisle, you don't have a superstore wherein the customer is physically walking into. But once when a customer, so if you correlate this to your experience of buying products on Amazon and Flipkart and all, right? So what you will do is that maybe you go online and you buy a baby related product, right? You are going to see suggestions for maybe diapers or maybe baby clothes and all. Now that is where again market basket analysis can help you with, right? So basically product recommendation in cases wherein you have an online platform. Okay. Selling toothbrush with Colgate. Exactly, right? So you will always see that wherever you have toothbrush placed in a particular store, you will see that most of the toothpaste will be around there. You will not have to walk very far off for that, right? But if, just imagine that if these products would have been placed haphazardly, then see, 5 out of 10 customers would probably remember that if I'm buying a TV, I need to probably buy batteries for my remote, right? But five customers out of those 10 might also forget that, right? But if you are making this placement correctly, if you are placing your products correctly, then while buying a product A, you have a higher probability of viewing the product B, which is related to product A, right? Hence, it will increase your sales as well. So your market basket analysis, basically it helps you in multiple things. It will help you in making your customer experience better. It will also help in expanding your sales, because there can be cases wherein a customer is walking in and forgetting to buy certain products which are being sold together. But if you place them properly, if you place them around those products, then there is a higher chance that you go ahead and you sell more products which will garner more sales for you. That's what I said, right? Cross selling and bundling is kind of the experience is different. In cross selling, you are selling two products separately, but if you're bundling them together, you are probably assigning a combined cost to that, but the concept remains the same. Okay. Bundling can be combos. Bundling can be, so again, if you are able to identify complementary products, right? If you are able to identify, if you know that, let's say, bread and butter are being sold together, right? Then you can probably create bundles which will help save time for the customer. You can probably assign a common discounted price for a couple of products, right? So Bundling can be combos or multiple quantities of different products that can be sold together. Market basket analysis is understanding the customer's basket in order to extract useful information or insights that you can help while, let's say, product placement, while cross-selling, while bundling, and all those things, right? So let's say if you are trying to sell a soap with a pen, right? Or let's say I say you have one more combination wherein you are trying to sell a soap with a loofah. Which combination will you go forward with to cross-sell? If I take the example of beer and diaper, right? Now, beer and diaper, these are two products that are not associated, right? Right? That is one case. And let's say I take one more example of a beer and a diaper. Now, how do you identify or how do you come to know that what combination out of these two have a higher probability to cross-sell? Because see, you can place random products together, but at the end of the day, those placements that you are making should derive or should get you more sales, right? If you are placing a pen with a soap, there should be a certain logic behind that, right? Or you might be seeing your customers doing that. Cross-selling is not selling similar products together. That is totally correct, right? But how do I identify those products which I have to cross-sell or which have a higher probability to cross-sell together? And that is something that we can do with market basket analysis. See, cross-selling, guys, again, if I explained it in a way that these are products which are complementary or these are products which are substitutes, right? So now cross-selling can be both. They can be substitutes either, or they can be complements as well, or they can be products which might be totally unrelated, but because of customers' preference, I'm seeing that beer and diaper are being sold together, right? Whenever you go and do any kind of correlation of any type of data on sales of beer and sales of diaper, you will see that there might be some kind of a correlation that might be coming. But that is not because these two products are associated with each other. That is because your customers' preference is such that maybe if there are single dads or there are parents who are going on to buy beer, then they are also buying diapers or vice versa, right? But how do we extract these patterns? That is something that we do through market basket analysis only. Cross-selling can be cigarette and lighter, cigarette and cold drink. Cigarette and cold drink is a good example. Market basket analysis, again, what's the problem statement here? Our objective is to use market basket analysis to find meaningful relationships between the grocery items purchased by customers, right? Again, so the example of, let's say, a soap and a pen and a beer and a diaper. How do I find these relationships? Do I have a mathematical metric through which I can maybe give a higher weightage to a particular combination as compared to other, right? Because so see, there can be multiple combinations that you can create, right? If you have 1,000 different products and you want to create pairs of products or combinations, you will have 2 to the power 1,000 pairs, right? But how do I identify those products or those pairs which have a higher probability of being sold together on the basis of historical data, right? That is something that we do through market basket analysis, right? So you have your transactional data. If you look at this flowchart over here, you have your transactional data, which is basically unstructured, right? It is basically you have thousands and millions of transactions of customers that are coming in, right? And through these transactions, you have to make some insights, right? You have to generate some insights, you have to generate some results, which will basically help us in identifying the top products which might be sold together, which might be coupled together, which might be cross-sold together, right? So you have your transactional data. Then this transactional data goes through your data processing that you usually do, whatever data processing will be required, right? Your transactional data can be, let's say, your customer ID, your total spend, total visits, total quantity, what is the date, what is the store ID, right? All those things can be there. Through that, you are going to extract the meaningful data that is required. You are going to convert that in the required form. And then on that, you are going to apply your market basket analysis, right? In order to generate insights, right? So that is the general flow. And that I assume till now you guys have gone through machine learning probably, and you guys will know that even if you want to apply, let's say, machine learning, you want to apply unsupervised learning, clustering, deep learning, whatever, the process is almost, the first 2 steps will always remain the same. You are going to read some data. You will have multiple rows, multiple columns. You are going to limit your data to the points or the features that you are going to use. Then you are going to do some transformations, missing value imputations and all if that is required. And then finally you apply whatever technique you are supposed to apply, right? It might be clustering, it might be PCA, it might be machine learning, whatever, right? And that applies the same over here. You have your unorganized transactional data, you process that data, and then you apply the market basket analysis on that, right? That's the process that we are going to follow. Okay. Okay, so now we will go through some terminologies that we associate with market basket analysis. Okay, now let's start with this, the first one, right? So over here, I have some transactional data. If you look at this table on the left-hand side, you have some transactional data wherein you have 5 baskets, right? Now these 5 baskets might correspond to 5 different customers, or it might correspond to one single customer who has visited the store on multiple occasions. But over here, these 5 baskets means that these are 5 separate transactions, right? Now, if you look at these baskets and if you try to understand these baskets, you will be able to generate some insights, right? But the first terminology that we will go ahead with is what is a basket, and this is what you actually mean by a basket. Basket number 1, if you see, it contains milk, guava juice, ice cream, bread, and detergent. Now, similar to basket number 2 contains milk, orange juice, ice cream, bread, and like this, right? So like this, you can see that there are multiple baskets. Okay. Now this data, if you look at this particular data on top and this particular data on bottom, right? Numerically identified by quantifying it, converted to numerical data. Okay, so this is what? This is your label encoding, right? One hot encoding, dummy variable creation. Okay, so let me, I will explain this. If you look at this, all these are basically what? These are categorical variables at the end of the day, right? Now, if you look at these 5 baskets, now on the top, the data that I am seeing is a categorical data, right? It is not a numerical data that I have on top. Is that correct? Now, I cannot feed this data to any mathematical model. So qualitative data, right? Now, I need to convert this data into a data wherein I can represent this data in a mathematical form, right? How can I do that? I will have to convert this into quantitative data, numerical data. How do I do that? Now, if you look at this over here, I have taken all the unique items that are being sold, right? Now your milk, guava juice, orange juice, ice cream, and all these become your, these basically become all your unique items, and they have gone as my column names, right? Now I'm going to each and every basket and I'm seeing whether milk was sold there. Now, if you look at basket number 1, in basket number 1, there was orange juice and soap. These were the only 2 products that were not being sold, and hence they are being represented by 0. And then all the rest of the products were being sold, and pav as well. Sorry. So in basket 1, you had orange juice, soap, and pav that was not being sold. So they are being represented by 0 and all rest are 1, right? Now, if you look at the 5th basket, basket 5, you will see that only milk, orange juice, and soap will be 1, right? So if you look at this over here, this is your milk, which is 1, your orange juice, which is 1, and then your soap, which is 1, and all the rest of the quantities are 0, right? So this is something which is also known as, I will write this down to you, right? Something which is known as one hot encoding. Okay, dummy variable creation, right? So this is the normal terminologies that we use in machine learning, and for any categorical variable, right? In machine learning, for any categorical variable, what if you have a variable which tells the gender of a particular customer, male or female? You will never be able to use that particular variable as it is, right? You will have to convert that into a mathematical form. That will be what? You can maybe represent male by 0 and females by 1, right? So that is, so the same functions that you are using there, you are going to use over here as well. So we'll, once when we come to Python, I will show you how we convert the data from this top form to the bottom form, but this is the mathematical form that we will be using. Okay, this last matrix is something which they're trying to show in actual transactional data. So if you look at this, right, over here we have only 6 or 7-8 products. But in reality, if you try to imagine a market basket similar to this, if you go take an example of a big bazaar or something, you will take all the unique products that are there, right? A big bazaar might have, let's say, 1,000 unique products. So you can understand that you will be having 1,000 columns as features for each and every customer, right? For each and every customer, you will be having 1,000 columns, and for all the products that the customer has bought, you will be associating that with a 1, and the products that are not being bought, they are associated with a 0, right? So if I give you an example, so let's say a retail store has 2,000 unique products, and there are 50,000 customers that this retail store has. Now, if you want to create a similar matrix for doing your analysis, right? What will be the size of that matrix? Any idea? How many rows and columns will be there in that matrix? 50,000 customers and let's say 2,000 unique products. 50K by 2K, right? So you will have 50,000 rows and you will have 2,000 columns, right? But what I'll do is that let's complete the theory, and then I will show the examples in Excel. I will this is how any market basket analysis data will usually look like, right? On your rows, you will have your customers, and on your columns, you will have the different products, and the populated value will be whether the product was bought or not bought, right? Denoted by a 0 or a 1. So now let's come to the different items that will be there in a market basket, right? Now, an item set is any set of any number of items, right? Now, first of all, when you talk about market basket analysis, right? So you will be identifying item sets, right? Now, let's say you have 5 different products, right? Okay, so if you take the example here, you have milk, guava juice, orange juice, ice cream. Now, if you want to understand what is the product that is being sold with milk, right? So either milk can be, either guava juice can be sold with milk, either ice cream can be sold with milk, bread can be sold with milk, right? So your item set over here will be milk, right? Milk and let's say ice cream, right? Now your item set can also comprise more than one unique product, right? What if I want to understand what are the products that are being sold with milk and ice cream, right? So what I'll do is that I will consider milk and ice cream as an item set, and then I will try to identify what are the products, right? So maybe I see that milk and ice cream, bread is something that is being sold together with milk and ice cream, right? Or let's say soap is something which is being sold with milk and ice cream, right? Now, similar to this, you can also have an item set which might contain more than 2 products, right? Maybe milk, soap, or orange juice, right? So in market basket analysis, you will try to find out patterns. You will try to find out your the buying patterns or the customer preferences for all the different possible item sets that you might have, right? It might not be the case that only one product is being sold with some other product. It might be that a combination of multiple products, right? Let's say that if you're buying chicken, if you're buying masala, if you're buying onion, then there is a high probability that you will buy curd, right? Or let's say that if you are buying a soap, if you're buying detergent, if you're buying a loofah, then there is a high probability that you might go and buy a deo, right? So that's why your item set can be anything. It can be a single product, it can be a multiple product, it can be a combination of multiple products, right? So if you look at this over here, the items in an item set with more than one item is categorized as antecedent and consequence, right? Now, antecedents and consequence, what are those? Antecedents are when you are buying product A, then what is the consequent of that? What might be a product B that you have a higher probability of buying, right? If you are buying milk, which becomes your antecedent over here, then what might be the consequent? With milk, my consequent might be bread, my consequent might be egg, my consequent might not be beer or might not be chicken, right? So basically your items, antecedent is primary, right? So antecedent is in a chronological order. Antecedent is the product that is being picked first, and the consequent is because of the antecedent, right? When you pick up bread, then you realize that okay, you might also need to buy butter, right? Or when you pick up, let's say, soap, you realize that you might also need shampoo, right? So antecedent in this case will be the product that is being picked before as compared to the consequent, right? So for example, the item set milk, orange juice, pav can be categorized can be categorized as milk, orange juice or pav, or milk, orange juice, pav, and more, right? So now if you look at these three products, your item set, this particular item set that you have of milk, orange juice, and pav, you can create multiple combinations, right? Either you can create a combination of milk and orange juice pav. So basically you will try and understand the probability of orange juice and pav being sold if milk is bought, right? Or you can also, let's say, have milk and orange juice together, and then you will try to identify the probability of pav being sold together, right? So that is how. So the total number of products that you are going to create multiple combinations of that, and then you are going to pick up the top combinations, right? How do we do that and all, we will be seeing in some time, but this is your general terminology that we will be using, right? Your antecedent and consequence and all, and then you will be having your item sets. Okay, now if you look at this, the number of items sets of k items, sorry, will be 2 to the power k, right? If you have 5 different products, right? If you have 5 different products, then you can have 2 to the power 5 combinations. Okay. Okay, now let's try to understand this particular basket, right? The set of baskets that we have over here. Now, if you look at this over here, 3 out of the 5 baskets contain both milk and ice cream. Is that correct? If you look at, if you try to understand this, now there is one basket, which is this one, right? Then there is a second basket, which is this one. Then there is a third basket, which is this one, right? So 3 out of 5 baskets contain ice cream and milk together, whereas 5 baskets in total contains milk, right? Now, if pav is bought, both milk and ice cream are always bought, right? If you look at this, if you try to draw some insights from this, right? From this data, what you can say is that whenever pav is bought, right? If pav becomes my, if pav will be my antecedent, consequent will be what? Always milk and ice cream are being bought together, right? Okay. Now, like this, there can be multiple combinations, right? There are 256 possible item sets in the data above. Why 256? Because we have 8 total products, right? So 2 to the power 8 will become 256, right? Now, there will be 256 associations rule that you can derive, association rules that you can derive from this data containing only 8 products, right? Now, you can imagine that if you have thousands of products, how many association rules you can have, right? If you will be having thousands of products, then there will be 2 to the power 1000 association rules. And this takes us back to the initial question, that how do I identify that soap and pen have a higher probability of being sold together, or milk and beer, or some other product combination, right? So for that, we need to, as a marketer, right, you want to derive meaningful and interesting association rules. So basically, you only want to limit, or you only want to focus on those associations or those product combinations which are actually making sense, or not making sense as well, but which are actually deriving more sales, or which are the which most of your customers are preferring, right, as compared to other rules that you would have derived, right? So we will be defining 3 criterions, which goes by the name of support, confidence, and lift, which we need to calculate in order to carry forward with market basket analysis. These 3 criterions that we will be calculating, your support, confidence, and lift, they will help us in deriving meaningful and interesting association rules, right? Now, in this slide, all I wanted to explain, or all I was trying to explain, was that if you have 8 products, you can have 2 to the power 8, that is 256 association rules. But how do you identify the top performing association rules, or how do you identify what are the top most association rules in terms of sales, in terms of customer preferences, right? And now if you scale this to your actual data, when you have thousands of products, then you can have 2 to the power 1000 association rules. How do you do that? For that, we have 3 criterions going by the name of support, confidence, and lift, which we are supposed to calculate, which will give us the insights for us to understand what are the useful and purposeful combinations or associations that we can use as a marketer. Okay. So at first, we will start with support. Okay. What is support? First thing that we are going to see now, your support is the probability that an item or an item set will occur, right? Each item set is evaluated to determine the proportion of times it occurs in the data set, right? Now, first of all, let's see how we calculate support. Okay. Now, what is support? Support is basically if I want to find the support of, let's say, guava juice in this particular data, think of just what is the probability of guava juice occurring in this particular data set on top. Out of the 5 transactions, 2 by 5, right? So we can see that there are 2 cases out of 5 wherein people have gone ahead and bought guava juice. So basically, support is nothing but the probability of an item existing, right? Now, support is something that we usually calculate for the antecedent, right? Now, if you are trying to find out probability of egg being sold when bread is being bought, right? Then the first thing that you need to calculate is the support for bread, right? Why? Because your support is a value. If you look at this, the larger the support, the more meaningful and interesting the rule will be. Why? Because see, if your support for a particular product, right, which might be your antecedent is low, what does that mean? So usually items which have a large support will be antecedents in most cases, because these are the products that are being sold the most, right? Because there is a higher probability of these products being sold, right? So now over here, if you look, the antecedent, for the antecedent, you are supposed to calculate support. And the one major key point over here is that the larger the support, the more meaningful and interesting the rule will be. More meaningful, why do we think that this rule will be more meaningful? Because you can see that this item in existing in most of the customers' baskets, right? If your support is high, that means that this is a popular product. Any product which is having a higher support means that it is a popular product, and whatever insight you are deriving from that product will imply that that is applicable to most of your customer preferences and trends, right? So low support will not give us accurate results, as consequence are not exactly, right? So low support, again, if let's say I have a product, or if let's say I have a combination of, for soap, I can see that the support is low, or for a particular brand of soap, right? Let's say that I can see that the support is low, right? And then for that brand of soap, I see that pen is a product that is being sold together a lot. Can you bank on this particular insight? No, right? Because you know that there are very sparse transactions that have happened, or very less number of transactions that have happened, wherein customers have bought this product and then gone on ahead and bought a pen, right? So hence you only want to focus on those items which have a higher support value. Okay, and support is what? Support is nothing but the probability of a particular product existing in a basket, right? Now, if you look at this, now we can also calculate support for products grouped together, right? The support for ice cream and bread combined. So now you have to consider ice cream and bread as one single item, right? You want to see how many times ice cream and bread have been sold out of the total number of times. 2 by 5, exactly, right? So ice cream and bread being considered as one single combination, what is the support? You have only 2 cases. I can see only 2 cases over here, right? These 2, wherein ice cream and bread are being sold together out of 5. So the support for ice cream and bread becomes 2 by 5, which is 0.4. Now, what will be the support for bread and ice cream? Same, right? 2 by 5. And that's the point that is mentioned in the bottom line. Your base will always be the total number of baskets, right? It will be 5. What will be the support for milk, ice cream, and pav? 1 by 5, right? And what will be the support for milk, ice cream, and detergent? Milk, ice cream, and detergent, 1 by 5, exactly, right? So that's how you calculate support. This is for the first out of 3 metrics that we need to calculate in order to check the popularity or check the popular combinations, right? Support is what? out of the total number of baskets, what is the probability of a product being sold together, right? Now, your baskets will always remain the total number of baskets, which are 5 over here, right? If I ask you the probability of guava juice being sold in this entire data set, what will that be? You can see that 2 out of the 5 baskets have bought guava juice, right? Now, similar to that, let's say if I talk about milk, ice cream, and bread, now you have to refer milk, ice cream, and bread as a single product. Now, can you give me the support for milk, ice cream, and bread? Now, consider these 3 products being sold together. How many times in the set of 5 baskets do you see these being sold together? 2, right? So hence your support will be 2 by 5. Support is the probability of a particular product being occurring in the basket, right? Okay, so now I'll move on to the second criterion, which is confidence. Okay. Confidence, the measure defines the likelihood of occurrence of consequent in the basket given that the basket already has your antecedent. Confidence is the conditional probability of occurrence of consequent given the antecedent. Don't get confused. I will give you an example. Okay, right? Now, what is confidence? Confidence is given a particular product being there in the basket. What is the probability of let's say product B being in the basket, right? Confidence is basically nothing but the measure defines the likelihood of occurrence of consequent in the basket given that the basket already has your product that is your previous product, right? So okay, so let me give you an example. What will be the confidence value when I have purchased milk in my basket and the next product that I'm purchasing is guava juice? 2 by 5, right? So confidence is nothing but the conditional probability. Given that product A is being sold, what is the probability of product B being bought, right? Now over here, if you look at this, milk is sold 5 times, but out of 5 times, only in 2 cases I can see that guava juice is being bought. So my confidence for guava juice given milk is sold will be what? 2 by 5, right? Now over here, your denominator will change. Your denominator will not always remain 5. 2 by 3, right? In the okay, I think 2 by 5 was for milk. So 2 by 3. Why 2 by 3? Because I have only 3 cases when ice cream is being sold. But out of those 3, I have 2 cases wherein bread is also being sold. So your 2 by 3 becomes the confidence. Okay. Now, what is the confidence of ice cream being sold when milk and bread are bought as an antecedent? Milk and bread being your antecedent, what is the probability of ice cream being sold? 1, right? 2 by 2. And what if I say milk and ice cream being sold together? What is the confidence for bread? 2 by 3, right? Because we can see 3 cases wherein milk and ice cream are being bought. And out of those 3, I have 2 cases wherein your bread is also being bought. So again, the larger the confidence, the more meaningful and interesting the rule will be. So confidence, once again, is nothing but your probability. But this is your conditional probability. And now we go to the final criterion, which is the third criterion, which is lift. Denominator is the number of times your antecedent appears in the confidence. Okay, so now we come to the third criterion, which is lift, which is derived by your support and confidence, right? Over here, we don't need to do any calculations. If you're able to calculate support and confidence, you will be able to calculate lift. This measure defines the increase in confidence that we will have in predicting a consequent defined by the relationship A and B using an association rule, as opposed to predicting B without any rule. I'll give you an example. Lift greater than 1 is of interest over here, right? So now lift is nothing but your confidence divided by support, right? Now, if you look at this, in almost all the cases, for all cases, you will have your lift to be greater than 1, right? The cases of interest will be those cases wherein your lift is greater than 1. I will come to the explanation of how we are doing this, why we are doing this. But over here, from a mathematical point of view, your support and confidence are values which will always range from 0 to 1, right? But your lift is a value which can go from 0 till infinity, right? It can be from 0 till infinity, but you would always want those product combinations wherein lift is greater than 1, right? Why do we do that? I will come to that once when we move to the example. But over here, this is how lift is calculated. It defines the increase in confidence that we will have in predicting a consequent B, defined by the relationship of A given B using an association rule, as opposed to predicting B without any rule, right? Now, over here, the rule that we are applying is that what is the probability of bread being sold when milk and ice cream are sold together, right? As opposed to the singular probability of what is the probability of bread being sold, right? We don't want to understand how many times bread will be sold. We want to understand how many times bread will be sold when milk and ice cream are being sold together, right? And that is what we do through lift. So lift is your confidence by support, right? The values that we have calculated before, your confidence and support, right? So formula for lift is confidence divided by support. Okay, so first of all, let's focus on how do we calculate, and then when we move on to the example, I will tell you why we are doing this, right? And what is the significance of this value lift, right? Now let's say that we want to calculate the lift of bread being sold when ice cream is being bought, right? What do I need to do in this case? I need to first of all calculate the support for ice cream, right? I need to calculate the confidence for bread given ice cream is sold, right? And then I need to calculate lift, right? So first, let's start with the support for ice cream. I will go back in my data. Okay, so this is ice cream and bread being sold together. One second. So only for ice cream, your support should be 0.6, right? But over here, they have, I think this is an incorrect example that they have given. So let's not stick to this. I will give you my example. Okay, so let's not see this example. I will show you my example when we move on to the Excel hands-on, okay?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Okay, let's focus on the rules first of all, using the 3 criterion. Now, support is what? Support is the probability of one particular product being sold. This will always vary from 0 to 1. The larger, the better, right? Mid-size number could be interesting. Small support for an antecedent may lead to impractical, unfeasible recommendations, right? So your support is a probability. It will always be in the range of 0 to 1, right? The larger the support, it means that the more popular your product is, right? And if your support is a lower value, if it is a smaller value, then it means that the recommendations that you are generating might be impractical or unfeasible or not that common. Okay, so that is support. Confidence will also be in the range of 0 to 1. The larger, the better, right? So for confidence as well, the larger confidence value, the better, because again, confidence is giving you the probability of product A being sold given that product B is also sold, right? So that will be your confidence. And lift will again be confidence by support, which depending upon the value of confidence and support, if your confidence is higher than the support, then your lift will obviously be greater than 1, right? And then in that particular case, you have a significant lift value, which is giving you a significant association rule, right? You should look for lift values much greater than 1. The larger the lift, the better, right? Recommended method of analysis is to provide threshold levels of support confidence for item sets to study fewer association rules. Even with these 3 criterion, you may still have a large number of interesting options to study. Okay, so I'll explain these 2 points. Right, so antecedent, again, if you look at this over here, the same point is mentioned, right? Now, if you want to limit the size of your basically the size of the groupings or the size of combinations of products that you have to take, you will have to apply thresholds for your support and confidence, right? So let's say while doing the market basket analysis, you say that I only want to limit my analysis to those products which have a support of greater than 80%, right? Or have a support of greater than 60%. Then you can do the same for confidence level, and then you can do the same for lifts, right? So you will have to do this because at the end of the day, if you have 1,000 products, you have 2 to the power 1,000 combinations, you would want to filter down these lift values to only those item sets which are actually more usable as compared to the non-usable combinations. Okay, so these are some general insights. So provide a lower threshold support for item using the 3 criterion. Provide a lower threshold support for item. Provide a lower reduced number of columns. Okay, so what you can do, so over here, these are just some suggestions from our end, how to basically limit your analysis, right? So you can give a lower threshold support for item sets. If you want to increase the number of combinations, you can give a lower confidence, right? You can reduce the number of columns by clubbing items as well, right? Now over here, if you look at this, it is not that you always go ahead at a product level and do the market basket analysis at a product level, right? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to do the analysis on, let's say, a Dove shampoo and let's say a Nivea shampoo, right? At the end of the day, you can do this market basket analysis on the category of shampoo, right? Or on the category of, let's say, bathroom products, right? So that depends upon the level of analysis that you have to do. Now, let's say that your stakeholder or your client comes to you and they say that I want you to generate insights for me at a category level, right? I want to see what are the categories that are being sold together, right? They don't want to delve deeper at a level of, let's say, milk, bread and eggs, because they might be belonging to the same category, let's say dairy, right? And you know that dairy will be placed next to each other in most cases, right? What if your client or your stakeholder, they want to understand cross categorical or cross categories behavior of customers when it comes to multiple categories, right? So now in that case, obviously your product item set will get limited, right? How? Because what you will do in this particular case, you will be clubbing products together, right? So all your dairy based products will become one big product, right? So if your customer has bought, let's say, milk, your dairy will become one. If your customer has bought milk, bread and eggs, still your dairy will remain one, right? So your dairy will be a combined column, which will give you whether the customer has bought any product in the dairy category or not, right? So you can club products as well to reduce the size of the items that you have, right? So if you look at this, you will try to reduce the dimensionality with respect to columns, right? Because with respect to rows, you would want to have more rows, as many rows as you can. Why? Because that will give you a more probable, and that will give you a more accurate behavior of your customer base. If you have more number of rows, that is better, but more columns means more number of combinations of your lift values, hence it might mean more confusion. But then again, it's not that you will always go at a category level and all. It depends upon the requirement, right? If your requirement is at a superior level, not at a product level, there can be cases wherein the requirement might be at a product level, right? What if there is a new product that is being launched and the company wants to understand what is the correct placement or what is the best product next to which this particular product should be placed, right? Now in that particular case, you will probably go ahead and do this entire analysis on at a product level. So we can create a category for juice, you can have beverages, you can have a category, right? So like this, if you are working in any company wherein you have access to data, you will always see that there will be hierarchies that will be defined, right? You might have your categories, you might have your departments, your sub departments and all, and these categories will basically drive your entire data flow, right? So all those categories, or if the categories are not there, you can probably use some segmentation methods and create these categories as well. Okay, so then reduce the number of items through existing classification or taxonomy, right? Now again, there can be some specific rules that you might be having. There can be some specific business rules that you might have in your domain, right? You can go ahead and apply those as well, right? You can enrich the market basket with some additional data as well, right? So you can, let's say, the transactions that you are having or the baskets that you are having, you can enrich that data by applying what gender, what is the time of month, what is the payment mode, what is the weekday, day of the week and all. If you want your product placement to be changing depending upon seasons, right? Obviously winters will have some other set of products, right? Summers will have some other sets of products. So obviously you can apply those columns as well, right? So in your data, you can add columns such as the month of the year or the gender of the customer. Now, depending upon the gender of the customer, you can also have a preference that while males are buying diaper after buying beer, you will see that females are usually not buying beer and diaper together. They might be buying something else, right, with a diaper. So all these things you can do. So your market basket analysis, the complexity of the data totally depends upon the use case and totally depends upon how creative you can be, right? So that again, but again, at the end of the day, the basic approach will remain the same. Your data should be in this format only. Your level can be anything. Your level can be at a daily level or a monthly level or a weekly level, right? But at the end of the day, your data will always look something like this, wherein you will have a 1 for people who are buying or 0 for people who are not buying. Okay. And finally, while market basket analysis is used mainly in customer purchase problems, the idea finds favorable attitude across different domains as well, right? Now, it's not that market basket analysis is only limited to retail domain, right? Think of other use cases or domains wherein you can apply market basket analysis. Okay, so what if you have your movies, different movies that people are watching? You can use your market basket analysis in recommending movies as well, right? You can use market basket analysis in recommending, let's say, any items on any e-commerce website, right? Depending upon, after seeing what are the different kinds of purchases that your customers have done in the past, you can do that as well, right? So it's not that your market basket analysis is only limited to your retail data. It can be applicable to any industry. Wherever you have transactional data, you have customer behavior data, right? So again, the final food for thought is that you can, it's not that you are only limited in the retail space. You can also apply market basket analysis in other domains as well. Okay, now, okay, so you can reduce, now let's say you have added the time of month and gender, right? Now you can carry forward separate market basket analysis, let's say for one data, which is only for payment method card, time of month is first half and gender male, right? You will obviously limit your data to a certain set of rows, right? You will only have those transactions which are wherein the payment method was card, time of month was first half, and gender was male, right? That can be your one array or matrix for your one market basket analysis. The second can be, let's say payment is card, time of month is second half, and gender is male, right? So like this, you can slice your data, and then you can go ahead. By adding these features, you can limit your data. Maybe you can filter your data to only payment card, time of month first half, and gender male, and you can go ahead and you can carry forward the market basket analysis, right? So all that you can do by this, you can limit your observations and you can carry forward multiple market basket analysis. Okay. Okay, so what I have gone through some of the pages. So we have a tool which goes by the name of Excel Miner, right? So what I'm thinking is that what I will do is that I will show you how this is done in, I will give you a simple example in Excel, and I will show you the kind of outputs that we get, right? Usually when we use any tool. So Excel Miner is a tool that you will be using on Excel. On Python, we use a separate tool, but at the end of the day, the results and all will always be the same, right? That I will explain to you how what kind of data we have and how do we read that data and how do we apply your association rules on top of that, right? So again, so that's why I think this association rule I cannot find, but there is this article in Analytics with there, wherein they are talking about this Excel Miner tool in your Excel only. And there we have this association rules, right? Now, if we don't have this package, then the thing is that, see, the process is clear, right? So let's do one thing. Let's first go through the process, how we do this. And then we will, for the session on Excel using a particular add-on tool, let's do one thing. We will focus on the theoretical part. We will focus on how everything is calculated. I will show you the examples on Excel manually, not through any add-on tool, and I will show you the output on Python. On Python, I'm just going to show you the output in order for you to just see, because the outputs will remain the same on Excel as well, right? So I will just tell you how we can interpret the output, how we can play around with the output. So what we'll do is that we will do a hands-on session on Excel manually. I will, again, manually, I don't think it will be very complicated. We will just be calculating the different values. And then we can have, I can show you the output on Python. So now let's assume that we have this data, right? This is the data that you might have. This is just random data that I have created. Okay. And now if you look at this data over here, these are your products and these are your customer IDs or your different baskets that you might have. Okay. Now, how do we, if you have this data, how do you proceed, right? So if you look at any particular tool, if I talk about Python, if I talk about Excel, there are a certain sequence of steps that will always happen, right? The first thing is that your first thing will always be that you will calculate support, right, for all possible item sets, right? How do you do that? How can you calculate support? That is simple, right? So what, in order to calculate support, how can we do that? Let's say support for, or let's say support for product is onion, right? What will that be? Support will be your, this will be equal to sum of this, right, divided by count of the total number of values that are there over here, 4 by 5, right? So in Excel, now if you guys are proficient with macros and all, you can go ahead and you can calculate all your all these things. You can create a function and do that, right? But this is how you will create that, right? Now similarly, let's say support for potato. Now you can probably create a formula, right? This was this. So okay, so let me do one thing. Let's say these are the different support combinations that we have, right? So this will be the support for onion. Okay. And what I'm doing over here is I'm first taking the sum. Okay. What will sum give me? Sum will give me the total number of count of ones, and count will give me the total number of items or the total number of baskets that are there, right? And if I apply this formula to all the rows, I will get the support for all, right? If you look at this, I get the support for potato. For potato, my support will be what? For your 5 divided by 6, right? So that is 0.833. And similarly, you will get the support for burger. It will be 4 divided by 6, right? Like this. Okay. Now this is one, but again, the complicated part becomes now what we will have to do is that you will have to also calculate support for combinations, right? What is the support for onion and potato? Right now over here, my limited Excel skills will probably, let's see how we can do this. This will be what? Onion and potato occurring together, right? So onion and potato occurring together is obviously 4 by 6, but how can we do this in Excel? If this equals 1 and I'm not sure if this works, this equals 1, then 1 is 0. Nope. Okay, but this will be complicated. We'll have to do for everything. Okay, anyways, so if you look at this, what will be the support for onion and potato? It will be 4 by 6, right? Now, how to do this in Excel is something that you guys can see in this subsequent class, wherein this will be taught through Excel Miner. Okay, but this is how you can calculate the support for all, right? So now you can also calculate for onion and burger. What will be the support for onion and burger? 3 by 6, right? Okay. Yes. Now I will show you this output in Python once. This same output you will be getting using Excel miner, right? Now this is the same data that I have created in Python, right? If you look at this, this is the same data, and in Python we have a function which is this particular function a priori, right? And over here I have given a parameter of minimum support of 0.5, right? So this particular data that is generated will give you the support for all the combinations where the support value is greater than 0.5, right? And the same thing is there in Excel as well, right? When you are using Excel miner, the same option is there wherein you can give the minimum support value, right? Now if I run this, okay, so this is not connected. So Python, I'm just showing you the output, right? So that we are able to see whether the support values that are calculated by the system are correct and what we are doing is correct or not. Okay. So for that purpose, I'm just showing you the output in Python. Don't worry, you guys are not supposed to work on Python. You guys can do the same thing on Excel. Okay. So this will create all the data set and all. And now now over here, let's say I give the minimum support as 0. Okay. Now what you will see that we are getting the support for each and every combination, right? If you look at this over here, it is giving you the support for onion, potato, burger, milk, and beer. Now, if you see, onion is 0.66, potato is 0.833. That's what we have also calculated, right? 0.66, 0.833. Let me just. Okay. The same values we are also calculating 0.6783. Then burger and milk are 0.67, same values. Beer is 0.33, right? Beer is 33. Onion and potato is 0.67, right? But now like this, you see your support will be calculated for all the combinations, for all the 3 product combinations, for 4 product combinations, and for all the 5 product combinations to combine. Now, if you look at this, support for onion, beer, burger, potato, and milk is 0.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So the support for all this is 0. Why? Because obviously these combinations do not exist in the data, right? So onion, beer, burger, all this is 0. Now, if when I'm giving a minimum support value of something, then it will only generate this data for those items wherein the minimum support is 0.5, right? Now I have only this for 0.5 values. Now, if I go back to the Excel, right? If you see over here in this Excel, when you will be able to use this Excel miner add-on, right? Over here, you will be having all these values, right? If you look at this minimum support, minimum number of transactions, minimum confidence and all, right? So you will be able to define all these values in the add-on that you have. Okay. So that's how we calculate the support. Now, like this, if you see after that, what happens is that we have, again, we provide this frequent item sets. Now in Excel, obviously all of this will not be required. You will only be required to give a data, right? Once when you pass that data to that Excel miner add-on tool, you will be able to generate something similar to this, right? Now, if I go back to the output that this Excel will generate, it will be something like this, right? If you look at this, this is the output that you will generate. Antecedent value, consequent value, right? If you look at this, here it has given the antecedent, which are a combination of all the different products that are there, right? And then the consequent. For the antecedent and consequent, it is giving you the support value, support for column A and column C, and it is giving you the support for A and C combined, and then it is giving you the lift ratio, right? And if I move back to Python, it is also giving me the same thing, right? It is giving me the antecedent name, the consequent name. Now antecedent support, consequent support. But now what we have to focus on, right? If you look at this, let's only focus on the boxes that I'm making, right? Now antecedent is potato, right? Now if you look at this, antecedent is potato, Okay, only these are the values which we have to refer to over here, right? Now, if you look at this, potato is the one. So what is the support for potato? But support for potato is 0.833. That is what we had calculated as well, right? If I go back to the Excel, the support for potato was coming out to be 0.833, right? Okay, now the confidence will be what? Then you have your consequent support as well, which is not required. Consequent over here is this particular product, onion, but for that the support is not required, but the tool will calculate that, so that's not a problem, right? Now the confidence is what? Your confidence is 0.8. Confidence is basically how many times onion was bought when potato was being sold. If I go back to this, what will be the confidence value over here? Given that onion was sold, right? Sorry, given that potato was sold, how many times onion was bought? So potato was sold 5 times. Out of those 5 times, only 4 times onion was bought, right? So your confidence for onion given potato is sold becomes 4 by 5, which is 0.8, right? Right now, the second value that you have to refer to is which one? You have to refer to the confidence value, which is 0.8, right? Now, how will you calculate the lift? Your lift will be confidence by support, which is 0.8 by 0.833. Sorry, 0.8 by 0.67, right? And that will be 1.2. Okay. So if you look at this over here, your confidence was 0.8 and your support was 0.66, right? 0.67. And hence what happens? Your lift comes out to be 1.2. Okay, like this particular tool, like this Excel will also be calculating all these values, right? If you come over here, this particular value. So over here, if you see, so this will give you the count, right? So like this, if you see, just like in Python, we are getting all these values, right? You will also be getting all these values in Excel Miner, right? Now this support and all, this is the count. So there are 21 cases wherein liquor and red blush wine are sold, right? Then you have the support for C. So this is the count. So over here, then it is just calculating the ratio, right? So in Excel Miner, it is giving you the count when it comes to support and all. So, but that is the output that you are seeing. But finally, you are actually bothered with the lift value only, right? So the lift should be greater than 1, or whatever lift you are getting, you are supposed to analyze the lift value, right? So that lift value that you see over here in this output is again a value which is a ratio, right, of your confidence and support. Okay. Now, if you see this like this, you can go ahead and you can start interpreting the results, right? If I now, first of all, if I run this, I will be getting these rules. Okay. Now we can play around with this, right? Now, what if I say that I only want to see those product combinations wherein the lift is greater than 1.125, let's assume, and the confidence is, let's say, greater than 0.8, right? Now, these can be the good, or these can be the useful combinations that I can go ahead and use, right? Now, what is this data telling you? This data is telling you that onions and potato, right? Whenever a customer is buying onion, there is a high probability that potato will be sold together, right? So what you can do is that you can probably place onion and potato next to each other. Okay. The second is burger and potato. Whenever someone is buying, let's say, burger buns or a burger, then there is a higher probability of potato being sold, right? Onion and this one, burger together, there is a higher probability that potato might be sold, right? So over here, if you see, the lift value for all these are greater than 1.2. Okay. So that's how you will interpret the results. And that's how you can maybe just go ahead and understand or explain the basket, right? Onion or burger, if these are there in the basket, then there is a higher probability that potato might be bought, right? Now over here, obviously this is curated data. What I have done is that I have downloaded some grocery related data. Now if you look at this over here, we have multiple products that are being sold in multiple different baskets, right? So this one, you first of all, you will have to convert this data into a numerical form, right? All this entire data. But for Excel Miner tool, obviously that is also not required, right? For the Excel Miner tool, you can just go ahead and you can select all this entire data and you can apply, go on to the extension part, go on to Excel Miner. And then in Excel Miner, you will have the association rule function, which I'm not able to find here somehow. Probably it might be some other package. Once when you guys will have a separate hands-on class on this, you guys can see how exactly this is done on Excel. But at the end of the day, all the formulas and all the concepts will remain the same. Whatever we have done over here, right, it will remain exactly the same. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward, right? This is nothing very complex. This is nothing very mathematical, but at the end of the day, the use cases are immense, right? The use cases of this market basket analysis techniques are immense, and that is something that you would be able to see, right? Okay, so let's come to another example. Now over here, let's say again we have 6 customers and these are the products that they have bought, right? Beer, diaper, pretzels, chips, aspirin and all. Then the second basket contains diaper, beer, chips and all. Then again, you can, this entire data in Excel can be used directly using the Excel Miner tool. But over here, I had to convert this data into a numerical format, right? The same which I was talking about. This is the label encoded data that we had over here, right? Now, if you see, the first basket contained aspirin, beer, chips, diaper, and pretzels, right? All these products, and that are 1. All those are 1. Rest all the products are 0. Right now, the total unique products over here, whatever would have been the total unique products that have come in the column category over here. Now, using this data, we can go ahead and we can start applying on this data. We can directly apply your association rules, right? So this is your data. In Python, I have a separate function to calculate the support. So this will give you support. Now over here, if you see, I have not given any minimum support value. So, but by default, this takes the minimum as 0.5, right? So it has taken minimum as 0.5 and it is giving us these values. These are the support values that you get. Now for these support values, I will run the association rules function, and these are the values that I'm getting, right? If you look at this, your beer and chips, your chips and beer, diaper, beer and beer, diaper, these are the product combinations which are having the highest lift value, 1.125, 1.5, right? So hence you can go ahead and you can, now obviously these are examples wherein we have just 5-6 products. When you will deal with actual data, there you will be having multiple combinations, and then you can start applying filters, right? But at the end of the day, this leverage and conviction are kind of an extension of your lift value. If your lift is higher and your conviction is also high, then it means that whatever your lift value is coming out to be, it is actually backed by the data that you have, right? So there is more correlation of your product A and product B along with the lift as well. So there is a higher probability that these products are going to be sold together. Okay, so for now, I think you guys are not, don't be bothered by leverage and conviction for now. All that you need for now will be your support, your confidence, and your lift values, right? These 3 would suffice, because in Excel, you would be able to calculate these 3, and using the lift value itself, you will be able to derive many insights, right? Now that we have understood how do we calculate support and all these values, let's see what is the intuition behind calculating all this, right? Now, okay, so what is, first of all, what are we calculating? We are calculating support. Okay, support for, let's take the example of bread. Okay, let's say that the support of bread is 0.8. What does that mean? Bread is popular, right? Now let's say we have another support, which is support for let's say pen. Okay, and let's say that support is coming out to be 0.4. Okay, pen is not as popular, right? The inference that we can make is pen is not as popular. Now let's come to the confidence part. Okay, Now let's say we want to see the confidence of egg given bread. Okay, and let's assume that this confidence comes out to be 0.9. That means what? That means 9 times out of 10 egg is bought with bread. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now if I want to calculate lift, what will be the lift for egg given bread? Let's calculate the confidence for this one as well. Egg given pen. Now this obviously, if you look at this, usually this should be a lesser value, right? Probability of egg given that pen was bought, let's say that this was 0.2, right? So it's a very, very sparse case, right? 2 out of 10 times egg is bought with pen. Okay, now once when you divide these values, what will you get? Support of egg and bread, what will you get? You will get 0.9 divided by 0.8, which will be something around 1.124, right? Whatever, 125. Okay, and similarly support of egg and pen will be what? Your support for egg and pen will be 0.2 divided by 0.4, which will be 0.5, right? Now the intuition, are you guys able to understand the intuition now? Only for those products wherein, first of all, the support is high, right? Now, if your support is high, that means that it basically means that your product is a popular product, and on top of that, on top of a popular product, if the confidence is also high, right, that means that for this popular product, the second product, product B that you are referring to, that is also being bought very popularly, right? So that means that lift, or the, if your product A is being bought 80% of the times, right, your lift will only be higher when your product B is being bought more number of times as compared to the product A in the in the total basket, right? So if you see, your lift will only be high, only be greater than 1, only when, if the probability of buying egg is 0.8, right? Or if the probability of buying bread is 0.8, then only for those products your lift will be higher when the probability of buying this product, given that egg is bought, is even higher than 0.8, right? So it means that even your, when your bread is a popular product, your egg is the most popular product that goes with bread, right? And hence your lift is coming out to be greater than 1, right? So that is the significance why we are looking at a value which is greater than 1, right? Now if you come to the second case over here, obviously your, first of all, your product was not that popular, and then egg and pen as a combination are not working, hence your value is actually going down. You need the support of, first of all, bread, right? And then you need the then you need the confidence of egg and bread. Given that first thing that you are measuring is, how popular your product A is, then you are measuring how popular your product B is, given that A is being sold. Market basket analysis is a very simple recommendation engine as well. You can use this as a recommendation system to recommend product, to recommend movies, to recommend items, whatever, right? So yes, this is a very handy tool. It is not as complicated as your machine learning and deep learning models that might be, but when you have transactional data and customer data, sometimes it is easier to go with simpler solutions as compared to complicated methods, right? And I have worked in retail for 4 or 5 years, right? And I have seen people and teams using market like this exact technique, right? Analysis of your different baskets that you have from different customers. Obviously, the complexity will change, right? It will not be that you will be doing the analysis on one entire set of data. You will limit that to maybe a specific type of customer, to maybe specific type of a product grouping and all. But then the applications of market basket analysis are huge, right? And hence I think this is a very common term as well. I think you guys would have heard this a lot, and this is a very common question in interviews as well. Spotify and all, they are using much more sophisticated recommendation engines using deep learning and all, right? But your market basket analysis is something that again, if you talk about all these retail stores, right, the product placement and all, this is being done using your market basket analysis. Now market basket analysis can be used as a simple recommendation system, right? But all these Netflix and your Spotify's and all, these are much more complicated platforms. They have the power of machine learning and deep learning, so they are using that, right? So I would not say that people are using market basket analysis in these complicated cases wherein the cost might be very high, right? But when you have your customer behavior data and you have your marketing team sitting, right, if you want to ask them to understand how you should change the placements of products and all, in all those cases, obviously market basket analysis is a very common technique. Okay, once when you have calculated, or once when you have gotten the lift or the product combinations which are let's say products which have a support of higher than 80%, confidence of higher than, let's say, 75%, and a support of greater than 1.5. Now let's say you end up with 10 different product combinations, right? Then obviously it is now your call and your business's call. Now you know that these are the top selling items, these are the top selling products which are sold together, right? Now if your end goal was placement of products, you can leverage all this knowledge, right? If your end goal was, let's say that you wanted to add in a new product, right? Let's say that you wanted to add in a new particular product to your product portfolio, and you wanted to see where you should place those products, right? Then probably these top groupings that you have, you should not go ahead and change the placement of these products, because these are the products that are working the best for you. Probably in that case, you can go ahead and you can look at those combinations which are not sold as much, and there you can probably try creating a new shelf, right? So depending upon whatever problem statement you are trying to solve, you can go ahead and you can basically leverage the results that you are getting from market basket analysis.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, explain market basket analysis. So your options are A, a data mining technique, second, a data wrangling technique, and the third option is a data clustering technique, and finally, none of the above. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.